everyone. Great, on air, we are live.
97 people have joined.
Next 5 minutes it will be for 300.
Let's hope so.
Okay, let me quickly check if YouTube is live. Okay.
नहीं हुआ अभी तक live.
Yeah, we are live. Okay. You can get started.
Okay.
We are live.
It's live.
Okay, so shall we get started?
Yes, Sakshi, please start.
Audible? All perfect?
Yes, and a quick welcome to Krishna Kataria. She is here. She has been the lead of the program since past several years. Welcome, Krishna.
Thank you, Kailash Bhai. Hello, everyone. Hari Om Vainke.
Hari Om, Hari Om.
Hari Om.
Hariom, Hariom, Jai Mata Di.
Jai Mata Di.
Okay, so let's
Yeah.
begin. Yeah, Krishna, something to say?
No. Begin. You look nice. Relax.
I request everyone to keep their mics on mute so that, to ensure a good flow. So yeah, Jai Inglash Manike, Jai Adavaram. I welcome you all to Bhanushali Overseas Support System BOSS 6.0 webinar. ही वेबिनार 10th અને above grade जा જેટલા પણ સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ અહીં અને પ્રોફેશનલ્સ जिनके abroad studies અને work કરનું है હોની મનીલા કરે ખાસ ડિઝાઇન કરે में आयो है. So today, as we come together here virtually from different corners of the world, I am here before you all with a heart filled of immense gratitude and admiration. So in this webinar's opening moments, we are fortunate to witness the beautiful display of the prayer which is performed by our gracious Bhanushali foreign families. Kashyap, could you please play the Stuti?
तुझ शक्ति अनंत अपार हिंगोला मैया तुझ शक्ति अनंत अपार तुझ शक्ति अनंत अपार हिंगोला मैया तुझ शक्ति अनंत अपार
अच्छा मला बताया फेस वॉश है ये ट्यूब है बजा का नंबर नहीं दे सकता है
हिंगोला मैया तुझ शक्ति अनंत शक्ति अनंत अपार हिंगोला मैया तुझ शक्ति अनंत अपार दास भीम जी अर्ज करे छे दास भीम जी अर्ज करे छे संगठन तारो पार हिंगोला मैया तुझ शक्ति अनंत अपार तुझ शक्ति अनंत अपार हिंगोला मैया तुझ शक्ति अनंत अपार तुझ शक्ति अनंत अपार हिंगोला मैया तुझ शक्ति अनंत अपार
थैंक यू कश्यप. तर કાર્યક્રમની શરૂઆત બહુ જ સારી રીતે સ્તુતિ ગાઈને કરવામાં આવી છે. I express my gratitude on the behalf of boss team and everyone present here for such a wonderful stuti. We all know કે કોઈ પણ પ્રોજેક્ટ કે કામ શરૂ કરેલા ઉનનો એકડો સ્પેસિફિક ગોલ हुए तो અને ઉનનો જ ઉદ્દેશ્ય કે સાર્થક કરેલા ટીમ વર્ક અને સમય પ્રમાણે પરિવર્તન જે બહુ જ આવશ્યકતા हुए थी. એના જ પ્રમાણે આજથી ઘણે વારે પહેલા પાંજો શ્રી માતૃ સંસ્થા કચ્છી ભાનુશાલી સેવા સમાજ લાઈફ में एजुकेशन सेल्फ डेवलपमेंट અને સમાજી પ્રગતિલા કેટલો ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ આય ઇનકે ધ્યાન में रखी બોર્ડિંગ્સ અને એજ્યુકેશન જે લગતે ઘણે ફેસિલિટીઝ ડેવલપ કેવે અને અચ સમયજી નીડ પ્રમાણે जी एजुकेशन में ड्रास्टिक चेंजेस अचिंदाव्या इन ज नीड के ध्यान में रखी 1995 में औदवराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन OEF इनकी स्थापना थी. It is through this foundation that education जे लगते જેટલા પણ પ્રોજેક્ટ્સ અહીં वो execute થયા અને અજપણ રીતે बहुत સારી રીતે કમ થઈ રહ્યો है. So a big thanks to OEF for always encouraging youths and providing wonderful facilities and guidance. અને 2018 में આજથી 5 years પહેલા इंटरनेशनल एजुकेशन जी डिमांड અને इम्पोर्टेंस के ध्यान में रखीने बॉस जैसे कि भानुशाली ओवरसीज सपोर्ट सिस्टम जी रचना थी. बॉस औदवराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन जो एकड़ो बहुत क्रूशियल पार्ट है which is specially designed to deal with the queries of all the students and working professionals who aspire to seek work and study related guidance abroad. So yeah, now we are ready to begin our webinar, BOSS 6.0. It's very important to stay hydrated and maintain our energy levels throughout the webinar. Let's make the most of this opportunity given to us and gain valuable insights. So here's to the evening of learning, sharing and growth. Yeah, welcome once again. So now I'd like to welcome Shri Kachchi Bhanushali Seva Samaj Pramukh Naresh Bhai Shetya. And I request him कि पामणी के संबोधन करें. Kashyap, please play Naresh Bhai's video.
श्री कच्ची भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट रचित परम पूज्य संस्कृत औदवराम जी महाराज एजुकेशन ट्रस्ट के अंतर्गत संस्था बोस के अंदर में विदेश में भणतर तथा कम करींदल पांजा भानुशाली बाएं के मार्गदर्शन ला करीने एकड़ो सांजो 6 वागे प्रोग्राम आयोजित करे में आयो है. इनमें जरूर लाभ गिनो અને સાચીને વડા આજે પ્રોગ્રામ में લાભ गिनो. વેબિનાર.
Thank you Naresh Bhai. પાંજા પ્રમુખ શ્રી નરેશભાઈ દ્વારા હંમેશા પાંકે પ્રેરણા મિલી है અને ही પાંજે उत्साह में વધારે થયો है અને સંત શ્રી ઓદવરામ એજ્યુકેશન ફાઉન્ડેશન અને કચ્છી ભાનુશાલી સેવા સમાજ હંમેશા પા સાથે જાય. અને હું વેલકમ કરીને શ્રી કચ્છી ભાનુશાલી સેવા સમાજ ટ્રસ્ટ જા ટ્રસ્ટી Premjibhai Ratla to share his insights, say a few words to the audience. He has always been very inspirational and motivational towards all the Samaj activities and very generous and supportive person. So Premjibhai, over to you. Premjibhai here.
Sir, Premji bhai actually Vrindavan mein hai. He may join little late here and there. Let's see if he is here. Otherwise, he will join little late.
Okay.
Yep, we can go next.
Okay. So yeah, our next speaker is Lakshmikant Gajra, Shri Kachhi Bhanushali Seva Samaj Trust जा trustee है. LK अंकल जी हिकड़ी ख़ासियत आहे के ही हमेशा वैल्यू एडिशन अने स्किल बेस्ड एजुकेशन जा प्रखार हिम्मती रही अने हेनी वटानु पाण के हमेशा एजुकेशन जे लॻदे डिफरेंट आइडियाज मिलई आहे. तो अजी पासाथे थोड़ा पंहिंजा इनसाइट्स अने विचार शेयर करींदा. लक्ष्मीकांत अंकल, ओवर टू यू.
थैंक यू साक्षी. हरिओम मणिके.
हरिओम.
श्री कच्ची भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट अंतर्गत परम पूज्य संत श्री ओदराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन तरफ थी बॉस द्वारा ये छठो एन्युअल वेब पांजी मीटिंग है, वेबिनार है अने आऊं श्री कच्ची भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट अने ओईए तरफ थी सर्वप्रथम माननीय मने ट्रस्टी कमिटी या मेंबर माननीय श्री प्रमुख श्री ओदराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन जा कमिटी मेंबर मनी जो स्वागत करिया. तो साथे साथे अज्जा जे डिस्टिंग्विश मेरे स्पीकर हैं जे मार्गदर्शन दींदा भानुशाली यंगस्टर्स के उन्हीं जो पण स्वागत है और उन्हीं बदल हूँ आभार पण प्रकट करिया. तो समाज तरफ थी आज जेटला पण पार्टिसिपेंट हैं ई इनमें भाग गणी रही अनिमणी जो पर स्वागत है. अने खास करीने श्री कच्ची भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट अने ओदराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन तरफ थी जे यंगस्टर्स
हॅलो, काय कशा आहोत? खूप दिवसांनी काय झालं?
Keep your mics on mute. Other than speaker, I request everyone to keep your mics on mute. Thank you.
जे यंगस्टर्स अन एकेडमिक ईयर में हायर एजुकेशन ला करे अब्रॉड वनी रही अथवा व्याई उन्हीं मनी के अभिनंदन दिया. तो अने मुझी शुभेच्छा समाज तरफथी प्रकट करिया. तो साक्षी बहु सारी रीते पांजो इतिहास चे ने पांजे समाज जी प्रगति कई रीते थई एजुकेशन फील्ड में अने कोई पण समाज जे परिवर्तन के एक्सेप्ट नतो करे वो पाछळ रही तो ने पा विचार करो ने आज थी 75-80 वर्ष पहला पांजा वडीले ज्यार छोकरियों स्कूल में न वेती हुई त्यार छोकरी करे हॉस्टेल डेवलप क्यों. विचार करो अनी जो कटलो विजनरी वाई लो कटली मेहनत क्यों नो आज पा अन लेवल ते यूं ई पा मड़े आभारी यूं पांजे वडीले के जे उन वक्ते पको अकड़ो पगलो भर्यो अने अजाय न से पा पांजे डेस्टिनेशन ते पहुंची रहा है. पा ई शुरुआत ई लोग क्यों नो एज्युकेशन जी जब शुरुआत थी अने जन प्रमाणे पांजे समाज प्रगति के ने ई आऊं जे कंपेर करिया तो कारण के आऊं महाराष्ट्र में वड्डो थयो या मुझी कम्युनिकेशंस मरी कम्युनिटी साथे एजुकेशन जे फील्ड में वे तो ई लोग पण विचार करींदा के एटलो स्पीडी आज पांजो त्रीजो को चौथो जनरेशन है समझो पा जैरती पांजो समाज फॉर्म थयो तैर थी અને ત્રીજો ને ચોથો जनरेशन में पांजी जो प्रगति नहरियों था तो दरेक फील्ड में भानुशाली आके डसा जाता, कोई वो मेडिकल साइंस वे, वो इंजीनियरिंग वे, वो बिजनेस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन वे, इंडस्ट्री वे, ट्रेड वे, दरेक फील्ड में भानुशाली जड़ा जड़ा वे सक्सेसफुल थे। आभार वडीले जो कि जे शिक्षण प्रत्ये रुचि वतायो ते अने एनी के खबर हुई कि अने आभार अने पांजा जे ओदाराम महाराज एनी जे आशीर्वाद अने पाके आपणो मार्गदर्शन क्यों कि शिक्षण सिवाय कोई पण आजे पांजे समाजो हारो न। आज थी 6 वर्ष पहला ज्यारे पहलो वेबिनार रख्यो त्यारे प्रयोग तरीके स्टार्ट कियो कि भाई पाकड़ो प्रयोग कर्यो के बॉस भानुशाली ओवरसीज सपोर्ट सिस्टम में पाकड़ो मार्गदर्शन दे सकता अजी वटवृक्ष बनी गयो है। आऊं तो चाहतो के पांजे समाज ला करे आर्थिक दृष्टिए, सामाजिक दृष्टिए, शैक्षणिक दृष्टिए ये एक वडे मोटो क्रांतिकारक पगलो है। आज पा ओछे मोचो इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग करेक्ट मी कैलाश भाई के पा 35 थी વધુ कंट्रीज जे अंदर पांजो नेटवर्क उभो कयो है भानुशाली साथे। आज कोई पण भानुशाली जर आउट ऑफ इंडिया वनला मने इच्छे तो यंगस्टर छोकरो के छोकरी तो अराउंड देयर इंडिया व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप ते मैसेज वांचिया तो दरेक चीज में के मार्गदर्शन दन में अचे तो कि उनके आगे बनना है तो क्यों कोर्स करे जो, कई कंट्री सारी, कई यूनिवर्सिटी सारी, कदा उनके वीजा में प्रॉब्लम नहीं अचे। आऊं चाहतो के फेब्युलस जॉब डेफिनेटली क्रेडिट गोज टू एंटायर बॉस टीम पण साथे साथे समाज जे अंदर पण आपणो पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड कमिटी हमेशा धराईंदी वेती। असीं जर कमिटी गया कोई पण विचार रखूं था त्यारे असांखे पोछे में नथो अचे वाय, असांखे पोछे में अचे तो पोछे में नथो अचे, असांखे चे में अचे तो वाय नॉट, कोरेला न करो ई चीज। अने ई चीज जे है ये असांखे हमेशा प्रेरणा मिले थी। ये आखी यंग टीम जे कार्य करी रही है आज विचार करो न, आज धवल भानुशाली is the leading dermatologist, one of the leading dermatologists in USA. એટલે કોઈ પણ ફિલ્ડ में નહેરો था तो पांजा छोकरा छोकरी मई ठिकाने आगे नहीं। आज पांजो विराज he has gone to Oxford to do the degree in law. Not only that, अंजो जे इम्पैक्ट अची रह्यो है समाज ते अने ई इम्पैक्ट એટલો पॉजिटिव है કે કેટલી વાર પાકે लगे तो के टैलेंट की कोई कमी ना है पण अपनो जे सपोर्ट सिस्टम डेवलप करे में आई है वो सपोर्ट सिस्टम जे कारणे ई प्रगति शक्य बनी है। आंखे आश्चर्य लगदो के चंद्रयान 3 थर्ड अनमें भानुशाली जे इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट है अन जी क्रेन यूज करे में आई है इसरो तरफ थी तो કેટલો प्रोग्रेस है। ई की नंढी गाल ना है। आज 140 करोड़ की वस्ती के अंदर भानुशाली जो इंजीनियरिंग यूनिट है अने उनजो प्रोडक्ट जो चंद्रयान 3 में मेक इन इंडिया जे अंडर यूज करे में आयो है इट इज अ ग्रेट अचीवमेंट। वी ऑल आर प्राउड ऑफ इट। तो ई जे प्रोग्रेस है ई प्रोग्रेस समाज जी शिक्षण पद्धति अने जे पा मार्ग अपनायो शिक्षण सिवाय ई मळे शक्य न हो। आऊं आज की तारीख में जे टीम काम करी रही है उन्हीं मनी के पण अभिनंदन दिया तो अने मुझी शुभेच्छा हुई आगळ पण पा एड़ा प्रगति जा नवा नवा सोपान सर कर्यो एड़ी शुभेच्छा साथे थैंक यू। हरिओम।
थैंक यू लक्ष्मीकांत अंकल। आई बराबर चा के ओदवराम महाराज जी कृपा थी अने वणिले जी दीर्घदृष्टि अने आशीर्वाद थी घणे वर पहला पांजे शिक्षण जा बीज रोपाणावा अने भानुशाली सेवा समाज समयसर समय जी मांग के सतत रूपी पूरी करीने इनके अज એટલો એગ્યા વધી આય અને આજે જેટલા પોઈન્ટ્સ મેન્શન किया કે ઇઝરો में भानुशाली इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट जो क्रेन हले तो कोई धवल भानुशाली डर्माटोलॉजी में लीड करिए था ही मेरे समाज जे कोऑपरेशन थ्रू पॉसिबल थयो है। એટલે थैंक यू लक्ष्मीकांत भाई। we now move ahead. I would like to call upon Kailash Bhai. So, by bringing students, experts, and dream chasers together, Kailash Bhai 5 years ago had come up with a very innovative idea of creating Bhanushali Overseas Support System, which provides inspiration and invaluable support to all of us who wish to pursue studies abroad. He Odavram Education Foundation के बहुत significantly contribute क्यों no? He has also ignited a sense of leadership and empowerment among the youth like us by encouraging us to take lead and initiatives. So Kailash Bhai will talk more about it. Kailash Bhai, over to you.
Thank you, Sakshi. Madike, मुझे आवाज अच्छे तो? Just one or two, somebody.
Yes, you are audible. Kailash Bhai.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I'll not take much time. First of all, Madike, welcome. के पांजो भानुशाली ओवरसीज सपोर्ट सिस्टम जो छठो एडिशन बेसिकली 6 वरे पसार થઈ વ્યા and it has been a wonderful journey. साक्षी जो को छे, I would like to correct, it is a team work. श्री कच्छी भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट जो को पांजी मातृ संस्था है, ओपन आर्म्स थी हमेशा पाके सपोर्ट અને एनकरेजमेंट करिए था जो को पांजे सेवा समाज लीडर के एजुकेशन में आके करो करनो है, नेक्स्ट स्टेप्स करो ही अने एलके अंकल जो को यार अलग अलग पाके मुद्दा पासा से शेयर क्यों तो एकड़ो चीज आ एलके अंकल जरूर चोंदो गचोड़े वखत हम फोन से एनी साथे गाल करिया ने तो मुके एकड़ो पॉइंट है के पा वैल्यू एडिशन करो करी at this age and he has been involved with various activities. Value addition एकड़ो वर्ड आने से ई करछो आजे के असी यंगस्टर्स ला करे बहुत इंपोर्टेंट थई गयो के पा हॉस्टल्स नहीं पावटे पा अलग अलग प्रोग्राम करीता. Every new year we have to come up with new initiatives जो को समय साथे पांजे भानुशाली ज्ञाति के उपयोगी थी. That is what is the value addition. तो होनज हेतु थी 2007 में बहुत की शुरुआत थई and a punch year, and this is the 6th year we have completed. So congratulations to entire team. Before I share about the other OEF activities very quickly, Madike pehla to thank you so much Madike chela magato जो को पूरी टीम है सेवा समाज की पूरी टीम असांजा ट्रस्टी जितला भी असांजा ट्रस्टी है बेसिकली एटला एनकरेजमेंट साथे हमेशा असा के पॉजिटिवनेस दिए. कारोबारी कमिटी जा जितला भी मेंबर्स असांजा प्रमुख श्री नरेश भाई धनजी सेठिया अने जितला भी असांजा कारोबारी कमिटी जा मेंबर्स है मळे साथे मिलीने ही प्रोग्राम के ओवरसीज प्रोग्राम के सपोर्ट केनो ने अग्या वधारे नो. सो थैंक यू सो मच. होन पुठिया ओदराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन जी पूरी टीम असांजा चेयरमैन लक्ष्मीकांत भाई साथे साथे असांजा ब्या कमिटी मेंबर्स जितला भी ओईएफ जा टीम मेंबर्स है Madike, thank you. And without, I should not forget पांजा महामंत्री श्री हर्षित भाई मंगे जो को हमेशा पॉजिटिवनेस साथे अने मोर एनर्जी साथे Madike पुश करिए कि भाई नेक्स्ट लेवल पे पाके करो करे जो है. ओईएफ टीम जो को हेकड़ो पार्ट है ये बॉस जी जो को टीम के ही हेकड़ो बॉस जी एक्टिविटी के कुछ आज के हैंडल करे थी तो इनमें मड़े जुना नवा मड़े मेंबर्स के थैंक यू सो मच. मड़े जा नाला हूं नहीं गिनी सका बट एवरीबडी हैज कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटेड अ लॉट. सो हेकड़े जने जो पॉसिबिलिटी आए न के हेकड़ो जणो कोई करी सके पूरो टीम वर्क आए ने अगर हूं मड़े संख्या मड़े हूं जोड़ियो तो लगभग 50 થી 60 एक्टिव मेंबर बॉस जा लास्ट 5-6 वरे में ये जितनी भी एक्टिविटीज क्या आयूं इनमें एक्टिव रोल इनी जो वो तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल पा मड़े के कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करियो जस्ट फॉर दिस एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर एंटायर टीम. अने लास्ट में जो को बॉस जी हाने एक्सटेंडेड टीम जो को बनाई है जो को अगिया कृष्णा कटारिया पाके चौंदा ते है अब्रॉड प्रोग्राम कोऑर्डिनेटर जो को 35 થી 36 कंट्री हाने लेटेस्ट अपडेट थई वे 29. दिनेश भाई मुके कांटेक्ट हलाया करे इधर भी है एंड वी आर एबल टू ऐड मोर कंट्रीज आल्सो. 35 कंट्री में पांजा अब्रॉड प्रोग्राम कोऑर्डिनेटर्स हैं ते पांजी एक्सटेंडेड टीम है अने एनी जे सपोर्ट वगर अलग अलग कंट्री में पांजा जो को भी छोकरा बने था अने उन्हीं के पासे गाइडेंस ई एपीसीज दिए था. तो थैंक यू सो मच टू ऑल द एपीसीज આજ પાસે સાથે અમુક એપીસી જોડાયા અહીં લગભગ પાવટે 45 પ્લસ એપીસીઝ અહીં તો પાણી સાથે બી મિલબો તો મળે કે થેન્ક યુ જસ્ટ couple of lines more about the Odharam Education Foundation activities. पहला तो अलग अलग क्षेत्र में अलग अलग एज ग्रुप हिसाबे पांजी एजुकेशन जी एक्टिविटी थी थी जने छोकरो 8th स्टैंडर्ड में छे त्यारे 8th અને 12th ग्रेड सुधी जे छोकरेला करे करियर गाइडेंस सेमिनार कर्यो था जो सीजीएस કરીને છેલ્લા आई थिंक मे बी 15 years शैलेश भाई इफ यू कैन करेक्ट इन द चैट बॉक्स हेटला मळे वरेथी 8th અને 12th ग्रेड जे वेच में जितला भी स्टूडेंट थे मैंने के गाइडेंस कर्यो था करियर गाइडेंस होन पुठिया हणे अगर अब्रॉड एजुकेशन ला करी बहुत जो प्रोग्राम है होन पुठिया अगर जॉब ला करे अगर रेडीनेस आए तो प्रोत्साहन जो प्रोग्राम करी था कि प्रोत्साहन में रेज्यूमे के रीते बनाए जो इंटरव्यू के रीते देने जो अने इंटरव्यू पुठिया के जॉब के रीते सक्सेसफुल मिले इनला करे प्रोत्साहन जो प्रोग्राम करी था सिविल सर्विसेज ला करे मळे के खबर है भानु एस एकेडमी फॉर कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम जेजा असांजा लीडर कुणाल भाई कटारिया ई प्रोग्राम लास्ट 2 वरेथी बहु सक्सेसफुली रन थिए तो अने पांजे भानुशाली नॉलेज सेंटर रेरोली में स्टूडेंट्स हेर सिविल सर्विसेज जो बने जो करिए था तो भानु एस जो को है से साथे भानु एस में फाउंडेशन कोर्स पण है कि जो को एलिजिबल नहीं छोकरा जो को सिविल सर्विसेज जी एग्जाम देने ला करे छता एनी के सीखणो है 8th थी मथे वाला था अनला करे फाउंडेशन कोर्स भी है ही मळे एक्टिविटीज जे सिवा पांजी जितली हॉस्टेल पांजी अलग अलग जगह पे हॉस्टेल थी गच मळे जने के न खबर हुंदी भुज में कुमार छात्रालय कन्या छात्रालय जामनगर में कुमार छात्रालय कन्या छात्रालय अहमदाबाद में कन्या छात्रालय एरोली में कुमार छात्रालय अने कन्या छात्रालय साथे पुणे में वल्लभ विद्यानगर में मांडवी में ई मळे जगह ते जो को पांजी हॉस्टेल थी हॉस्टेल में जो को एजुकेशन मिले तो गाइडेंस मिले तो गृहपति गृहमाता जी ट्रेनिंग मळे एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन जी टीम इनमें महत्व जो एनो रोल अदा करिए था साथे साथे स्कॉलरशिप हमने की खबर होंगी कि ऑलमोस्ट 50 लाख रुपीज ऑफ स्कॉलरशिप एवरी ईयर मुख्याल से अराउंड 250 to 300 स्टूडेंट्स टुगेदर दे गेट इट અને ઓવરસીઝ એજ્યુકેશન લા કરે 8 લાખ જી સ્કોલરશિપ 1 લાખ ઈચ પર સ્ટુડન્ટ એટલે 8 સ્ટુડન્ટ કે સ્કોલરશિપ મિલે અને અગિયાવનીને ઈ સ્કોલરશિપ અને સપોર્ટ વધો જ રોંદો ફ્રોમ સમાજ તો ઈ બહુ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ ગાલ है સ્કોલરશિપ જી ટીમ પણ પાછા તે बहुत से प्रोग्राम में जोड़ाई गई है साथे साथे इन એટલાનું તો ગચમડે એક્ટિવિટીઝ નહીં सो नाउ आई समराइज स्पोर्ट्स में पण एक्टिविटीज કર્યું था कल्चरल प्रोग्राम में पण एक्टिविटीज કર્યું था અને એકડો ચીજ જો को पाके हाणे नेक्स्ट पाके नेरे जो आए અને दिस इज काइंड ऑफ एन अनाउंसमेंट फॉर एवरीबॉडी के आज आए 12 अगस्त 24 सितंबर जो वाली सम्मेलन साउथ गुजरात जो आयोजन करे में आयो है वापी में VIA हॉल में એટલે ही डेट आज कैलेंडर में लॉक करे विजा 24 सितंबर रविवार है वाली सम्मेलन 750 थी 800 जना एकड़े ऑडिटोरियम में मळे वाली सम्मेलन એટલે पेरेंटिंग सेमिनार छोकरा અને ઇનકા पेरेंट्स બોયલા કરી सेमिनार हुंदो पूरे डीजो तो वाली सम्मेलन भी है અને એડીતે ગચ મળે अलग अलग एक्टिविटीज ओधराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन करे थी અને दिस ईयर बाकी खबर है कि जनवरी फरवरी टाइम फ्रेम में एकड़ो नवो प्रयोग किया भानु युवा शिविर जो को 100 भानुशाली युवा के 3 days ला करे एकदम रिगरस फिजिकल અને मेंटल અને इमोशनल जो एवरीथिंग ट्रेनिंग मिले इनला करी पूरो प्रोग्राम है हेनवरे भी डिसेंबर अथवा तो जान्युआरी में थींदो तेड़ा अलग अलग प्रोग्राम्स एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन करे तो मळे यंगस्टर्स के आज 500 जना ज़ूम ते અને મુખ્યાલથી 150 जना यूट्यूब ते मळे 350 प्लस जने के मुके रिक्वेस्ट है कि અહીં કોઈ પણ પ્રોગ્રામ में જોડાયેલા મગદાઓ एज अ वॉलंटियर प्लीज असा के रीच आउट करी जा असी प्रोग्राम अगे वधो એટલે चैट बॉक्स में ई चैट बॉक्स में लिंक शेयर करीबो અને હું ग्रुप्स में जरूर जोड़ाई जा इफ यू ऑल अंडरस्टूड इफ यू आर एबल टू लिसन टू मी करेक्टली मळे के समझा जे तो द टाइप यस इन द चैट बॉक्स के मुके बहु गमे के पार्टिसिपेंट्स मने रिप्लाई करिए टाइप यस इन द चैट बॉक्स इफ यू अंडरस्टूड एवरीथिंग बेसिकली सो दैट आई कैन नो के કેટલે જણે કે કરો ખબર પડી या ऑलराइट messages keep coming yes only Jinal Chandra one person maybe जो computer slow है okay it is hang થઈ ગયો yes if you type yes that means you understood everything અને throughout this program I'm gonna wrap it up my quick speech is that पंहिंजो कम्युनिकेशन आहे से चैट बॉक्स ते थींदो तो साक्षी के पूरो सपोर्ट करी जा आखी जेको हैर जी बॉस जी टीम आहे अगर केतिरे की पण मिस्टेक थिए तव्हांखे ख़बर आहे कि आके फॉरगिव करे जो आहे एंटायर टीम इज नॉट इवन ग्रेजुएट 12+4 ग्रेजुएशन भी गचमणे जो नहीं थियो एंड दे आर हैंडलिंग this Zoom technical, they are handling the hosting part, they are handling everything basically. So a big round of applause and congratulations to entire team for putting this together. Thank you so much, and over to you, Sakshi.
Kailash bhai, it was wonderful listening about all the activities and very briefly mentioned. We all have to remember that all these activities mentioned, like we have to make the most out of these opportunities because not every community provides a platform to their students to, come up with brilliant ideas and so make the most out of it. Okay, so तव्हांखे ख़बर आहे कि छेल्ले 5 वरे थी बॉस टीम गचमणे स्टूडेंट्स के हेल्प केने पंहिंजा ड्रीम्स अचीव करेला and today they are studying in different places. The journey began in 2018 and today it is yielding really good results in 2023. Our next speaker has been a part of this journey and knows how important it is to get the right guidance and support. We all are privileged to hear from Krishna Kataria, who has been an integral part of Bhanushali Overseas support system from the last 5 years. And as Kailash bhai mentioned, she is the lead of BOSS since last 2 years. So let's get ready to listen and learn more about BOSS, activities related to it, what it does, how to reach out the team, etc. So Krishna, over to you.
Hari Om Manike. As Sakshi rightly said, that BOSS team has been working very hard since last 5 years, and I think I would like to highlight and nera hunda ki Kailash bhai cho ke asi hen ware yuva shibir start thai, which means ki panjo samaj aji youngsters ke involve kare to many activities mein. Similarly, this way, this year, kudos to all the new volunteers. We have 10+ volunteers who have worked really hard for this BOSS webinar 6.0, a new team, a new young refreshing team. So I will take you in next 10 minutes quickly ke BOSS 2018 mein ki start the ho and where it has reached in 2023 and what is our upcoming vision. Kashyap, if you can just share the presentation. Thank you. Yes, next slide. Yes, so as you can see, the BOSS journey had basically intention wo BOSS Bhanushali Overseas support system jo कि जितला भी students हैं, जितला भी professionals हैं, जो बाहर बने था, जो कम करिए था, हु मनी जो पास strong network बनायूं, आणि हिकड़ी पंहिंजे community में घणे लोगों के idea ना है कि अगर मुके Canada वञणो आहे, अगर मुके Europe वञणो आहे, त किन जे किन साथे टच में रहा, कोर करिया, who can guide me well. So basically, more than creating a guidance, apart from creating a guidance support system, we had tried to create a very strong network. So asi 2018 में start किया वो, and 2018 में I remember आऊँ just नेरला वही BOSS के कोर आए कहते हैं because I was also interested to study abroad. And hardly 20 students wa jo logo aaya wa, and there were 200 people jo attend kiyo wo seminar. Tasi 2018 2019 mein seminar kiyo wo, and again in 2020 jade COVID aayo, we didn't give up. We converted the seminar to webinars, and since 2020 asi webinars kariyo tha, and we have more students. Even in 2020 2021 we had more than 20+, 30+ students who were going abroad or wanting to study abroad. And BOSS team helped them in each and every way possible. But I khali WhatsApp te to koi saate communicate karine help na kari saga, right? So in 2021, we actively started working on creating abroad program coordinators. Jaite ke Kailash bhai jo initially we had 17 APCs. And now we have APCs, we have crossed 40+ countries to APCs. Wherever, अगर भी student के Russia choyo या Ukraine choyo या आई कोई भी European countries choyo जैसे कि Finland and Scandinavian countries, Canada, UK, US, almost on Manija IPC members are ready, very actively ready to help all the students and professionals. And in 2022, we continue to have webinar, and more than only doing webinars, asi gach made WhatsApp groups, asi gach made LinkedIn groups, and made create karjo stalu kyo, asi website ke active kyo. So tech, even in technicality, boss progress in the IY. Next slide. Yes, so I already explained kari kedo hai ki asanji journey 2018 to start thi, and how where we have come in 2020. So apart from doing webinars and seminars, asi even Sammelan kyo wo 2020 mein, called as International Bhanushali Sammelan IBS, jinme more than 50 countries da Bhanushalis madine medavo kyo wo online. And it was a COVID time, and everyone was so surprised that acha he in country mein hai. And it was a great initiative, and in coming years we are gonna again do International Bhanushali Sammelan. We also in 2021 did a meeting of APC jade initially khali 13 to 17 countries da members were, and today I think last month we had 20 and then 30, and now we have 40 plus countries da APC members. And again in 2022, we all know that there are a lot of students jo pinji medical studies like Ukraine Veneta, they opt to study in Russia. And we know ki what situation way 2022 mein, Russia, Ukraine je viche. We had more than 6 to 7 students stuck in those countries, especially in Ukraine, studying, doing their medical studies. And from start to end, from contacting embassies, from making sure that they all are safe, they have safely reached their home country, India, boss team was there with them. And so it's not only limited to education or professional activities, but also if any student or professional is stuck abroad, and Panji community, our community is right there to help them. And in 2023, again, we are aiming to have more country-specific webinars. We are aiming to have more country-specific knowledge given to all students. Next slide. So what does Boss India do? Asi bo basic cheez kariyo ta hidati. Again, via webinars asi awareness spread kariyo ta. Asi year wise data banayo ta ke kitla students bene ta, kitla students kin country mein course kariye ta, kitla professionals karte bhane ta core kariye ta. And again, to repeat, we have formed an APC team जो असांखे आइडिया ॾे थी कि पंहिंजा किन कंट्री में, इवन मलेशिया चयो या सिंगापुर चयो, मनी कंट्रीज में कितला पंहिंजा भानुशालीज़ आहिनि and what all they are doing. And then again, webinars and seminars is an annual function जो every year थिए थो. असी इंडिया में जो भी पंहिंजी टीम आहे, हाणे त टीम अजी वॾी थी वई आहे, ही मनी साथे कोऑर्डिनेट करे and हिकिड़ी सिस्टम and हिकिड़ो गाइडेंस सिस्टम बनाए जो करे थो, अने ही वधो वञे थो. Going ahead, I'll explain you की वधो वञे थो. Next slide, please. So again, I'll repeat karindi कि असी की annual activities कयूं आई, not limiting ourselves to seminars and webinars, but we have done, we have also made Canada country specific webinar जो असी हिन बारे launch करे जो सोचियो था, which talked about what all can be done, like start to end, student ji journey thi kare, professional thi journey thi kare, citizenship ki ginni, PR process ko raha hai. What are the major questions a person opting to go into that country can have? So this year we are aiming to have more country specific knowledge and webinars. And again, as mentioned, we'll also create a stronger connectivity with all our APC members. We are also streamlining कि असी की अजी professional way में help करी सगुता students and professionals boin ke. And as you all can see, we are making a younger team who can help us with all the boss activities. Next slide, please. So our snapshots unda ke 2018 mein kaise start the. You can see there was a smaller team. There's Kailash Bhai there who led this, who came up with this idea. And there's this 2019 we did again seminar, 2020. And 2021, next slide, webinar CQI. You can see all the snapshots. 2022, again, we did a webinar. All the speakers we have called. And we called Kuntal Joycer last year. and to give us a keynote speaker. And next slide. Yes. And this is where we have reached in the last 5 to 6 years. So on YouTube, all the videos that we have uploaded have garnered more than 44,000 views. And I don't think so I have an exact count. And especially असे एकड़ो group बनायो है, groups.io, ये एकड़ो platform है, जिड़ा students पिंजी query भेजी सकते, query upload करी सके था, and जे भी APC members हैं, जो भी experts हैं on platform, they who on query के answer करिए था. And it's a simple thing. It's connected to Google as well. It's simple to operate. And I remember at start, we hardly had 30 to 40 members. And today we have 240 members. And we have tried to resolve 123 questions. And we also have 2 WhatsApp groups. Initially, there were like 200 to 300 students member of it. And now we have crossed 700 plus membership. Till now, we have collected data of more than 500 Bhanushalis. We have more than 40 APC members. And as you can see, we are constantly growing, and we have called on the platform more than 50 plus renowned experts, not only talking about master's education abroad, but also PhD education, scholarship, how to prepare, what preparation to do before you go abroad, what preparation to do after you go abroad. So, and if you want to set up a professional business there, what all you can do. So we have tried to cover all the topics, and I think even today we'll try to cover more innovative topics. Next slide, please. This is the snapshot of the first APC meeting. Next slide. I think asi catch-ups we can. You can see Canada catch-up. There's been a catch-up in US. There's been a catch-up in Australia. Jitla bhi Panja Bhanushalis hain, they do meet for dinner and festivals. Next slide. This is a catch-up of Australia. You can see them met for lunch and dinner. Next slide. This is our first country-specific webinar, jo Canada te based to, looking at the stats. Students are going more in Canada and all these countries. So we started with Canada, talking about start to end, jitli bhi details. We have called on all the experts. Next slide. And yeah, this is an important update that I see sync up with students who were stuck in Ukraine, but we didn't only sync up with them, we started helping them, and we were in touch with their parents from start to end, helping them, assisting them. And I think the good news is we have Kailash Bhai and the team have worked really hard to work on this documentary where they have interviewed our Bhanushali students ki panji at in Indian community and students ke help kene at such a large level. It's not easy to contact embassies and to be in touch with people there stuck in Poland, stuck in Ukraine, stuck in Russia, and be in touch with their parents as well. So a documentary has been made and the trailer is out too. And soon we'll all share this in all our Bhanushali groups. Next slide, please. And we Ajay Crow Sari Shish in 2021 and 2022 Panjo North America Bhanushali Samaj Stapit Thyo, and all the students who on countries ke North America, Canada, I think on countries ke include Canada. And we also had a collaborative meeting with NABS people. He NABS mostly US में पांच जितना भी भानुशाली students हैं, professionals हैं, उनके large level they actively help करिए था. But not only helping them, also involving them in all kind of cultural and curricular activities. I think going ahead, we have Kirti Bhai jo inke baare mein detail dena. Thank you. Next slide, please. Yeah. In short, this is how we all can get connected with BOSS. Email groups, as I mentioned, by email group thing, groups.io and groups.io Bhanu Overseas. You can upload all your questions there. We have 2 WhatsApp groups also, as you all can see. We'll send the link in this chat down below. Please join them right now. And we also have LinkedIn groups. All the professionals there, professionals and students out there can join this group, and website also. Any queries you have, you can always put it on WhatsApp group and groups.io. All kinds of experts will reach out to you back. They're very fast, they're very quick with everything. We also have different groups for Canada, US, UK, Europe. They can definitely help you and make you part of that group. Next slide. Yes, boss जो vision I think पांके आउ जरते जो कि ऐसी एकड़ी guidance system तो तैयार करी है but ऐसी इनके expand करे जो सोची था. And as I mentioned, we'll also do Bhanushali Sammelan, we'll do country-specific webinars, we'll get in touch with more students, asi aji student connectivity ke stronger karibo, professional connectivity ke strong karibo. Next, please. Next slide. Yes, so to come to a conclusion, you all can put your queries there, but also anything, koi bhi doubt hundo, I WhatsApp te tavijda, but our team and every experts will be active, and you can please register for this webinar so you can get in touch with all the experts and you can see ke I abroad study la socha tha, but hunla kare what it takes to go there and how a Bhanushali community can help you all. Thank you so much. Hari Om.
Thank you, Krishna. That was really wonderful of you to, beautifully put together the journey of BOSS, all the activities it has been conducting, and the way it has been creating a very stronger network of Bhanushalis abroad. So Krishna has shared 2 links in the group, which is a WhatsApp group link and an email group link. It has already 700 members plus. So he information agar anke road anke edo khapa ke anke mildi rahe, तो ये मेरे group join करी जा before we move on to our next speaker. So a request to everyone to quickly join the groups. Okay, so here we move on to the next thing on our agenda is APC video. As Krishna wonderfully highlighted in her presentation, our abroad program coordinators or APCs have really played a wonderful role mentoring students in their overseas journey. And, Krishna said, it really makes me proud to hear that we have 45 plus APCs spread across in more than 35 countries. So, their commitment to helping students and working professionals is really very inspiring. Now, to help you all better acquainted with the incredible APCs, BOSS team has created a video. Kashyap, could you please play the video? Wow, itla many APCs. That was very inspiring. We all are very grateful for the dedication of these APCs that they have put in mentoring and helping students. Now I would like to invite our wonderful APCs who are present with us today to join us on screen. While we don't have much time, we would love to hear a few words from one or two of you. So if you could just come on screen and share your insights or experiences.
Okay, I think many of APCs are there. So Tushar bhai, if you can just a video chalu karine just say hello to everybody. That's our request. Pahar jetla bhi APCs jahar made nere apa video. Amuk APCs are here today. So Kishore bhai, Tushar bhai, please turn on the video, whoever is available, and we can show a grid view or something basically.
It's on grid view, local settings. YouTube will see the grid view. Local zoom you can change to grid.
Yeah. Shambhu bhai is here. Just a quick call out, Madeke. Jetla bhi abroad program coordinators, they just come online and say hello to all. Tushar bhai, you are here. Swati Ben, you are here. Who else is here?
Hari Om Manike. I thought I'll just quickly introduce myself. I am one of the APCs, and thanks Kailash Bhai and every member, each and every member of BOSS, to reach out to people and find them. I mean, it's like everybody wanted to help. Manike help karni hai, Manike involved thyu, Manike engaged thyu, but they don't know how. So this is a good platform to enable even the APCs and individuals to come around to offer their help. Otherwise, we would not know where to go. And it's harder to reach out to individuals or wider people. So thank you, BOSS team and entire Odharam Education Foundation.
Thank you so much. Do we have someone else coming in? Okay, so that's it. Yeah, so your words were a source of inspiration to all the attendees here who are looking forward for their own journeys abroad. Your APC's guidance will always, be with us. Now, thanks once again to all the APCs for their incredible efforts, and a humble request to stay in the webinar till the end, as we have a wonderful bunch of speakers coming in. Okay, so we move on to our next agenda, that is speakers. Okay, so we all know that studying abroad is more than just acquiring a degree from a foreign institution. ये एक transformative journey है, जो को पानी academic and professional life के ना, पण पांजे personal growth के पण cater करे थी. Each of our speakers today has experienced these profound transformation, and Hunija insights will undoubtedly touch our hearts and ignite our passion to explore the world beyond our borders. The Aji made speakers pinja invaluable experiences share karela, pasathe agree kyo no, which I believe will motivate all of us who wish to pursue studies abroad in the coming years. So here we have our first speaker, Yuri Jagani. Let me give you an introduction of Yuri. He is a senior product manager at a fintech startup, and he made it to USA in 2014 when he came here to get his master's done in computer science from California State University. Yuri is a kind of people person. While pursuing his career, he has also pursued a passion of content creation. So his YouTube channel and social media have become a source of inspiration for thousands. He talks about the challenges, career, and the process of settling in the life of an immigrant in the USA. And today here he is before us with a large audience of 400,000 plus on various social media platforms such as
कृपा करी लाइन पर बनिया रहो.
put your mics on mute. Yeah, thank you. So today,
you're
Okay.
speaking with has put your call.
Sheetal Shetya. Please everyone, keep their mics on mute.
હોલ્ડ પર રાખ્યો છે કૃપા કરી લાઈન પર બન્યા રહો.
Sheetal, you are on mute.
I'll put all on.
Okay, so let's continue. So here UD, our first speaker is with 400,000 plus followers on Instagram, LinkedIn, and all his newsletters. So next here, UD, over to you.
All right. Just let me make sure you can hear me. Yes.
Yeah, you're perfectly audible.
All right, cool. Awesome. Yeah, thank you for that introduction, Sakshi. And I love this. I wish I had something like this when I was coming to United States, which I could have definitely got benefit from. So you are all lucky that you have some community like this where you can get benefit from this. So again, thank you for having me here. I hope that my only goal is to provide you some form of value to you today. And I know my topic is to talk about how to get job in United States. I don't know, like, do we know how many people are right now? Do we have, I don't know, did you guys do the poll already? If how many are in fall 2023 versus next year? Is that already happened? I may have missed it. Is that poll happened, Sakshi? Do you know?
No, we have this time we have around 48 students going in different countries. Like we don't have an exact number for the United
Okay.
States. But yeah, there
Alright,
are many
alright.
who are already
Cool.
there and who are planning to go.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'm gonna share my screen. Let's see. Can you guys see my screen? Yeah.
Yes, it's visible.
All right, cool. And then I'm gonna. Okay, cool. So here's who I am. Like Sakshi mentioned, I came to United States in 2014. I'm from lower middle class family. I'm from Mumbai and grew up in Chawl system. Everybody said it's impossible. Luckily, I was able to come through some personal loans and friends and family. And then I did my master's in computer science from California State University at Chico. I'm also from Chico. But then after first semester, I realized that this is not something I want to do because I was like, I am not a person who can just code forever. So I'm a people person. I love talking to people. I love building relationships. So then I pivoted my career from computer science to project management, program management, and product management. That's why I am a product manager. I make content on this very topic: how to come to United States, how to get a job, what's the life of an international student in United States look like. These are my social handle, and I do something simple, which is we send a lot of like free resources and guides, which I curate over time every week. So that's my newsletter that comes to your email if you want to subscribe. But that's me. Let's talk to the main. I know I have like very limited time today, so I'm gonna try to cover as much as I can. But I'm gonna talk about how do you really get job in United States. There's just two ways to get a job in United States, two main ways to get a job in United States. One is referrals and networking. That is my preferred and recommended way. And then second one is online application. This is a fun fact, and not a lot of people know that in United States, 60 to 70% of hiring happens just through referral and networking. So that's why a lot of people will say that networking is the key to getting a job in United States. So you should definitely focus on networking. We're not going to cover that because a lot of you will cover on like focus on online applications. So I'm going to teach you how to get there and how to do online application as well. But before that, one of the shocking timeline for a lot of students is that they don't realize that how the whole timeline happens. And here's what it looks like. For a lot of students who are going in fall 2023, they're probably flying right now. And this is when they land in United States. So if you're going in fall 2024, you're probably landing in, August 2024. But here's the crazy part. All these big company, Salesforce, Facebook, Microsoft, all the dream companies people have, they hire for summer internship, which is summer 2024, in September, November timeline. So imagine this, like you landed, you're still figuring out your apartment, utility bills, and all of that. And all of a sudden you start noticing that people are getting interview calls and you're not even ready yet. You don't even have your resume ready. You don't even have your LinkedIn profile ready. So this is where like a lot of people get shocked and they miss out on this opportunity. They go into this full depression mode where they are like, I am not good enough. I'm not going to make it. Luckily, you do have a winter's break during December. So this is where you'll start working on your resume, LinkedIn, and all of that, which is what you'll need for your job applications. Then there are, I also want to give some hope that there are companies, which is mid-sized companies, startup companies, they will be hiring from January to May. This is where like most people wake up and get this wake-up call and try to compete with one another to get the internship during this phase. But my goal is that hopefully after this session, you are able to just get internship in these companies even before you get to the next semester. So because once you have it here, you can like chill in this semester and like you already know you are good, versus so stressed over here, you have to focus, get a good grade, etc. And then obviously you'll be doing your internship in this time frame. So below is also where I've prepared like what you should be doing. So if this was mainly when I was doing my May workshop, but if you were from May to June is where you should have been working on resume, portfolio, networking. Obviously that's gone. We are in August right now. So I'm going to teach you how to do all of that in this next 15 minutes I have. And then this is the timeline, like what you should be working, application, networking, interview prep. Hopefully you'll be interviewing it. And then it's not like the first interview you will get, you will crack it. You will have to, you'll fail some interview, you'll learn from it. You'll realize like, oh, I need to improve on my speaking skills. I need to improve on these answers, behavioral questions or coding questions, etc. So on that, we are going to do some hands-on things today. First thing which I realize a lot of people don't have is their clarity, like job search clarity. So what is it that you want to do is very important before you start even your job search. And this is what I mean by your target role or your clarity. When I ask like, okay, what career do you want to have, or like what job role do you want to have? A lot of people will say, I want to do something in tech, but also something business, maybe some management. I don't want to do coding. That seems like a career area or a focus area, but not really a job target role. So that is where you have to realize like what exactly is your target role. It could be product manager, program manager, business analyst, marketing manager, product marketing manager, maybe software engineer. There might be a lot of software engineers here. So based on that, you need to figure out like what is your target role, and I'll teach you how to get to your target role. Then you need to figure out like what are the target companies. Like you might have, I want to only work for Google. I only want to work for Tesla or Microsoft or so and so. And then once you know that, you will have to figure out like what are the skills required for that target role or for that target role or that target companies, and figure out, is that all the skills you have you need? So here we go. Target role, what are you really interested in? This is where you will have to do some soul searching, some introspection. What do you really like? What soft skills do you have? Soft skills meaning you might have some communication skill, leadership skill, coordination skills. Those are all like soft skills. team building, so though that's soft skills. And hard skills, maybe you have data analysis, you really know well SQL, or you really know Excel, or web designing, whatever that is. I'm focusing more on tech because I'm in tech. Same concept applies to any career industry. Then what do you enjoy the most? What recharges you? Like, for example, I figure out that coding is not something will recharge me, it will drain me. So I don't want to do that. But talking to people recharges me. Like doing this presentation is something I'll be like super energized after this, like, because this is something I love doing it. I get energy from this. So what are those things? You want to start writing it down and have those lists ready. I'm going a little faster than I would, but I want to actually get to the main part of it. So here's like, I love building products that solves customers' problem. This is who I am at the core of it. The soft skills, I have communications, leadership, marketing. Those are my soft skills. Hard skills, I have how to write user stories, product requirement documents, Jira, Confluence. These are the tools I know, etc. What do I enjoy? I enjoy understanding customers' journey and problem that helps me solve through technology. I can help them solve through technology. That is what I truly love. What do I hate? What drains me? Coding. So that was an example. So again, take this, apply it in your your example, and see what you come up with. So how many of you have used ChatGPT? I don't know if people can chat in chat right now, but assuming you must have heard of ChatGPT. Yeah, all right. Some people, I can see some of you said me yes. Cool. Okay. So obviously a lot of you, almost every engineering student, that makes sense, obviously. Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, it's a AI model, which you can think of it as your personal assistant. They know everything. So this is where ChatGPT comes in very handy to figure out your target role. Here's what I did. I said, hey, act as a career coach. Please give me job title. And this is a screenshot. I don't know if you can see it. I can actually open the ChatGPT. Here we go. So I said, okay, hopefully you can still see it. Please give me job titles based on this information. I love building product. Again, this is from my first slide that solves customers' problem. My soft skills are communication, blah, blah, blah. My hard skills are writing product requirement, blah, blah, blah. I get energy from understanding customers' problem and solving them using technology. So I said that, and then look at that. ChatGPT told me what could be my target roles. Product manager, which is what I am today. Product owner, I had that role before. Business analyst, technical writer, marketing manager, so and so. So these are like 9 roles ChatGPT came up with. I'm sure if you tell ChatGPT give me 15 roles, it'll give you more. So this is one of the ways where you can find what is your target role. So same thing, apply the same concept and see what you come up with. Once you know that role, then you can go to LinkedIn. I'm assuming all of you are on LinkedIn. Someone said, direct messaged me is saying, please show how to use ChatGPT to write our assignments. All right, so hopefully you all are on LinkedIn, and if not, you should be on LinkedIn. We will be talking about LinkedIn today as well. So once you know that you want to be a product manager based on this role, right? So you got like, all right, I want to be product manager. Then what you want to do is go to job. You want to do product manager, and then like figure out which role you really like. Maybe this one. Then what you want to do is you want to understand responsibilities, read through some of the job description and see, do you think that this is something you will enjoy? So like once you do that exercise, then you want to ask these questions, which is, would I like the work? Would I learn from this role? Will I get energy from this role? How recession proof is this? I mean, this is like a little hard to predict. Do I have the skills I need to succeed? Would this role help me achieve my long-term goals? So these are type of the questions you want to ask when you find your target role. So you find your target role, you go to LinkedIn, find some of those job description, read them, and then ask yourself these questions. And hopefully you find like good alignment. Now, what you can also do is you can start reaching out to people. So same thing I can do is like I can reach out to seniors or alumni, people who are working in this target role. So I could actually, instead of jobs, I could filter on people. So this will give me all the people who are product managers. So for example, Himanshu, like maybe I don't want to go to second, I want to go on my first connection. And as soon as I filter it, all right, so I know these people are product managers. I can reach out to them and I can ask them the same question. I can ask them these questions, which are basically, why did you choose this company? What's your favorite part of the job? Did you have any advice if I am interested in this role, etc.? So again, these are the questions. You don't have to ask the same question, but you could ask these questions to better understand the role. Again, all of this you have to do to really know if you don't know what my target role is, where should I go, etc. So this is where the LinkedIn comes in really handy, and you should be using LinkedIn. This is where like networking comes in very handy. This is again not to ask for referral. Like you shouldn't be joining LinkedIn and say, can you give me referral to project manager? Versus you should actually ask these questions, which is more informational. All right, cool. Now, if you're going to United States, you most likely will need H-1B visa, which is like a work visa. So when you start targeting companies, you obviously want to know, is the H1 company providing H-1B visa or not? And then you can also ask ChatGPT, LinkedIn, etc. So one of the cool website I have is H1B data.info. So if you're going to United States, this should be one of the website you should be looking at, because this website will give you all the companies that got off like H1B. Sorry, we are looking at 2023. All the companies that got H-1B visas, why is it not? Sorry, this is a technical issue. Oh, it's searching for. Okay. You can see. Again, you will be able to navigate this website, but there's like a lot of companies. You will see how many they file H-1Bs, what were the average salary, if they got approved or not approved. Similarly, there is a Chrome plugin, which also gives you whether the company is offering So there's a plugin called Ultimate H-1B, and that gives you like not an H-1B sponsor. So that basically tells me that if I apply to this company, I'm not going to get H-1B because they have not sponsored H-1B yet. So basically what they're doing is they have a API, which is calling USCIS API, and then they're finding out that. Super technical, but again, you want to target the companies which gives you H-1B so you can get work visa, etc. Similarly, you can also ask ChatGPT like, hey, here we go. I have already asked that. I asked ChatGPT, continue this conversation, if it can. But basically, I asked ChatGPT, if I want to be product manager, because from that target role, give me like companies which has 500 to 10,000, 1,000 employees, and give me 30 product companies. And this is where like you can see like it gave me all the list of companies which are like really product-based companies. And I can start looking into these companies as soon as I like lock into my target role and target companies. Same, once you can also go to LinkedIn and find out if you what are the companies, where is the location, etc. I'm skimming through because I'm also watching my time, and I know I have like 10 more minutes, so hopefully I can cover a lot more. Now is where you want to identify the skill gaps, like from the job description and LinkedIn and ChatGPT, you want to start working on building those gaps. For example, before I go to next, so what you can, I'm logging into my ChatGPT so I can show you some live examples. There we go. Okay. Oh, not Chase. So, all right. So I can ask ChatGPT, what you can do is like, hey, here are 5 job descriptions. So again, this is skills and experience. Do I use ChatGPT daily? Yes, I use ChatGPT almost every day, almost every hour. So what you want to do is like take like 5 jobs from here, 5-10 different jobs, because now that you've figured out that you want to be a product manager or a project manager or software engineer, you want to take this job responsibility, copy paste that. So that's what I did over here. I said, if I go like, hey, can you please create a table with soft skills, hard skills, tools, responsibility based on the job description? And then I copy pasted all my job description. And then it gave me a table. I asked them like, can you combine this into these columns? So you can see the soft skills I'll need for these roles: customer-centric, inventive, communication, leadership, risk-taking, experiment. These are soft skills. Hard skills are data analyst, product management, strategy, market research, etc. So again, this is where you will take this and realize like, what do you have and what you don't have? And whatever you don't have, you want to start working on. You don't have to be a tech guy to become a product manager. Sorry, I'm also answering questions while people are chatting with me. But you can get to know what are the skills which you don't have, and then start building on those skills. This is very important. Like this is the most important part in job search. Like if you don't have skills, then they're not going to hire you, even if you're doing your master's in top industry or top universities. So that's why it's important for you to realize that, all right, I don't have Confluence, Jira. Can I build a project which can be your personal project and then start working on it? So that's what you would want to do as soon as you know the gaps of your skills. Yeah, you can see this is, again, I did the same thing again. So that's, again, taking a little pause here, you figure out what your target role is based on the role, companies, and then you reach out to the people, you get the skills required for the target role you want to do, and then you start building those skills, because you will need the skill to put it in your resume to get the job, to get the interviews, etc. Now, let's talk about something which I do often, is keeping yourself accountable. Job search process is like very time consuming, and a lot of time it's also very depressing, because you apply every day and you get rejections. So you want to create like some form of tracker. It can be as simple as a spreadsheet or a Notion. I use Notion. It can be as simple as like list of companies you are applying to, the status, like, okay, I've applied, I'm still researching, I have a network or a referral in this. So just a simple spreadsheet where you can go back and do it, and then create a schedule for yourself, like a weekly goals, like I said here. Maybe I want to apply 10 applications on Monday and 10 hiring manager DMs. I'm going to show you how to find hiring managers on LinkedIn. And then Tuesday, I'm going to do this, etc. And then, on Sundays, you want to plan, all right, what my next week is going to look like. So again, if you see the total, I didn't do the total, but it's 10 hours over here. So it's going to take 10 hours a week, which is not a lot, which you can easily manage if you spend like 1-2 hours daily. But if you have some form of rhythm, schedule, etc., then you will be able to figure out your strategy, and then you can keep yourself accountable if you have some form of tracker, like a job tracker. There is another tool called Career Flow, which is what I recommend everyone. It's a free tool. There is a premium version. I have the premium version. If you want like a discount, I can send the link to Sakshi. But same thing you can do. So this is like, let's say I am applying for this, right? All right. For example, I can say I want to apply for this position. What I can do is I can save job to my job tracker. That's a plugin from Career Flow. What will happen is if I refresh it, you will see my job over here. So it's all my saved jobs here. I've applied, I'm interviewing, I've got an offer, rejected. You can also create another columns over here, like instead of applied, interviewing, offer, like preparing, researching, etc. You can also have like all your documents, like different resume, etc. Same thing. So so have some form of tracker is what I would recommend to keep yourself accountable. Okay. Now, like I said, there's 2 ways to apply. One is online application, and second is referrals. And again, online application is what I'm going to cover. Referrals is something, hopefully you can watch my videos or we can, if I get invited again, I'll teach more. But resume is the most important part of this whole online application because that's the only document they see. And along with your resume, LinkedIn is going to be another most important part of this job search journey. So what's your story? Map that story to your target role, quantify it. Keywords are your best friends. Again, there's all these companies use something called ATS, which is application tracking system. What they do is they put some form of keywords in that all right, for product manager, these are the 10 keywords. If the resume have these keywords, then pass it to me. If it doesn't, then just automate it and send them a rejection email that, sorry, we found someone better than you. So that's why keywords are the most important part of it. Once you have passed the keyword, you want to quantify your result, because a lot of time what I've seen people do is like, I worked as so-and-so. So that tells me what you did, but didn't tell me what the results you accomplished. So I'll show you quickly. Okay, so again, I'm going to skip through this. ChatGPT again. I want to apply for product manager role based on this description, which again, copy paste this just job description. Create the column. So this is where the screenshot is. You can see all these are the keywords which I need to integrate it in my resume. So my job will be to figure out how to integrate all these keywords into my resume. Once I've integrated it, so again, based on these keywords, once I've integrated, what I will do is like, I'll say like, hey, here are the keywords you told me, and here's my resume. Can you identify what are some things which I'm lacking? And can you tell me how to add it? So this is where like you'll have to build your resume. Again, I don't have a lot of time, but here are some of the example. If you're going to United States, you will have your education here on the top. You don't have to have it unless you have a work experience. Like if you have a relevant work experience, you might want to put that on the top. But if you don't have a relevant work experience, your education is the most recent thing you're doing. What something interesting a lot of people do is relative coursework, because again, this is where you will use a lot of keywords. So all of these are the keywords which you want to target. All right, cool. Anyway, again, this is like a quick, you want to add like hyperlinks to your resume, which takes to your portfolio or your website. You want to add this like keywords which are based on job description. So you want to see job description, ask ChatGPT what are the keywords, put those keywords somewhere, make sure that you know those keywords. Like don't just put it because you want to put it, like don't bluff it, etc. One last thing I'll say before my time ends, because I know it's ending very soon, is the line items which you want to put in your resume. So instead of saying like, a lot of time people say accomplished data cleaning, data processing, data visualization, blah, blah, blah. This doesn't tell me what exactly you're doing. Same thing, help with various data set in marketing field, improve revenue for the company. This is what a lot of people do. But what you want to do is you want to say increase project revenue by so-and-so by implementing optimized logic. So now it tells me the result you were able to accomplish. So the framework I use is like, what's the impact you're creating? What action did you take and how did you do it? What software did you use? So again, I created and collaborated with a team of 9 people and enriched existing system metrics by 70%, elevated so-and-so. Yeah, so again, there's so much more I can cover. I had very limited time. There are some tools which I would recommend is Resume Builder, Resume Worded, but there's a lot more I can talk about. Like I'm gonna get into LinkedIn, etc., but don't have a lot of time. So I hope this was helpful. I know I'm running out of time, but hopefully I can come back next time and talk more. But yeah, I would just focus, if you are someone going in fall 2024, I would focus on figuring out what your target role is, figure out the skills you need, and then start building those skills by projects and profiles. Don't wait for like next year when you come to United States versus start it right now. Yeah, over to you, Sakshi. Thank you again for having me here. Sorry I ran out of time, but this is such a deep topic to talk about, and I'm very passionate about it. So yeah, I hope please consider following me on social media if you want to learn more, because that's where I'll be sharing all this. But over to you, Sakshi.
Yeah, thank you so much, Yuri, for such an impressive and structured presentation. You touched upon really crucial topics that every student must keep in mind before aiming to go abroad, especially United States. The way you mentioned about referrals, networking, applications, and hands-on on several social media tools, resume building strategies, was wonderfully delivered, and most of us will, make the most out of it. We often have good resources at our fingertips, but it is very essential to use these resources in a very efficient manner to gain the most out of it. Yeah, so thank you so much, Yuri.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and I hope you guys have fun for the rest of the session.
Yeah, thank you. Hoping to see you again.
Yes, bye. Bye, everyone.
Okay, so we have prepared a quick poll. I think team will share that in the chat box. So it's a chance for you to share some information about yourself, your educational courses, and your aspirations. So your participation will be really valuable if you just quickly fill in that poll. I'll wait for a few moments until the poll is shared. In the chat box. Yeah, just give us a minute. Yeah, it's already there. You all can just quickly fill out the polls. Yeah, Kashyap, are the results ready? Okay, great. We have wonderful results.
So Kashyap, you need to refresh. જેટલા બી પાંચે Zoom call તે અહીં મને કે request થાય કે હેર જો poll જી link કૃષ્ણા વધે ને તો poll અહીં participate કર્યો. It will take few more minutes because I think there are 4-5 questions. So everybody please click on the link. And for YouTube, let's see, how can we do for YouTube? So YouTube guys, maybe someone can post it in the YouTube as a comment. Yeah. So, yep, responses have started coming.
Yeah, great. We have a mixed bag of people here. Going for master's education. That's great.
So Krishna, what are the other questions? One by one, we can just take a look at it. So mostly people are opting for master. Guys, Medicare request hai more than what 250 people are you 178 YouTube pe. So let us all participate. એટલે પાંખે ખબર પે કરો है. And next speaker પાંચ સાથે already achieve અહીં, so you know we'll have great topics for this. So please quickly request everyone કે મળે એકડો મિનિટ time છે અને poll में participate करे. So Sakshi, mostly 62% जो है masters है, and then bachelors also 19. You know bachelors पहला ओछो वो आने हरे हरे वध्यो है, so that is really good. કે 12 કોટી જ મળે abroad બને. When are you planning to go? So 24-25. So next year वाला સૌથી વધારે, so which is good, which is the ideal audience કે yes बहुत जो webinar attend કર્યું ને next year બનો, so that is perfect. 24-25 वाले हैं. What level of education are you planning to pursue abroad? So mostly master students. Okay, so that's what we have in undergrad 14%, and we have PhDs also. Wait a minute, MBA, and then what certificate course diploma. That's fine. So 4 type of categories we have. So masters la vanata, MBA is again part of masters, but undergrad and then PhD. So that's good. 73 responses go down. What course stream are you planning to study? Let's see, and 26% engineering. So that is kind of understood. Engineering la vadare venata. MBA, marketing finance, which is coming up. So this is good. MBA is also catching up with engineering. And then third is finance. And then the rest, I think what is blue is medical. So these are the 4 areas. લોકો છોકરા મળી જગ્યા તે વનેતા તો ટ્રેન્ડ કરવા, right? So basically that's what is the trend. Engineering, then MBA marketing, then उसके बाद में medical. So doctors are going to Russia and to Nepal, to Mauritius, Ukraine and all that. Not Ukraine anymore. Couple of students in Ukraine. Okay, come down. Which country region are you planning? So 34% US. Let's see, input here, Europe is second, that way all the countries, and equally Canada. So Canada gets veneta, so that's great. And then Australia and also UK. So UK is also, a lot of people are going to UK. So we have US, UK, Canada, and what? Australia. Great. Next. Financial assistance, nobody has got, but few people, they have partial scholarship. So congratulations. Full scholarship also, maybe couple of people are there. Take a full scholarship. And what do you need help with? So that's the response. So this is what people need, right? College application selection process. So तो एन कोटिया रोस्ट्रम एजुकेशन तरफ थी पाण वटि स्पीकर अचे वारा आहिनि त मिड़े के रिक्वेस्ट आहे बाय द वे ई पोल जो पाण अंडरस्टैंडिंग करियूं था साथे साथे आई टेक एन अपॉर्चुनिटी पंहिंजो वेबिनार 9:30 સુધી हलंदो मिड़े के रिक्वेस्ट आहे कि छेल्ले સુધી रोजा सो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर रेडी टू स्टे टिल द लास्ट स्पीकर टाइप मी इन द चैट बॉक्स कि हूँ छेल्ले સુધી रोंदो कुछ भी हो जाए भूख लगा कुछ भी हो जाए कितने जन रेडी है कि भाई 9:30 के पहले मैं उठूंगा नहीं यहाँ से दैट इज व्हाट आई वांट यस मोर एंड मोर पीपल कम ऑन एनर्जी यस कम ऑन सो दैट इज व्हाट ई जो पा हिकड़े स्पीकर्स के पान रहा हाणे पा साथे विरांश इन आवर फेवरेट he is going to talk about Oxford journey on putting rostrum education. They are going to explaining all the SOP, LOR and जो को आके college application process खपे थी, right? So he explain करेंगा. What other thing financial assistance ला खपे तो temporary accommodation. So उनला करे भी पा गाल करेंगे. That's good. So scroll down. Any other else? So I think that's good. So thank you so much. I think with that, Sakshi, we are good. Just an understanding अपने को पता चला कि what is happening. So yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, so we now move on to the next thing on our agenda, which is felicitation video. So પાલોકુલા કરી બહુ જ inspiring અને proud moment आहे કે abroad studies ला every year પાંજા ગચમડે students વિનેતા and gradually the numbers are increasing. So now we take the time to acknowledge the achievements of all the distinguished students who are going abroad this year. The BOSS team congratulates all these students for their hard work, dedication and determination. Huni jo passion and commitment inike hida sudi pojaine, and I believe it will inspire countless other Bhanushali aspirants and youth to reach for their dreams. So Kashyap, will you please play the video? Wow, it was a beautiful video. Big congratulations to all these students on the behalf of Odavaram Education Foundation and Bhanushali Overseas Support System. As you all can see, these students were admitted to one of the most renowned universities. Big congratulations to them once again. It must not have been easy for them, especially after COVID. Application procedures have become tougher. Visa process has got tougher. The things they have gone through, the tough times faced by them, and the successes they have achieved will definitely encourage all the other aspirants to reach out for their dreams, and their experiences will help other students and give them insights about how to proceed in their own journeys. These students have achieved that and are going this year. Pamede youth ane samaj anike congratulate kariyu, and I wish ki next year more and more students go and we make a very rich and strong connect of Bhanushalis abroad. So I would like to invite all of you from different parts of the world, all the students who are present, to please turn on your cameras. We can all enjoy the moment together. We are going to take a group picture to remember this special time. So yeah, please turn on your cameras. Give your biggest smiles and let's capture this moment that shows how excited you all are for what's to come ahead. Kashyap, please take a picture once everyone's there.
बाकी मड़े के भी रिक्वेस्ट है कि 2023 जो ईडी यादगार ये એટલે મડે જણા turn on the video so it becomes lively and then we can take a picture. So on behalf of Sri Kachi Bhanushali Seva Samaj Trust, Paji Matru Sanstha, congratulations to all the 2023 batch students. Some of you have already reached to your country, destiny, some are going. So congratulations. Sakshi, everybody is here.
Yeah, some of them are here, not everyone. Maybe we'll take a ready for a picture.
Yes, please take a picture. Kashyap, done. Also go to page 2 as well, please.
Great, big smiles, everyone.
Yes, I think.
Yeah, it must be. Yeah. Okay, so now we move on to our very exciting speaker. Viransh Bhanushali is the second one to go to Oxford University after Pandit Shyamji Krishna Verma, who is a revolutionary and a Sanskrit scholar. So he is a bright and young, ambitious mind who began his academic journey in India, and he has been elected to the Secretaries Committee at Oxford Union. To achieve this goal, Viransh had to navigate through the complex UCS, which is Universities and Colleges Admission Service. He एकड़ी system है जो को UK के applications सारे institutions में manage करे थी. The process involved submitting a personal statement, academic transcripts, and LORs, which Viransh carefully crafted, reflecting his passion for law and his potential to excel in the field. UCS साथे ही LNAT કરીને એકડી entrance test हुई थी जो को UK में law courses ला compulsory हुई थी. In that also he managed to get a really very high score, bolstering his application and paving the way for acceptance into the Oxford. As the first Indian citizen to achieve this honor, Viransh's accomplishment not only reflects his individual talent and hard work, but it definitely serves as a testament to the Bhanushali community's dedication to education and progress. So Viransh is here between us, who's going to talk about topics including, but not limited to, international law, studying law abroad, career prospects, applications, and much more. So yeah, very excited. Viransh, over to you.
Thank you, Sakshi. That was a very nice introduction. I'm rather humbled. But first of all, thank you for the entirety of the BOSS system to get this event going. I think one of the hallmarks of how well a society as well as a community functions is how well it shares its knowledge. And I think as somebody who has received support from the Samaj in one form or another, who has been the beneficiary of programs like this and the infrastructure that's been set up, it's very important to give back as an individual. And that's something I would recommend to everybody that's present with us here. By being here, I think we all agree that we do care about our community. And it's very important that, given based on whatever we get in life, we give back to this place. But to give you a small brief intro about me, I'm Viransh Bhanushali, Viransh Chandra. I am currently studying law with law studies in Europe at the University of Oxford. It's in the UK. Law with law studies in Europe is the most competitive law course that exists within the university. And I am currently going to be going for a year abroad to get a master's in international law with Leiden, which is a university in the Netherlands. It's an integrated program, gives me a conjoined master's. However, coming back to what I want the aim and sort of the purpose of this talk to be, seminar, just a conversation I want to have with you all, is not about necessarily as much the specifics of, oh, you need this score to get in, or you need to have these keywords in your resumes, or you need these keywords in your personal statements. Those are very important things, mind you. But I think a big part of getting into top universities and studying abroad that we very often forget as human beings, funnily enough, is the idea that what kind of person do you have to be? What kind of ideals, what kind of principles you need to have as an individual to survive, if not survive, to thrive in foreign environments, in competitive places? What is the impact of going abroad on you as a person? And I think if nothing else, by the end of this talk, I might not give you the most up-to-date, most practical tools on how to perhaps score the highest in the NLAT. I can probably teach you how to do it well, but there are far more expert subject matter individuals out there. I think my whole aim today is to just make sure that you have the right skill set to come back and go into foreign education a better person, a person more equipped to handle challenges thrown at them. I think that is what I'm here to do. And if we can get the presentation going, I think I'm going to go by it step by step. Thank you, Kashyap. Right. The first slide, please. Yeah. That is. That's not, yeah. First slide, back. Just keep pressing back. I think that should work. That is, yeah, a little bit further, the very first slide. And just a tad bit more. Yeah, right there, yeah. All right, sorry about that technical disruption. Yeah, so this presentation is fundamentally my journey in the UK. And in my opinion, journeys are getting from point A to point B. And to highlight what the journey itself has been, I think it's very important to know point A, where you started from, compared to where you are. That's the only way to effectively highlight and illustrate where you're going to be and what you have achieved. So just the next slide, we'll see a table of contents. This is basically what I plan to cover. It's not a detailed presentation because I would much rather this be a conversation with people. Feel free to type in the chat box if you have any questions about anything I'm saying, and I'm more than happy to respond. But if you just come on to life in the UK, I think that's what draws a lot of people to the West, especially from India. It is the life, in inverted commas, that you live there. I think life in the UK, if we can go on to the next slide, is, in one word, very complex. There are parts of home that you go there and you see and they're like, oh, that's just like India, because, well, colonialism. But there's parts that are completely foreign to you. There's parts that will catch you sort of weak in the ankles sometimes. You'll end up in very interesting situations in life where you'll be meeting people from cultures, from places, from religions that you didn't even know existed. So life in the UK, I would say, is one that allows you to expose yourself to more people. It allows you to expose yourself to more ideals, allows you to expose yourself to just more knowledge. And I think that's what's very important. That's a part of living in the UK that, as an international student, me and a lot of fellow international students very often forget. That I think the biggest investment that you can make in yourself, especially when you're going abroad, is having people, is having strong networks, is having strong individuals in your life that can steer you into the direction you want to go. And I think that's where it ties into a certain journey, into my journey into Oxford, because it's a little strange to put this slide first, right? Like usually you'd expect me to go as to how did I choose to apply, why did I choose law, etc. But I think I put this slide first for a very specific reason, which was my conclusion after a year of studying at Oxford, after a year of studying abroad, being an undergraduate at a land far, far, far away from home, 5,000 miles if I'm not wrong, is the most valuable thing that you will pick up, regardless of how much you study, regardless of the awards you achieve, is the people you will meet. So my recommendation is, when you go abroad, not just the UK, the US, Europe, anywhere it is you want to go, invest in the right people. Because very often at homes, especially in our Bhanushali families, we have, if not tight control, at least supervision as to what we're doing in life. You know, we have our mothers and our fathers checking in on what we're doing, what we're not doing. If not them, other family members that do care about us. And they'll care about you just as much once you fly away, but you're going to need a support system there as well. A support system not only in a mental health sort of sense, wherein you need the right friends, but also a support system in a mentor apprenticeship sense. You need, if, for example, like me, you're going to study law, you need to know a good set of lawyers in classes above yours, or at least try to get to know them so they can advise you on the right situations. So a big conclusion that I just simply would like to hone home as the very first thing is invest in people. I think is a big takeaway that we very often forget. It is investing in the people we meet. And that is what I would love everyone start with, the investation of people. Next slide. So my journey to Oxford, this is quite a prolonged one, but coming on to how do you actually get in for an undergraduate course at Oxford is, compared to India at least, very regulated. There is an overarching authority called the UCAS, or UCAS, as we like to abbreviate it usually. The full form was explained earlier. And UCAS is essentially a common portal through which applications go through towards every university in the UK. Now, the UCAS deadline is different for different universities. Oxford and Cambridge require you to submit your application on the 15th of October of the year before you want to go there. So let's say you want to go in 2024, your application has to go through the UCAS portal before the 15th of October. Otherwise, they will not consider you. Most universities usually have deadlines anywhere from 3rd of Jan to the 10th. And even some prestigious institutions like UCL allow all the way until, I think, the 20th of Jan to send your application across. So that's the hard deadlines, I believe, that you all need to sort of have in place, which is 15th of October is when I need to have everything done if I want to go to Oxford or Cambridge. Jan 1st to 2nd week is when I want to get everything done if I want to go to other prestigious universities in the UK. And by Jan 20th, I really should be applying. Otherwise, you're going to be very skimmed out on options. So this is a very funny story in the sense that I detested the subject of law, absolutely hated it until I was in about the 11th grade. Until 10th standard, I actually wanted to be an engineer. And I had everything planned out. I had the exams I would write for that. I had the processes, I had the portals, I had a complete plan ready. And when I was in 10th standard, COVID hit. And I don't think, I think the first slide was fine. COVID hit and we were all confined to our homes. And for some, if not for some very fortunate events, I got into debating, into model UNs, into debating societies at universities, not only here but abroad. And it sort of started off with model UNs with kids my age. And slowly I got invited to more and more and more of them. And then there was a point wherein I was studying for my classes online less, as I'm sure anybody who's been through education in COVID here has gone through, and preparing for these competitions more. I'd see myself for hours pouring through documents on UN resolutions, on UN reports, on UN press releases, just to prepare for these debate competitions. And that's when something clicked. I understood that for some reason, my skill sets apply to a discipline like this more than they do to the scientific discipline. And from that point forth, I was faced with a very interesting, less interesting, more daunting dilemma, which is when you're in 10th standard, especially like as a 16-year-old, you would like to think you have life all figured out, even if you don't. And to abandon a plan like that and sort of sit down and rethink your entire life, your entire trajectory, especially when you've been the kind of person who, since they were like very young, always sort of knew what they wanted to do, to sit down at that sort of turning point and turn things around is going to be difficult for anybody. It's going to be difficult for you as well. It's going to be difficult. It was really difficult for me. And I still remember my granddad and I having a conversation on the dinner table, wherein I suggested that I wanted to do international relations, which is a humanities degree that focuses basically on a very niche aspect of political science. And it might be a little crass to say right now, my granddad honestly laughed because for him, it was like I had my entire life planned out. I wanted to become an aerospace engineer. They were already keeping aside funds for my education. And for me to get up one morning and say that, oh, I don't want to do that, is not only daunting for me, but it's also daunting for your support system, which is your family. But I did sort of have to internalize that a bit. I accepted the taunts. I accepted oh, you said you were going to do this. Why are you switching all of a sudden? I think there is nothing funnier in the world than a person going back on their word. And unfortunately, I had to face that situation for a solid 3 months of life, and I tried to figure the rest of it out. And beyond that, I think I made pure pragmatic choices. I also wanted to look at international relations from a perspective of investments, right? I think all of you, I was there for the poll earlier, a lot of people here are going for masters, and a lot of people here are going for undergrads and PhDs as well. And along with that, there's almost no financial assistance seen for anybody. So in my opinion, most people that are going to go abroad, especially the ones that are here on this Zoom call, are going to be going on their own money or being sponsored by family of some sort. And in that scenario, I think it's very crucial to look at a very sort of offhand metric, which is return on investment, correct? Which is, if I put in a significant amount of money into my degree, which you will be doing if you go abroad, what am I going to get out of it? Where am I going to be? And I made those pragmatic choices. And I understood that with international relations, my career prospects, especially when it comes to being able to sustain myself outside without support from parents, etc., are going to be limited, which is not to put down international relations as a career option. However, I had different priorities and different principles. There are people who are willing to play sort of a longer game and build on those qualifications and then use those networks and use those skills to go on to do far bigger things than a lot of people who would have not made that choice would have. So again, it's very important to understand what your principles are. When you want to go abroad, truly ask yourself, why is it that I want to go abroad? Is it because I think it's going to magically change my life? Let me be the first person to tell you it's not. You're going to be the same person when you go there. It's about what you do with the opportunities that you have. So ask yourself as to why you want those opportunities. And for me, I understood that the closest thing that I would get that would still allow me this sort of in the current job market, especially with that COVID hindsight, to understand that jobs are always going to be rather scarce, was law, and rather international law. So that's really when I went about looking for colleges. Most colleges in the UK will have 90% of the information that you need to apply to them on their website. And the funny thing about me applying to Oxford was, usually when you want to apply to Oxford, you really need to get started with everything, with the entrance examination, the NLAT, your personal statements have to be geared towards Oxford, your letters of recommendations. So all of this I will go through, have to be geared towards getting into Oxford. And if you want to start that process, if you're applying in October, there are people who started 2 years before and still don't get in. And there I was in July with, I think, if my maths is correct, about 3 months to go to apply to Oxford. And Oxford's not even on my list. And it led to a very funny conversation with my father, with whom I was discussing these options. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Here's the colleges I'm going to apply to. And I had very pragmatic reasons for applying to non-Oxford colleges. I was looking at London School of Economics, University College London, King's College London, Queen Mary's, all of whom are also very reputed universities. And in fact, if you ask me, provide more practical law degree courses than even Oxford does. In that very intense conversation with my father, who in that instance was the one who's going to provide this fees. So you have to sort of justify as to why I'm asking my parents to spend that much money on me. Came a very interesting turning point, wherein my father looked at me and asked me one question, which was, Viransh, what is the best university to study law at an undergraduate level in the world? And I replied with Oxford. And he said, why aren't you applying there? And again, I gave him all the reasons I gave you all right now. Practical, London, networking. I'm going to be in the biggest city in the UK. That's when all the law firms are. If you want to get in, that's the better place to go. And he said one sentence, and I think that is the one sentence that really kickstarted my journey towards Oxford, which is, Viransh, I don't think you're smart enough. And I think we've all faced that moment of internal doubt, if not from our families, from other places, from other pressures in life. And most people mean well. My father meant very well when he said that. My grandfather and my father and the rest of my family always had good intentions. And they always meant well. But as a student, especially as somebody who's seen as the next generation of the family, I'm an only child. And as somebody who's in that position wherein you have sort of, if not a responsibility in life right now, you can see that maybe in 5-10 years, and I'm going to have responsibilities. And that backward pressure on your head is very difficult to talk about as a kid, especially to parents, because they're always going to be, why do you have to worry about those things? You just worry about getting, your studies done. But it's very important to acknowledge that pressure. And I think that's what happened to me that day. I think I acknowledged the fact and the idea that I'm going to prove someone wrong. That is not something I would recommend that you do, have sort of a plan based around anyone else. But the reason why I went ahead with Oxford was in that moment when my dad said, Viransh, you're not smart enough, I agreed with him in my head. I believed it. And that's what I didn't like. I didn't like the fact that I put my own capabilities down. And from that point forth, in 3 months, I basically did 2 years worth of preparation. And there's a lot to learn from that. But coming back to what you need to understand about applying to the UK is that the UK is very different to the US. The US, I think, is a admission system based on the person. They look at your story as an individual. They look at where you come from. They look at what have you done with the opportunities that you've already had. Whereas the UK is a far more academic based system wherein you have hard cutoffs for grades, especially at an undergraduate level. Like they will very much clear cut out say that if you want to apply to this university, you need a 90% in the CBSE, for example. So I personally did the IB, but honestly, right now, given the recognition that most Indian boards get, as long as you're doing a central Indian board like the CBSE or an ICSE, I would still say that most universities worth going to from a return on investment perspective will take your grades. So, don't necessarily go on to like international education boards. But for law at Oxford, if you want specific numbers, you need in the IB a 38 to be able to apply out of 45. And if you're not doing the IB, if you're doing CBSE, for example, they need a 90% aggregate to apply. And this might seem rather low to you, right? Like 90% is far lower than what a lot of colleges in India ask for. So what I believe Oxford, Cambridge is in a lot more very prestigious institutions' reasoning is that most of the Indian curriculum, so the CBSE and ICSE, have consulted Oxford. A lot of their textbooks are printed by Oxford. And therefore, Oxford knows the shortcomings of the education system in basically each country because they're consulted on almost everything. So they have a heavy reliance on their entrance examinations and their interviews. So it's sort of like when you have IITs in India, all that matters is your JEE rank. All you have to do is like get a 75% in your 12th boards. There's a similar system that goes on to there. If you can go on to the next slide. Yeah. So there are 5 things that basically go towards your application on the UCAS. You have your personal statement, which is like a statement of purpose, which is about why you want to study the subject, that you're asking to be studied. And for that, I just have honestly one recommendation for you all. My talk is going to be followed by Rostrum. They are a very, very good firm when it comes to applications and sorting the minute details of this out. But given the brevity of time, I really have one thing to say. Honestly, want to study what you're studying and understand why you want to study what you're studying on a more fundamental level. I think for me, it was this MUN circuit that I got into, this debating circuit that I got into, where at that point, a 16-year-old kid was going up in debates against second, third year college law students in colleges like GLC and NLU Delhi, one of the best colleges in India. And I was winning those competitions. And that point of realization, that idea that perhaps my skill set, perhaps the person I am is geared towards a legal career, is what I presented to Oxford. And I recommend you do the exact same. Whatever degree it is you're applying for, be it law, be it economics and management, be it PPE, have a strong sell. And have a sell in a way that you can sell it to yourself, first of all, in a way that you can accept the sacrifices you're soon going to have to make to be studying abroad. And, when you go abroad, a lot of people will tell you, oh my God, you have such a nice life, this, that you just have a very classic line that tum to wahan bas mazak karne ja rahe ho. You're just going there to have fun. But you'll realize that a lot of sacrifices are going to be made by you. So make sure when you're writing your personal statement, which is about a 4,000 character letter that you write to every university you're applying to, make sure the reasoning, the argument, the basic gist of what you're trying to say to the university, you as an individual also agree to it. Make sure that is the case through and through. Then you need a letter of recommendation. A letter of recommendation is simply a letter of recommendation by somebody who's been with you for a while. That's what I would recommend. I've seen a lot of people send, in fact, in a very funny story, a friend of mine from Bombay was also applying to Oxford, and he got his letter of recommendation written by, at the time, Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, and he didn't get in. That's because what they look for in letters of recommendation is not necessarily in any way, shape, or form a prestigious person recommending you. They want to look at your letter of recommendation in the sense of somebody that's taught you, somebody that's engaged with you academically, somebody that's understood you academically, and knows where your shortcomings as well as your strengths lie. And that's what they want to find out. So, for example, I had an English teacher that taught me for about 6 years continuously. So I asked her to write my letter of recommendation. And I think letters of recommendation are even more important than the personal statement, because after getting to Oxford, I've realized beyond like the very basic level, like a quick run through, nobody really reads the personal statement at the admissions office. They really care more about your letter of recommendation because that is meant to be an unbiased and sort of neutral outlook as to who you are as an individual. Beyond that, you also need your grade transcripts, which are going to have to be uploaded by your school. Your school has to be registered as a center on UCAS, which is like a 5-minute job, but it has to be done by the school administration. And as long as you have these things, you have a letter of recommendation, you have a statement of purpose or a personal statement, you have the requisite grades, the minimum grades to apply, and you have an LNAT score. These 4 things combined are what make your application for an interview. An interview comes later. The interview is towards the end. Interview is the final step towards sort of getting into Oxford. But back towards understanding these 4. These 4 things, your personal statement, your letter of recommendation, your grades, right? And soon to have your LNAT, all present a picture. They're trying to discern who you are as a person and your passion for the subject with these 4 things. So make sure they tell a common story. Don't try and present yourself as somebody who's a hard worker and reads a book from full stop in your personal statement. But then your letter of recommendation, on the other hand, describes you as somebody who can do a lot of work in as little time as possible, as somebody who can cut corners, which is also a very valuable skill. But then those are 2 separate images of yourself that you're giving to them. So unify. Yes, someone said, can you elaborate on preparation for the LNAT, maybe the general Oxford entrance tests? Okay, so if you want me to focus on the LNAT, that's probably what I'm going to do. So the LNAT itself is split into 2 sections. Section A, which is an MCQ, in which you have 42 questions and 95 minutes to do those questions, followed by section B, which is an essay, which you get about 40 minutes for, and you can probably put down about 800 words, and you get the prompt for the essay on the spot on the center. So coming back to preparation, I think LNAT's one of those tests that's designed to be in a way that you can't prepare for it, in the same sense that you can prepare for like Indian entrance exams. Like if you ask anybody in India who's giving the CLAT, or if you ask anybody in India who's giving the JEE, what they will consistently tell you is they study the JEE and CLAT like you were studying physics in school as a proper subject, with syllabus, with practice papers, with all of that. The LNAT is not that. The LNAT's full form is the Law National Admissions Test. It is an aptitude test. It is understanding your ability to understand language, because and this is also a fun saying I usually tell people, that law is to English what physics is to engineering, right? So law, in my opinion, is an applied English degree. So if you're going to apply to the UK for law, get your English in check. Understand, consume, as well as analyze a lot of English content. Watch movies, read newspapers, and not necessarily Indian newspapers, Western newspapers like the Economic Times, like the Times in the UK. You get virtual copies of almost all of this. Get a good grip on the language. Understand sort of reading between the lines, because there is no syllabus for the LNAT. There are practice papers, but then again, questions seem to vary on a massive scale. I see. Yes. So what I would once again like to reiterate is, for the LNAT, you're going to have to practice not only the test, but also your understanding and comprehension of language. I'm going to buzz through the last bits of this session because I've just been told that I'm very likely to go over time, but always feel free to reach out if anybody has any questions. Quickly come into studying at Oxford. Studying at Oxford is a very wonderful experience. We are basically taught in what are called tutorial systems, wherein instead of having lectures like we have in India, we actually have just you and your professor in a room where they're taught, where you're taught your syllabus basically one-on-one. And and that's what sets Oxford apart from a lot of other universities. It is the idea that you are sitting with the person who wrote your textbook, and you get to ask them about everything that they've done. And in a very funny, again, incident, I was speaking to Jonathan Herring, who's one of the foremost legal minds on criminal law in the UK. And I was quoting his textbook to him. And he, in that instant, could point out that my quote was incorrect and incomplete and said, "No, Viransh, I did not say that. I said something else." And as a result, that one-on-one teaching is very important. And that is sort of what sets Oxford apart as an institution. If we can move on to the next slide. Why law? I think I slightly touched on this before, but why I personally chose law as the subject was, once again, a skill set aspect. You need to understand where your skill sets apply and understand if your skill sets apply to the discipline of law. Next slide. So why the UK? Because what I wanted to do was international law, correct? And international private law in the forms of international commercial arbitration, as well as in the forms of international finance, are mostly handled across the world by five big, I'm getting a lot of 5 minutes left messages, sorry, by five big law firms, which are basically called the Magic Circle firms, and they operate out of London, and they hire almost exclusively from the top 5 British universities, which is why I wanted to go to the UK. Next slide, please. Options for law students in the UK, very wide options. There's a hard separation in the UK between barristers and solicitors. So you need to understand what each of those disciplines do. In India, for example, you just have an advocate that is allowed to also, there's a soft separation usually, that's also allowed to go in court as well as work with law firms. However, in the UK, you have different qualification routes for becoming a barrister. So if you're a barrister, you can't work with a law firm. If you're a solicitor, you can't actually go in court. So understand what kind of lawyer you want to be in the UK. There are also non-law degrees. There's also a lot of non-law jobs. I know a lot of law students that have now gone into finance, that have now gone into NGOs, that have now also gone into international relations and diplomacy. So a lot of options for law students in the UK that I would love to go more in depth into, but I seem to have overrun on my time. If you can move on to the next slide. Again, potential legal careers. In a very funny, once again, incident, there's a running joke in the UK that the two things that the UK does really well are banking services and financial services, both of which are backboned by the legal system. So your potential legal careers are not only limited to law, but the top 5 law firms in my opinion, in the entire world are all housed in London. And they're almost all always hire from UK law. 40% of all contracts in the world are governed under English and Welsh law. So that platform provides you with a very nice base rock to start off, especially in corporate legal worlds. A British law degree also allows you to practice in India if you come back here and write the bar exam. And certain universities' law degrees like UCL, Oxford, and Cambridge also allow you to practice in the US, in New York and California. So if you want to get into international law, if you want to get into a multivariate law sort of profession, the UK is the best place to start, in my opinion. Can we move on to the next? All right. Well, that's more or less the end of the presentation in its current form. I'm very open to questions if we have any time left. If anybody would like to put in a question with regards to anything in the chat, anything at all, I'm more than happy to answer.
Yeah, thank you, Viransh. We can maybe take up the questions at the end.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, thank you so much. It was really insightful. Yeah, so I loved 3 takeaways. You thoughtfully compared the few aspects of application processes between the US and UK, and your insights into the UK's resilience on interviews and academic prowess highlight your importance of a comprehensive understanding of you choosing law. And Viran's words underscore the fact that clarity of purpose can always serve as a guiding light throughout our academic journeys. One aspect that stood out during Viran's talk, what I found was exploration of this newfound passion for UN resolutions and reports. This, I think, resonates the idea that self-discovery is an ongoing process and that our interests can evolve unexpectedly, leading us to exciting paths we may never have anticipated. So, you also emphasized the critical role that deadlines play especially when pursuing educational opportunities abroad, particularly in the UK. So this, I think, serves as a gentle reminder that time management and punctuality are really vital skills that can greatly influence our chances of success. You also touched upon crucial aspects of course, LNAT and UCS, which will, motivate a lot of aspiring law students in our Bhanushali community. Yeah. So thank you so much, Viransh. It was really great to have you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now on the agenda, we have Rostrum Education Agency, through which Viransh got into Oxford. Okay, so it is a premier tutoring and education consultancy. Their team consists of academic experienced tutors that help students realize their full potential and also help them in achieving academic excellence. Apart from the team, Rostrum also has a huge community and a vast network that consists of students and alumni from leading universities of the world to guide and motivate students. So today we have a speaker from Rostrum Agency, Shruti Pokhriyal. She is a postgraduate in clinical psychology. She worked as a mental health professional with the University of Delhi. And she has now seamlessly merged the roles of mental health professional and academic development with Rostrum. And now her mentorship journey is marked by the aim, I think, to bridge academic knowledge with tangible real-world challenges. She's mentored more than over 100 plus students to get into the top global universities of the US, UK, Canada, Australia, etc. So she will now be sharing her insights about the traditional application procedures and some things about scholarship. Yeah. So Shruti, over to you. Shruti, do we have Shruti here?
She was there, but disconnected. Yes,
Okay, so do we wait for a few seconds?
Hi, Sakshi. Thank you. That
Okay,
was
yeah. Hello,
introduction.
Shruti.
I just want to request if someone can make me the host again. I'll need to share my screen. Yeah, I think this works. Just give me 1 second. Yes. All right. Are we all able to see the PPT?
Yeah, it's audible. It's visible.
All right. Okay. So I'll just start with a quick introduction. Sakshi's already introduced me a bit. But yeah, I had a background in mental health. I'd been working as a therapist for a while as well. And I worked with people both in education. I worked with children. I worked with adults. So I've kind of built up a capacity to engage with different populations. So making the switch to educational counseling has been really more of a logical next step for me, because I've always enjoyed working with children, enjoyed working with students and engaging with them about what is it that they want to do in life or what are the things that interest them. And that has been mostly my logic for shifting to this kind of role. But apart from that, something else. All right, just give me 1 second. I'm trying to figure out why my PPT doesn't seem to be moving. All right. Okay, so before we get into it and before we get into my actual content, what I want to do is I just want to give you a brief of all of the things I'm planning to cover. So I'll start by telling you a little bit about what Rostrum exactly does, since Viransh has already covered a lot of the that I was planning to cover. So maybe we can move through them quickly and just kind of go through them in brief. But I'll start talking about what Rostrum exactly does, what the admissions process actually looks like, both for bachelors and both for masters, since there are more people here who want to pursue masters, so we can get it toward masters more. Other than that, I want to talk a little bit about why it's very important to start your preparation for applying to these colleges early. So as an educational counselor, I've been at Rostrum for a while now, and I've seen that people join us 2 to 3 years before they even have to apply. What that does is that gives enough time to kind of work on their profile, to figure out exactly what is it that they want to do, and then kind of gear their efforts in a way that allows them to, completely be focused on their application. So getting into why is it important to start early, let's just start with that. Okay, so why is it important to start early is one extremely important thing is you need to give yourself the time to clearly identify what is it that you want to do in life. So a lot of people, sometimes when they come to us, they have a very clear idea of the field that they want to pursue. For example, I've had students who come to me and they say that I want to go into design or I want to go into business, but then design and business and science in itself are huge fields. What is it exactly that intrigues you about a particular field? What is it that you want to study within a particular field? Why you want to study that particular subject is something that you really need to think about. And that is something that becomes possible if you have someone who's guiding you through it every step of the way. So things like career counseling and engaging with the counselor, even working with the counselor that are present in your schools or your colleges is something that you can do to give yourself enough time to kind of figure out how to strategize for your application. Another thing that you kind of accomplish when you start working on your profile early is that you have enough time to build your profile. So nowadays, there's been a kind of shift within overseas education and within education in general. There's a lot of colleges coming up in India like Ashoka, Plaksha University, Flames, Kriya University that don't just focus on your grades. So colleges nowadays don't just want someone who has, great academics performance or stellar marks. They now want holistic candidates. So they want people who have strong academic credentials along with people who have independent research projects, they've done social work, they've done community service. They want people who have a good record in sports, because what that does is actually at the end of the day, education is also a business. So universities want to give you the best education they can, but they also want you to reflect well on them. So they want you to go out, win competitions, make a name for the university. And that's kind of a vested interest there, but in a way that you can use that to your advantage by really showing universities that this is my profile. These are all the things I'm good at. And this is what I can do for your college. I can compete in competitions and I can win medals and I can bring, respect and laurels to your name. So that's something that really stands out to universities. And in order to be able to do this, in order to build this confidence and assure universities, I can be an extremely good candidate for you, what you need to do is you need to start very early. For example, if you have a student who wants to study economics, so they don't just need to score very well in economics, they don't just need to have a good combination of subjects along with economics that are related to either business, finance, or public policy. What they need to do, need to be aware of their particular interest areas within that field. So if you're saying that I want to go ahead for masters and I want to study economics, okay, what is it about economics that you want to study? Are you interested in the finance aspect of it? Do you like studying numbers? Are you good with quantitative data? Do you like engaging in research projects? Or are you more interested in the economic history, policy aspect of it? So do you want to understand how economic policies are built? Do you want to understand how social systems work and how economics kind of plays a role in that? If you're able to identify this as early as possible, what this allows you to do is in activities that will build your profile within the same arena. So for example, let's say you go ahead and you decide that, okay, I want to do economics. I'm interested in finance. This is the field I want to get into in the future. Now, what you'll do is you'll kind of shortlist competitions for yourself. You'll take part in essay competitions. You'll do researches. You will compete in investment competitions, in stockbroker competitions, and you'll kind of build your profile in a way that shows that you are interested in finance, you have a particular efficiency within the same, you can learn statistical analysis software, kind of build your training and technical skills apart from just the soft skill aspect of it. These are the aspects that universities need to see within your application, apart from your essays, apart from your SOPs, apart from your academic record. Then another thing is when, organizations like Brookstrom, or when me as a mentor, when I'm working with a kid, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to, in order to best serve you in your overseas educational journey, I'm not just mindlessly adding activities to your resume. So what I will not do is I won't give you a list of 10 activities that, I share with all students. And I won't just give you these activities and say that go and do this, and then we'll start working on your applications. Like Viransh mentioned, that there needs to be a coherent narrative between all of the things that you're doing. So if your LORs are saying that you're committed to social projects and you're committed to social service, it's something that needs to reflect within your SOPs, and then again within your resume, within your activity list that you're submitting to these universities. So there needs to be a consistency throughout every application material that you're submitting. And when you're figuring out what these activities are, when you're figuring out what your interest areas are, and then you engage in activities that, are of interest to you or that align with your future goals, you get to talk about the same things in your essays and in your LORs that reflect your interest and your goals more effectively. So if you start early enough, you don't have to later on, kind of rack your brain trying to figure out, what am I supposed to write in this essay? How am I supposed to go about it? So it gives you more of an to structure your thoughts effectively and kind of figure out that these are the exact things I want to mention in my essays. Okay, so looking into the application process specifically, what I want to talk about is what are some of the things that top international universities are looking at. What is it that they exactly want from you? So the number one thing that now universities are kind of prioritizing is a mature and a well thought out application and your reason for applying to their school specifically. So since, Viransh mentioned a little bit about UCAS. UCAS is a portal that is used in the UK for admissions to their bachelor's program. Similarly, within the US for bachelors, there is another portal called the Common App, through which you can apply to 20 colleges at once. That's the higher limit. And when you're applying to the US, what you need to do is you need to submit a personal essay, which is called the Common App essay, where, they give you prompts, they ask you, what is a realization that has kind of changed your perspective towards life? Or what is an event that happened in your life that changed how you think certain things or how you view certain things? That is a very separate aspect. That is something that you write from a very personal, very vulnerable place. You mention your memories, you mention what is it that has, kind of made you the person that you are. Apart from this, there are certain supplemental essays within the US. So each college will have its own set of essay questions, and they'll ask you to talk about, okay, why do you want to study at this particular college? If you're applying to NYU, they'll ask you why NYU. That's a very, common question that comes up in all college applications is why this college? When you're doing that, when you're writing an essay explaining why you want to attend a specific school, what you need to show within that essay is that you've researched that particular college and you know what they are going to offer you. It's extremely important to be as specific as you can when you're talking about this in your essays. This goes for both the UK and the US. This is for both bachelor's and master's, because in master's, you have to write college-specific essays. In bachelor's, in the UK, you apply to 5 colleges, you send out a common SOP to all 5. So you don't really get to talk about why this particular college. You have to send out a general SOP that goes to all 5 colleges. But when you're applying to masters, you apply on each college's website separately, and then you write your SOP in a way that lines out your reasons for applying to that specific college. So then it's important to give them all of these details. Mention the names of the courses that you find interesting. For example, if you're applying for a master's in management, what you need to do is you need to go through the course modules within that particular degree. You talk about that I'm extremely interested in studying marketing, or I'm extremely interested in studying family business, or business and globalization. So you take out the names of the particular courses that you find interesting and you find a way to fit it into your SOP by relating it to your previous experiences, by relating it to your internships, your training programs, your research experience. Another thing that's very important to do is that you mention the faculty members. When you go to a college website, when you go to a particular course site, there are a lot of ways where you can find who are the faculty members who are teaching in that college. Go through that list, go through the research areas that are mentioned under each faculty member's name and use that information to talk about in your SOP. Say that this is a faculty member I want to work with because this person has worked within sustainability. This person has done a lot of work, a lot of papers about green businesses or sustainable banking or sustainable finance. This is something I want to learn for my future. So I want to work with them. I want to do a research project under them, or I want to write my dissertation under them. This shows that you've gone beyond you're not just looking at college rankings, you're not just looking at the college's reputation. You're actually taking the time to deep dive into the college website and take out the information that you need. Another thing you can do is you can mention the names of any research labs that you would want to join. Look at what research labs are there in that college. Look at if they have any work placements, if they have any overseas programs, if they have any internships that are combined with your course. And this is the information that you need to line out in your SOP to show that you've done the adequate research and you know what you hope to gain from this college. Another thing that colleges are looking for from your applications is that you need to display that you have a lot of intellectual curiosity and you have a diverse extracurricular activities, towards community service and various interests. So extracurricular activities is something that's a little difficult to balance because different countries rank extracurriculars differently. So when you're applying to the UK, when you're applying to other countries in Europe, when you're applying to even Canada, they don't care as much about the extracurricular activities you've done beyond your academics. So if you say that, I've been a very good swimmer or I've been someone who plays sports very well, that's not something UK admissions officers are going to care about. They care about your interest in the subject. What have you done to expand that interest? Have you done any research? Have you done any online courses? So for UK, you need to make sure that all of the activities that you're mentioning are very academic and very technical. For the US, it's completely different. They look at you as a person, as someone beyond your academics, as someone, who's done a couple of things in life. They want to know your life story. So that's something that they focus on a lot more. So for US colleges, you can add in that information and it's absolutely going to help you out. But for UK, you need to be very careful that you're not focusing a lot on, your personal life, or you're not writing a SOP that's very narrative based. You need to keep it strictly academic and strictly technical. Then another thing that colleges are looking for is high achievement. We've talked about that colleges want to know who you are as a person. They want to know your activities. But one thing that does remain common is that they care about your grades. And that is not going to change anytime soon. They might put more or less emphasis on it over time, but that's something will be consistent as long as education is a business, as long as people are applying to colleges. So one reason why they do this, why they want to know your grades, is because they need to determine if you're prepared for their college. So colleges have a lot of advanced courses, a lot of advanced degree. And by looking at your grades, they can understand if you'll be able to handle the level of instruction that's followed within that particular college. That is why you need a very high grade point average to show that you're academically prepared to handle their curriculum and that you'll be able to score well and you'll be able to maintain that college's reputation while you're enrolled with them. So a good way to kind of figure out if you're a good fit for a college is, what you can do is you can Google the admissions profile for your dream school. So if you just go to Google, if you Google the average applicant profile for NYU Masters in Marketing or Masters in Management, you will get a kind of record of what are the average GRE scores that people have that are applying to these courses. What is the average GPA requirement that is for this course? That will give you an idea of the kind of marks that people are already scoring and the range that you need to be in order to be considered for that college. And that can help you at the end of the day build a very realistic college list. What I have noticed in my experience as a college counselor and as someone who helps people is that a lot of students just Google the top universities in a particular country, and then they come to us with that list and they tell us that we want to apply here, because those are usually the most famous reputed universities, top 10, top 5, top 20. And sometimes what happens is, even if a person, has a strong activity list or even if strong grades, that college might not be a right fit for you. So what you're doing through the application process, you're not just blindly applying to universities and hoping that they pick you. You're trying to decide if this college is the right fit for you. Does this college offer me everything I want for my life? Because you're going to be living there for the next 3 to 4 years, even 5 to 7 years in some countries. If you're applying someplace like Australia, they have an extended work visa. So you get to be there for like 5 to 7 years. In that sense, you need to do the proper research and look for universities that are going to serve you best. So it's not just colleges that are, looking through your profile and kind of deciding if you're the right fit for them. You are doing the same to those colleges. So that is something that I've tried to inculcate in all of my students, is that you need to be sure of the colleges you're applying to, and you need to kind of take that very, very strictly or very, very, thoroughly. You need to research, you need to put in the work, and you need to understand how you're doing these things. Apart from that, another thing that colleges focus a lot on are SAT, ACT, TOEFL, IELTS, GRE, GMAT scores. This is something that they do because they need to kind of create a standardized baseline to judge all the applicants from. There's a lot of applicants applying from all over the world, from different countries. So colleges need to have a baseline. They need to understand what part of the world people are coming in from. They need to, because there might be differences in the curriculum that different people have. There might be differences in the kind of educational systems that different people have. And if they have a set of scores like the SAT or the GMAT, they kind of create a baseline to judge your performance and understand where you stand as compared to the other people. Okay, another thing that Viransh has kind of covered is that you need very good letters of recommendation. So when you're applying, you're kind of giving universities a lot of information about yourself already. You're telling them, you're giving them your transcripts, you're giving them your resume, you're giving them your grades, everything else. But what universities need to do in order to believe you is they need to hear it from someone else as well. That kind of makes your record more credible. If a teacher or your professor or your manager comes in and says that, yes, I've been associated with this person for the last 5 years and I've seen their performance and it's been great and they've been a huge asset to our organization or our educational institution, it allows more credibility for your application. Okay. So we've already kind of covered a little bit of the differences between the UK and US. So what I want to do is I want to briefly go through some of the things you need to keep in mind when you're applying to different countries. One of the things that's very, very prevalent is that in the UK and in the US, different people are assessing your applications. The number one thing to understand is right from the start, when you're applying to these countries, you have two very different audiences to appeal to. So in the UK, your application will be assessed by a person who's on the department that you're applying to. So for example, you're applying to a psychology degree, someone from the Department of Psychology, someone who's either a professor or a research assistant or a teaching assistant, these are the people who are going to be looking through your application. While in the US, it's completely different. In the US, how it works is that the admissions office for the entire university makes these decisions, which is the admin staff. So in the UK, when you're writing an essay, what you're doing is you're writing for people who are already experts in their field. So they'll be able to judge you very differently. These are already experts within their particular field, and they can tell if you've only added certain things to your resume as a way to boost your chances, or if you're inflating your resume somewhere. Apart from that, if you're kind of bluffing in your SOPs, if you are, giving very generalized statements or using very generalized cliches statements like, oh, I've always loved economics, or I've always loved finance, and you're not going into the details of why this particular degree, what is it that you love about economics, what is it that you love about finance, they're going to notice it very quickly. They know their stuff, they've been in the field for years. And if you're only bluffing, if you're only kind of talking in very fluffy, attractive language and not really going into the details, they will understand. So you need to show them your awareness of more obscure topics within the field. You need to show them that you keep up with the business world. You read the newspaper, you go through podcasts, you read books, and you know what you're talking. In the US, what you can do is, instead of focusing a lot on your academics, since the people from the admissions committee are reading your SOPs, what you can do is you can kind of focus more on the community aspect of your application. So you can talk about the environment of that particular college, about the students that are already there. You can talk about clubs, societies, other things that you can participate in while you're in that college, instead of focusing a lot on your subject or focus a lot on the academic aspects of your application. So this is the number one thing. Another different thing is, since, these are different people who are reading your SOPs and your essays, there's a different level of focus on the non-academic aspect of it. As I mentioned, in the UK, there's a lot of emphasis on the academic side of your application. So even if you're mentioning any kind of activities, they need to be academic and educational, like summer schools, like internships, research experiences. And you can even go on and say that do a particular podcast, you've read a particular book, you've watched this YouTube video that introduced you to the concept of sustainability and development and policy building. And that's something that you can start with and then kind of show that this is something that introduced me to this field. These are the activities I've done to build more understanding of it. And this is what I want to do now with this particular degree from your specific college. For the US, extracurricular activities and other non-academic values and virtues, they are considered extremely crucial for just giving the admissions committee a kind of context to your achievements. So since, these are not professors or academics who are reading your profile and who are making these decisions, it's the admin staff. So their focus is to create a community of students who will actively contribute to the life and soul of the. So therefore, if you're talented in sports, if you're talented in music, if you're talented in any other extracurricular activities, that is something that will be valued, that will be admired. So you try to highlight that and try to talk about that. Another important difference then is in the essays. So because there's a difference in who's reading your applications and how they're processing it, there's a difference in how you write your essays. So one thing is, in the UK, you submit a personal statement. UK, you apply through UCAS for bachelor's, in Common App for bachelor's for the US. For master's, you apply to the college websites of the specific colleges that you're applying to. So one important thing is that in the UK, you have something called the personal statement or the statement of purpose, where you talk about your interest for a particular subject. Formal document, it's an academic document where you kind of talk about your interest in a subject and your journey with it. So when you're writing a personal statement, again, one thing you need to make sure is that it's entirely subject focused. You need to show your interest, your knowledge, and your ability to think in the right way about it. So you need to tell the universities that these are the things I've done to pursue my interest in the subject beyond the classroom. And since this is going to be an academic and a technical essay, you need to avoid any kind of humor, any kind of cliches, flowery language. That is not something they're looking for. They don't need to see your vocabulary. They don't need to see a lot of fancy words. They just need to know that you care about the subject and you've done enough in your life to actually expand your understanding of it. Another thing then comes is the US application. For the undergraduate application, for the master's application, you apply to the universities and you do it in a similar manner to the UK application. So in masters, there's not as much difference. For US, for masters, you can still talk about a little bit about your activities and about the clubs and communities in the college, but not a lot. For undergraduate, it's completely different. For the Common App essay that you're writing, you need to show your writing skills. You need to show your personality. You need to tell them who you are beyond your grades, beyond your academics, and beyond your skills. Who are you as a person? What do you identify as? And there is no set structure to follow here. It's not an academic essay. I've seen people who've written poems for their Common App essay. So that's something you can do. One thing you need to remember is that you can be as vulnerable, as sensitive as you want to be here. You can tell a story, or you can talk about certain memories that have been extremely important to you. And it works out really well for people. Moving forward, I want to talk a little bit about just, the importance of essay writing, because it's something that isn't really taught to us through my experience, as a student in India, in school and then in college. It's something that's not really focused on a lot. Essay writing and research skills and writing is something that's not something we're very used to. So a lot of the times when students come in and they join us, they become very, they kind of become very haphazard, and they kind of struggle a lot because they suddenly discover that essays make up a huge part of their application. For you, for all of you who are going to apply to universities either this year or the next year, you need to understand that essays are not just a part of the application process. They are the bare minimum requirement. That is what you start. So we're going to talk a little bit about how you can do that effectively. The two major countries are UK and US. Everything else can be fit into the same molds. So number one thing you need to do is you need to understand and answer the essay prompt properly. You need to accurately understand what the question is asking you and how to accurately address that prompt thoroughly. So in order to do that, read the question multiple times, understand exactly what it requires of you, what are the expectations of the person who's asking you that question. For the UK, again, the same thing, that you need knowledge, you need to give very deep and very technical reasons for your. So don't start with any past stories about your childhood or very sweeping generalizations, or don't say something, I've always loved economics. I mean, maybe you have, maybe you haven't. That's not something that's very believable to people who are reading your essays. Instead, give very deep and very technical reasons. When you want to talk about your love for a subject, for example, say that I first, probably going about it in the way and saying that I first became interested in economics when in 9th grade, I learned about the liberalization policies implemented by the government of India in 1991. Maybe that's the way you can go about it. It gives a very specific example of what is it that drove your interest in this particular subject. And then you go on and talk about that, oh, this is something that got me interested in international trade and how trade policies are built. And now these are the books I've read about trade and policy building to understand how this works out. This is something that has a very clear narrative. You became interested in international trade and policy building, and then you read a few things, you did a summer school, you did an internship within investment and within trading and within policy building. And now you're at a stage where you understand that this is what you want to do with it. Life, and this is what you want to study for your career. For the US, the kind of personal essay that you need to write as a bachelor's student is something that's very reflective, very creative, very narratively sound. So it's kind of meant to summarize your life experiences to the person who's reading it. Just think of it as a trailer for your life so far, and everything you've experienced, everything you've gone through, you're showcasing to the universities to help them understand you and your context. So sometimes there are students who, come from very disadvantaged backgrounds, or sometimes there are students who've had a lot of medical issues and they chose to write about those things. I've seen female students write about experiencing a lot of sexism or experiencing a lot of problems in their family. So this is something that gives universities a lot of context about your life. It helps them understand that even after experiencing all of these difficulties in your life, you're dedicated to your studies and you want to take this forward, and then it works out well in your favor. Another thing you need to do is you need to write in detail. You don't just give universities very superficial responses, very superficial reasons. You go into the depth of the topic. And this applies to any country that you're writing for. You need to include specific examples. You need to include supporting arguments. And you need to add your personal experiences with all of the technical things that you're mentioning that show that you've built a qualification within this particular field. For the UK, you can start with a general introduction talking about this is how you got introduced to the subject and this is why you kind of fell in love with it. Then going on to the second and third paragraph of your SOPs, what you're going to do is you're going to mention 2 to 3 very particular areas within your subject or within your discipline that interest you. And then you're going to talk about how you have explored these areas. For example, if you're talking about finance, you go into fintech, you talk about the influence of technology and finance on your life. And then what you need to do after that is you need to then talk about the books you've read about this particular field, the podcasts you've listened to, the essay competitions that you've taken part in. When you take part in essay competitions or writing competitions, what it does is enhances your research skills. And that is something that colleges really value. So that is something you can talk about. After you're done mentioning that these are the things I've done to expand my understanding, then you need to explain how this particular book, podcast, YouTube video, TED Talk has helped you expand your understanding of the subject. For the US, for the Common App essay, again, as I mentioned, there's no particular structure, there's no particular format that you follow. The main thing that you need to keep in mind is that your essay needs to be vulnerable. It needs to tell people who you are as a person, who you are beyond your academics. And the main hallmarks of a Common App essay is that you need to show sensitivity. You need to be vulnerable. You need to be extremely real. Being emotional helps. Another thing that you need is you need a story arc. So the Common App essay needs to have a very clearly defined before. If you're talking about a particular event that has happened in your life and how you've kind of dealt with that event, then you need to have a very clearly defined, okay, this is something that happened to me before. This is the impact that this thing had on me, and this is how I dealt with it. So the person before that event happened and the person after that event happened, they need to be 2 very different people in order for the universities to understand the impact of the event on your life and what you've dealt with. So another thing that becomes important after this is that you need to have fantastic diction. You need to have great choice and proficiency in selecting the words that you're saying in essays. Hello. Yes.
Yeah, I'm really very sorry to interrupt. If you could just wrap it in a minute,
Yeah, sure. This is the last point. And then
Okay.
what I want to do is just 1 second. I want to share some information about, so these are the scholarships that are available as external scholarships. This is mostly for master's students. So we don't have time to go into the details, but you can either note it down or you can take a screenshot and then read about the eligibility. And that's something that will help you out when you're doing your applications. All right, so just finishing off, in order for the diction and in order for the kind of language that you're using, you need to be very sure, again, for UK, technical language, things that kind of show your interest in a subject. For US, many people think that if you crowd your essay with as many synonyms or thesaurus words as you can, that will help you stand out as someone who's a very good creative writer. But don't do that. Don't use flowery or overcomplicated language. Just focus on simple, effective sentences that can paint a picture. So you can use expressions, you can use kind of literary devices, you can use metaphors, and that's something that will work in your favor. So yeah, I think that will be all then from my end. So if there's any questions that I can take in a short while, I'd be open to that, since I won't be able to stay for a long while after the session is done.
Okay, so we could just maybe take up 1 or 2 questions from the chat box. Yeah, so any questions for Shruti, please send it in the chat box. We have time to say 1 or 2 to 3 questions. That's it.
So what I want to do is I want to add some details to the chat box as well. That is
Okay, yeah.
for, just give me 1 second.
That would be useful.
Yeah, I can do that as we're moving along. We can move on to the next speaker and I'll just put up the details on the chat.
I have made Bhanushali's question.
No, scholarships are available for different countries. So sometimes there are very country-specific scholarships as well. There are a lot of scholarships for Indian students that they can kind of go for. It depends on the country that you're applying to. So first thing that you need to do is you need to look into the college available scholarships. So colleges sometimes have scholarships that are available through their portals and their application portals. External scholarships are scholarships that are offered by either a government or a charity. And that's something you can look at once you're done kind of applying. The external scholarships usually open later on.
Thank you, Shruti. I hope Meet had answered your question. We have the next question. Shubh Dama, what are the best courses for management jobs in UK?
For UK, I would suggest you look at the Guardian rankings for colleges. Some of the top choices there for master's courses are, again, LBS, LSE, King's is a huge hit between all people. So these are some of the top universities. Look at UCL as well. Cambridge and Oxford are, again, very, very high reach colleges, very hard to get into, very low acceptance rate. So you need to have an extremely strong profile to be able to make it into those. But in terms of business specifically, nowadays, what's coming on top is Warwick, St. Andrews, King's, Glasgow. These are the top universities you can be looking at.
Just the last question. It's by Deep Badra. How can we connect for further queries for course selection or SOP kind of things?
Yeah, so I'll just share the contact details for Rostrum on the chat, and then you can connect with us through that.
That's all. All the further questions will be taken, like we have already informed the platforms on which you can post your questions. Maybe you can put there and we'll address it later on. Yeah, so thank you so much, Shruti, for a wonderful presentation. I would here like to tell you that Shruti was not keeping well today, despite she made it here to help our Bhanushali students who aspire to go abroad. Yeah, so thank you so much, Shruti. And your presentation insights were really very helpful. The way you structured about LORs, SOPs and all. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, so now we move on to our next speaker, Swati Mange. Yeah, so she finished her engineering in 1997 from University of Mumbai. Then she started working in the field of technology and moved on to London for working on a project. And then later started working in finance sector, that is business change and transformation in asset and investment management. So as a student in UK, she has not only excelled in her work, but she has also become very well versed in the intricacies of accommodation and student life. Her experiences and her learnings have really given her a unique perspective of the do's and don'ts of living as a student in this vibrant country. So अजी एडा पासाते फक्त इकडे सक्सेसफुल इंडिव्हिज्युअल तरीके न पण मार्गदर्शक बनीने पावणी की गाईड करिंदा. So she'll be sharing her insights on the do's and don'ts of accommodation in UK, along with her experiences and advice of what to expect when traveling and moving to UK. So Swati, over to you.
Hari Om Manike. Good afternoon or good evening, based on the timelines. I'm sure we are all excited and we have learned quite a lot of information based on the other speakers that have come, and they have excelled in what they have shared. This is a topic, the accommodation topic, which is very lightly touched upon a lot of our conversations. It's because we take it for granted. We are so much focused only on what do we want to study, what sort of life you want to live, and how do we get money for that? Because we want to basically get progress and grow, but we forget that we will have to sleep somewhere, we will have to eat food somewhere, we will have to live with other people, because we are no longer in the comfort of our own home. So this doesn't only apply to students, but it also applies to anybody who wishes to travel. And we all know how different countries and different cultures are different, and what their laws in those countries, especially with relations to accommodation, are different. Now, obviously, when you're living in India, it's different. And when you move to any country, including Kuwait, UK, US, everybody has got its own advantages and disadvantages in the terms of your likings, of where you want to live, what you want to, whom you want to engage with, and what you want to eat. So can you please bring up the slides, because I know we will have limited time and I want to cover only the important aspects of it. I am going to include an example, which is real life example of one of the Bhanushali students. I will not name, but there's an immense learning from one person's experience, which is going to help everybody, including myself. So basically, and when you are applying for any applications on any of the universities, accommodation is actually on the bottom list. So if you go to the next slide, we will have to focus on key first 7 items. And I think that you can think about all of this in your own convenient time, but never forget safety. I think over and about anything, it's a safety. And you think those countries are forward countries. I mean, UK country has got a lot of laws and regulation and everything is fantastic. And I can't talk much about US because I've not lived there for long. But UK is a country where I've lived for last 23 plus years. And when I came here, honestly, there was nothing, no information. Nobody knew, not even my company who was sending me. So first and foremost, I would always say, check your safety. That should be one of your criteria that should always play at the back of your mind. Second is your budget. Now you would think, when you don't know the country, well, how are you going to find out how much it is going to cost you? Of course, you don't know how much it is going to cost you and you're looking for a place to study, but you definitely know how much money you can borrow, or what is your scholarship? What does your scholarship include? Any additional tuition fees any money for your accommodation along with your tuition fees? Are you going to be able to provide for your living expenses, including buying foods, having your phone running? All of that has to be considered when you are budgeting your travel. Second is convenience. Now, I'm sure all the other people who have already been to these countries and were students in these countries will agree that there are different kinds of accommodation in universities, especially when they say, oh, it's a campus university, which means you will think you're living in the campus. But the campus, how big is the campus? Is the campus only, say, a few blocks away, maybe a few streets away? Or is that campus where you have to travel to your college or to your classroom, and you might have to take a bus, you might have to cycle, you might have to walk, so depending on what your preferences are, what that university has, check your convenience. Are you happy to travel? Are you happy to, or you just want to save time and you just want to live within the proximity of your building, of your college building? So check what your conveniences are. Second, go back to the second slide, please. Sorry, you might want to go to the slide before. No, before. Okay, right. And then this was the key topic, I think even Viranj touched upon, engage in the practical and honest circle. When I say this, it is so important to surround yourself in a new place with the right kind of honest people, because out there, the world is not very sweet. I mean, that you could meet nicer people, which is most of the time the experience, but all it takes is one wrong experience. So do not engage, or do not try and be lured by other people's lifestyle. Try and stick to your lifestyle. Engage with the people who are real, who want to know, they're thinking like you, the like-minded people, and learn about the other cultures, learn about the other ways of living, and adopt to the new ways of living, but always engage with the honest people. And then most important, and I cannot stress this enough, and I'm sure anybody on this platform will agree, stay connected with your family in India. That could be your friends, that could be somebody who has advised you through your consultancy or through your siblings or through your siblings, friends, or any circle that you have, and especially your family. Please stay connected, because that is when you become most vulnerable, when you are here, when you're without your family, and other people identify and they take advantage. And that can start with by giving you false hopes of wrong accommodation. So stay connected with your family, communicate each and everything. Second, and the last and the important thing is about where you want to live in your first year, and then subsequently what happens after that. Most of the universities in UK do provide accommodation for foreign students. Now, there could be some courses and there could be some universities based on their location, they might not be able to offer you the accommodation within the university premises. What they will do is they will give you an option, or they will give you links to find out or affiliations basically of the accommodation within the proximity of the university. If they don't, obviously, then there are some other websites which we will cover further down in the slides. But then you have to make sure that you are first and foremost approaching the university and taking the first year accommodation from the university itself. Now, the reason why I said this is the last and important thing is because when you engage or when you're connecting in the first year, try and meet many people, many students, and then figure out what are you going to do the next year. I think Oxford and Cambridge universities, they offer accommodation for all 3 years or 5 years of your course, depending on what your courses are. But most of the other universities will not offer you accommodation on college premises for after first year. So you need to know that whom are you going to share your property with, whom are you going to live with in the following year. And this also applies to when you're working. If your course is for only a year, so following year, you want to go, college will not be responsible for providing your accommodation, which means you will then move out and you will have to look out for your own accommodation. So plan this right from the day you land. Plan that what are you going to do after this first year once you are there. Don't leave it till the last minute, because that's when the panic sets in. Can you please move to the next?
Yeah, please keep your mics on mute.
Can we move to the next slide, please? Right, so now again, this is similar to what I've just mentioned, but kind of reiterating: research, find out, read. There is more than 95% of information all available on the websites. So if you have chosen a university, there are tons and tons of information on their website, on the college or the university websites themselves. If not, you can just use Google Baba, which I call Google Guru. Just go and Google up whatever you want to search around that university, and you will find tons of information. Then you can come to BOSS, or you can come to other people whom you know, and go back to them asking specific questions to know more about what you have selected or what are your specific questions. Do not go for help asking or for advice with anyone, including the colleagues or your university professors, without doing your homework. Always research, read, ask tons of questions, how much of a silly they could be, doesn't matter, so that you know more. That's your key thing. And then, as I mentioned, ask universities for accommodation facilities. They might not have the university accommodation on the premises, but they will always have links up, or they will always guide you to the right and correct links, which will help you find the accommodation of your choice. Third is learn the process by reading real life cases. Now you will find tons of blogs. I know there are tons of TikToks and Instagram reels which people make, and quite a lot of them, most of them are extremely useful and happy, but how much time are you going to waste and scroll through your reels? So you need to do this research before you go there to connect with the people who are giving you the right information and not just fooling around. If that, I won't rely on TikTok reels, because a lot of these times they are giving you very snapshot of information that might not apply to you. So it might take ages before you learn or you get to use that information. But reading the blogs, reading your students' experience, there are tons of them. So again, Google Baba, go up there, research around the university. What are the common problems? Always start with what are the problems? What is the issue in this area? These are the keywords you need to type in, and you will get the information what exactly you're looking for. And somebody wants to give you good reviews, they will give you good reviews, because everybody wants to help everyone. Second is ask for information from local students. Now, when I say local students, the students who are born and brought up in that country, wherever you're going, mostly UK, I'm talking about. So go and please ask them, what do they think about this area? They could not be, again, from the same area. They could come from different parts of UK, but they will have information. Or if they won't have information, they will know how to find that information. So connect with them, ask them questions, and key is stay in your budget. It would be very tempting to start spending money on, oh, I like this apartment because it has got an extra bedroom, or I like this apartment because, oh, it has got a nice facilities. But do you really want to spend so much money? These countries are expensive countries. They're really expensive. Do you really want to go and spend extra money for a swimming pool? Or do you really want to spend an extra money for having a facility of security? For girls, I would say yes. But how much are you going to spend against what are your, sometimes you have this on-guard security, which is very rare in UK, let me tell you very honestly, very rare. For students' accommodation, there is a right enough security which you need and which you will get. But for extra stuff, you really need to weigh out your options. Clarify and agree the expenses, because this is where most of the problems start from. So the example that I mentioned at the start of this thing is, there has been an example of one of the students who, not on one, and there are plenty, but one of the students who had agreed to go to an accommodation, and things went wrong. During the stay of 1 year, they signed a contract which went wrong. Then the expenses of the utility bills and stuff like that, they all went wrong because half the time people are trying to get away from it. Some people want to have, don't wish to contribute to it. How can you deal with that difficult and problematic solution? So you need to be in the right circle. So before even you agree and you sign any paperwork, make sure that all what you're going to share is going to be shared, in the sense any kitchen facilities or any other expenses you're sharing about the accommodation, make sure that your expenses will be shared. Now, again, include everyone's name on the contract. And this is what the other person or other student did the mistake was. They went by the words. They said, oh, I know I'm going to share, but how does it matter? Contract can be on the name of one person, but 3 people will share, because they would have told the agent that we are 3 people and we want to share, but they did not. They did not actually kind of give their names, and which means anything that went wrong became that person's responsibility. Right, now can we go to the next slide quickly? Okay, again, don't depend on what somebody's saying as the wholesome truth. Go and research, again, going back to the first point, and don't expect for guarantors. This is another problem that happens, is because you've left it so late and you haven't planned it well, a lot of the people here who are giving their properties for accommodation, they are being extremely careful. They know that if people can't afford to pay, they need somebody to guarantee them. But when you're coming to a country like UK, you don't know anyone. And it's a huge responsibility because it marks your credit scores. So if you are going to ask for somebody else to pay, become your guarantor, and you default on the payment, it's not your problem anymore. It becomes guarantor's problem. So imagine you are being the guarantor for somebody, and somebody decides not to pay the money for their accommodation, and somebody comes knocking on your door, or somebody actually marking you down on the credit. It's a problem. So always put yourself in the other person's position and see, if I was the property owner, if I was the lender, if I'm running the accommodation, how will I treat, how will I want to behave? What should I expect? Always put yourself in the other person's shoe. Do not ignore your gut feeling. When you see accommodation and you don't feel comfortable, do not ignore that. If you feel uncomfortable, do not go for that property. Don't commit to any payments until you fully understand the paperwork. We have this tendency of just flipping through, and we think it's all small prints, and we just go at the end and say, I accept the terms and condition, and we sign. And we completely miss the important information, what it was expecting you. So I'm suggesting you and strongly recommending reading each and every word. Even though you think you don't understand, pick up each word that you don't understand, go to the Google, search the meaning of it, figure out, learn, educate yourself, because this is the only way forward to survive in this country. Second, don't miss any payments. I mean, when you don't commit to any payments, which means don't sign any contract and say, I'm going to pay you so-and-so, because they will hold paper against you. They will not understand you that you are a nice person, you are going through trouble. They don't understand any bit of it. Everybody wants money. This world is made of that. So do not miss any payments and do not commit to any payments until you fully understand what are you getting into. And secondly and lastly, please do not use your accommodation as your hotel room. There is no service, which means there will be nobody coming into your room and doing your room service, and you will be charged for everything you damage, including anything. If your carpets are damaged or your chair is damaged, everything that you do everything that is damaged, you will be charged. And trust me, everything is pretty expensive. And they will make more money out of you. As soon as they know that you are a student and you can afford, they will ask for more money. Can we go to the next slide quickly, please? Now, when you get the accommodation, there are key 5 things I really want everyone to make a note of. One is called the inventory evidence. So inventory evidence is when you enter your room, when you got a property, take a picture of every single thing that you get or you see, and take and record it. Usually, normally all the accommodations, they will actually give you, if they're proper accommodation, they will actually give you a list of inventory that I'm providing you a table, a bed, a chair, shelf, or bathroom. Bathroom has got bath, it's got a shower or whatever. They will write down the list of all the things that they're giving you. You make sure that this is what you have received, and you take pictures as in evidence. Second, take the gas and meter electricity readings. These are all your utility bills. It could be water meter as well. I'm not too sure, depending on your property and what is included and what is not included as part of your contract. But make sure you take all the meter readings, because these are all evidence. And again, you don't have to be rocket science intelligent. You just take a camera out and take a picture of meter the day you moved in. Again, read the contract fully, and especially with your deposits, make sure that your deposit is protected. You must clean your property yourself. And as we all know, here, no matter how much of a fantastic course you study, you still have to clean your own property. Check and report anything that has been broken, which is not working, because anything that you discover, like when you see everything is looking fine, but as soon as you sit on the chair broke. So you are going to report that straight away, saying that this chair was probably not of good quality, or this chair was already broken, I just sat and it broke, or it has broken definitely by my mistake. So what they'll do is they'll fix it. If that's included in your contract, they'll fix it. If it's not included in your contract, you will have to unfortunately pay for it. And anything that you write and you communicate, anything that you want to communicate, make sure you're writing it down in an email. It could be email, it could be text messages. Make documents or collect the evidence, because when things go right, it's all fine. But when things go wrong, all of this is going to work in your favor. Can we go to the next slide, please? Which is the some useful websites on how to find the university accommodation. And these are the list. This is the list provided by actual students, and some of the students who have finished studying and they're working, they are actually on this webinar. They are the ones who have provided me this. So here, these are all live working links, which means you can look for a property and accommodation through them. Find it, give your postcode of your property and of your university to make sure that you're finding the property in the close proximity of it. And once you're happy with it, speak with them, read whatever is on their website. And these are the, there are more than these, but these are the top used student accommodation websites. Can you go to the next slide, please? Right, now these are again actual pictures. I have not photoshopped them. I have not done anything. This is the actual students' university pictures, and this looks amazing. Most of the time, kitchens are shared when you're looking into students' uni accommodation for the first year. For second year, when you're looking for your own accommodation, you might have shared entire houses, which means you're sharing the bathroom, you're sharing the kitchens. It again depends on where you are. But they look all nice and pretty, isn't it? I'm sure you all will agree, because we all dream of this, and where you have a social kitchen where everybody comes together and eats on a clean table, works on the clean table. Can we have the next slide, please? This is reality. And these are unfortunately very gruesome pictures, but these are all published in UK newspapers. This is the state of the university accommodations. This is the state in which people live. I fail to believe that people like this. Nobody likes it, including the people who have messed it up. But we all learn to cook before we go. We are all told to be independent thinkers. We are all told to be independent researchers to find out what we want to do, but nobody teaches us how to clean a pasta sauce if somebody has deliberately broken it or broken by accident. Nobody teaches us how to fold clothes or how to make sure that you put things away so that your mind is free and you can focus on study. People will, because it's not your house, right? But trust me, each and everything that's damaged, each and everything that not only will cost you money, but it's going to cost you your mental health. So please be very mindful. Do it yourself, clean it yourself, learn to do this much before you go there. Do not leave it until the last minute. These are all habits. Please develop good habits. This is not only good for you, this is also good for your mental health, not only for your studies or academics or career. It's going to make you a nicer person when you organize your life. So we will end this conversation with the final slide. If you go to the next slide, and trust me, we all want this as our accommodation. And this is again, true accommodation. This is from the University of Bath, which is in UK. It's a lovely university and they offer this kind of accommodation, which is brilliant. So let's keep it this way. Happy to take any questions. I know I ran past quickly only because I'm sticking to time. But if there are any questions, if there is any information that you need, feel free to reach out.
Okay, thank you so much, Swati. It was really nice to hear from you, and it was a very informative speech. Truly eye-opening, and it has all left with a better understanding of what to expect when planning our adventures in the UK. So as we move forward with our plans to study or work abroad, the insights shared by you will, serve as a valuable compass, helping us overcome challenges and make the most out of our experiences in UK. So you also talked about a very important thing of selecting friends, which I think is really very crucial. Yeah. So thank you so much, Swati. Is it okay if we take questions in the end?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Swati. So with this, we move on to our next speaker, Payal Godhani. So she has completed her bachelor's in computer engineering from Vivekananda College, where her passion for technology was ignited. Her journey led her to prestigious North Carolina State University, where she pursued her master's, specializing in operating systems and architecture. She has a rich 10-year industry experience and has expertise has honed her through engagements with renowned companies like Intel and TCS. Currently, she leads a dynamic team at Oracle Cloud, where she orchestrates collaboration between cross-functional teams, engineers, and people playing different roles. So she has a profound experience of both a student and from a corporate sphere. So she's going to help us navigate through challenges and opportunities that come ahead. Yeah. So Payal, over to you.
Thanks, Sakshi, for the beautiful introduction, and good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you guys are. Yeah. So I just wanted to talk about a few things. I was mainly going to touch upon the assistantships in the university. If someone could bring the slides, we can go over the slides. So one of the things which I think most of the Indian students make a mistake is they feel once you get into a good university, the job is done. But I think it actually starts over there. Getting into a good university is definitely a good start, but surviving into that university and ensuring that you have a successful master's degree or a bachelor's degree is very crucial. And also we need to decide on what to do after that. So students need to have this long-term vision, which sometimes I feel is missing in our Indian students. I can speak only because of my experience now that I sit on the recruiting panel and I get to interview all the students. Then few of these things which I believe would be able to help you guys out. First is the research. One of the assistantship is the research assistantship. So whenever you're coming to pursue your master's, right, a lot of students go for this research assistantship primarily for two reasons. The first reason is they are actually very invested in research work, and their final goal is to go into some labs like Microsoft Labs or Google Labs research. And just a disclaimer, I have done my education in United States, so my experience is solely based on US. I am not very well versed with UK and those programs. Coming back to the research assistantship. So yeah, I was talking about the one side of students who are solely focused on research and they would want to go in research area even after they complete their PhD or their master's and work for one of these research labs. The second type of students I have seen is who go for research assistantship primarily for monetary aspects, because you are looking at $70,000 or $100K when you are going to pursue your master's. But when you have a research assistantship, you don't have to pay for that. Your professor actually helps you get those funding, and then all of this is waived off. So there's this second school of thought.
But then how do you go about and get this assistantship is first you need to do a thorough research on what professor you are going to work with and if it aligns with your interest. So before even when you enter university, make sure you have a list of professors you want to work with, and also their school of work. Like go through their research papers, what work they have done. And most of the professors are usually open for research assistantships. They would want students to work with them because they have so many projects going on, right? So and all of these professors have office hours, so you can go and talk to them, tell them about your interest. It's just like a soft application that I am interested in your work. I have went through your research papers. This is the paper which I really like, and I would like to work with you. And they would be very much open to, I think, considering you. And yes, while doing research assistantship, make sure you'll always have the first movers advantage. So ensure that you go very quickly first ahead and try to bag those, because there are very few spots. And also how this research assistantship which will help you is towards finding your next job. Like these professors have very good relationships with all industries. Like for example, in my side of work, they had connections with Intel and ARM and AMD. So they will be able to connect you with all the recruiters in those companies as well. And when I am looking at a person's profile where it says I have done this research assistantship, it immediately stands out for me. So if at all this is your interest and you would like to go and do this, please ensure that you have your resume prepared very early on, and also you have done your homework really well. Yep, that is one assistantship. Can you move on to the next slide, please? And also one thing, the research assistantship counts towards your credits. So if you want to pursue masters, I think you need to do 36 credits. So if you do research assistantship, I think 6 credits or 9 credits will be waived off for you. Yep. The next is the teaching assistantship. The teaching assistantship doesn't pay as well as the research assistantship, but all the professors are looking for this TAs that help them out to grade assignments and stuff like that. So I've seen a lot of my friends and myself, we used to go and help professors out, and they pay well. At least they would help out with few expenses. And it is not a very huge time tax on your profile too. But ensure that these spots are also limited. So have your resume written very thoroughly, and ensure that you schedule meeting with your professors early on and let them know that you are interested in this, and this will definitely help you out to bag one of these assistantship jobs. Yeah, can you move on to the next slide? Yeah, networking, I know a lot of people just keep on saying about networking, but trust me, this is very crucial. Ensure that you guys, whenever you go to university, you make friends with the seniors and also your friends, because these are the people who are going to help you out in your life after your masters or after your bachelor's, because the final goal for you, the university stay is only going to last for 2 years or 4 years. But after that, what is something which you really want to do is, like, most of us kind of go for software, go for any kind of jobs. There are a few people who would start their own companies also if their immigration permits them. But yeah, connecting with the network, connecting with your seniors would really help. Ask them, because while you are studying, they are going through the job search process. So ask them, okay, how are they trying to find the job? What are they doing to prepare for their job interviews? Because here interviews, like for anyone who is applying for a computer software job, the interviews last for 8 hours. It's a full day interview. So how do you prepare for those? You have to code, and there are whiteboard interview, system design interviews. So how did you prepare for those? And also, if you could get the email address of the recruiters from them, who they are working with, that will help you bag the summer internships, as well as it will help you get your job as well. Just have a, like, whenever you make a list of all this all the companies you are interested to work with and find the recruiters for all of these companies and reach out to them individually. By just having a cold email or a cold call, and most of these people are very open to talk to you guys. Yeah, don't wait for the last moment to start your job search. Get started right ahead, and so that they have you in their mind when they are looking for openings, because the job openings don't last for like every quarter, but and now with the situation, they open only for few quarters. So if they have you on their map, they will definitely reach out to you. Yep. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, and the last thing that I want to talk about is part-time jobs. A lot of students go to pursue part-time jobs. This helps them financially and gets like it bears their house expense and food expense and stuff like that. Try to find on-campus job opportunities because that would help you out. That would be more likely closer to your where you live, and since it would be on the university, it would be easier for you to commute. So you can go for doing a librarian job or some administrative office work, or you can work in the cafeterias as well. And again, these jobs are also limited, so make sure you go early ahead. You will always have the first mover's advantage in these cases. For the jobs outside the university, you would need to have a permit. At least in United States, we are not officially permitted to work outside of the campus. We are only permitted inside to work inside campus for 20 hours. But if your immigration permits you, you can go and find a job outside, like near the campus area. For example, you can do a babysitting job or work in a coffee shop or restaurant. But always keep in mind that the number of work hours should be less than 20 in a week, and also ensure that it isn't a time tax on your profile, because masters and bachelor study is pretty hectic over here. It's not as simple as what we have done in India. It's a totally different school of work. So please keep that in mind before signing up for any job. It should not hurt your performance in any of your study areas. Yeah, so do keep that in mind. Yeah, I think that was all what I had to say. If you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I'll put my email address in the chat box. Yeah, or I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Payal. Since I've put your email ID, I'll tell them to reach out to them in case they have any questions.
Sure. Sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So, you provided wonderful insights on assistantships, which are very important areas to look upon when going abroad for further studies. Part-time jobs, the way you highlighted it, like cafeterias, like administrative work, librarians with professors, were all of great importance. These small things are sometimes overlooked, but they really play a very important role while, planning our applications or studying abroad. Yeah. So thank you so much. Yeah, so Kailash Bhai would now take over to present something about BOSS.
So just a quick thing, right? And then we have Kirti Bhai joining in. Let me just take out the numbers. So, okay, so how are you guys doing? Okay, not okay? Everybody just type in the chat box. I'm still okay. Surviving, what is happening? If you're surviving, you like it, type okay in the chat box that, hey, I'm okay. I'm ready for more. Type okay in the chat box. How many? 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you guys are still okay. So I'll tell you what, keep typing okay. Now, we got, you want to see the numbers. I'm just going to add in the chat box. So we got 500 people registered for the BOSS webinar. And we started at 6, and around 6:30, we were about 350 people. And around 9:40, which is right now, we are still 82 here and probably 25, 30 on the YouTube. So probably let's say 100, 110 people. So first of all, say what you call it, just clap for you all that you have stayed and you are looking for information and you are very much serious. So thank you so much. Clap for you all. Yes, that's right. That's right. This is the effort that everyone has to put in. There was somebody has said that hard work is also required, smart work is also required, and you need to have a lot of mentors. So we will share every speaker's email ID. Of course, we will ask speakers permission and then we will share for sure. But you will be able to reach out to them. Your questions, they're not answered. Certainly, we will get that answered. Now I request Kashyap to quickly share the website if you can, and then we can move forward, because for you all who have stayed till late, there should be some reward, right? So this is the reward, and this is kind of a clarification. Madeke paake ekdi cheez just clarify karela, maguta, right? So ई पांचो 6 वरे complete थया आज, if we talk about it. So every year पांचो बॉस जो को सेमिनार के वेबिनार थी है ना, से लगभग 4 कलाक हले, 4 hours, 3 hours. We say 3 hours, 6 to 9, but then we want to capture a lot of information, give good information to people who are who are staying till the end. So what I mean to say right now, so Kashyap, if you go to BOSS 2018, just click on this, BOSS 2018, yeah. So e website hai Panji. So Krishna, if you can share the link, banusamaj.org/boss. The reward is this. Korothindo, every year we cover, let's say, 4 hours worth of video. Entire recording is available on the website. So 5 saal ka multiply by 4 is at least 20 hours of content is available right in front of you, in which every single year 5 સાથે નવા અલગ topics સાથે અલગ speakers હતા. You know how many speakers we have covered in last 5 years? 45 basically. 45 speakers. That means 45 topics. આજે પાંચે સેમિનાર में एकदम बेसिक कवर ना કરી શકે, right? કે ભાઈ LOR કી લખે જો, SOP કી લખે જો, કોરો ખપે, TOEFL કરી તે દિયા, he who, right? Because we have already covered a lot of this information, and that's where I wanted to come in here to share that. So Kashyap, just go on top. So there are a lot of topics, ke US visa application करो नु कपे, interview में करो बोलनु कपे, astrophysics UK में करना है तो क्या करने का, फिजियोथेरेपी मुझे कनाडा में करना है तो क्या करने का, आई एम अ CA इन इंडिया, लेकिन आउटसाइड इंडिया मेरे लिए क्या ऑप्शंस हैं, US में CPA करना पड़ेगा, हर एक स्टेट में अलग करना पड़ेगा. There are a lot of these topics. MBBS कैसे करना है, how to crack this thing. So go to 2019, 20, 21, 22. So all of these 5 tabs, they have all the parts of BOSS videos till date. So this is a great resource. And Gachman topics, हर 3 कलाक में मड़े topics पर cover ना करी सकूं. So Gachman topics ऐसे हैं. So I want you guys to note down this. And 1 second, note down this and go through this. This is a very resourceful page. And 23 जो भी video recorded live, तो ऊपर आमड़े के कुछ आजे जाने न मलो. So I just wanted to share this. कि आजा गच मरे doubt होंदा, and that is kind of normal because we can do only X amount of effort we can put in, right, in one particular webinar. So he resource है जरूर नरीजा, very important. So that's about it. Over to Sakshi. We have very good senior experiences, student experiences to share, and we will stay till the end. Aake anabi ki question hunda na ta do vaji venda, sada do vaji venda, 11 we will stay. So many of us can answer your question. So yeah, over to you, Sakshi. Thank you.
Thank you, Kailash bhai. Okay, so as Kailash bhai said, we will move on to the next thing on our agenda is NABS team, which is North American Bhanushali Samaj. So I would like to now invite NABS team का जो कोई करो speaker है माउंटे, ही समाज अमेरिका में बने हुआ है जो को education ला help करे तो US અને Canada में जितना पण students बने था उन्हीं के, and not only help they have created a very rich Bhanushali network out there. He बहुत proud जी गाला है कि पंहिंजो हिकिड़ो समाज abroad में पण स्थापित थियो है. So all the kudos goes to the president and the entire team for creating Bhanushali Samaj abroad. So we will now welcome Kirti Bhai. So he has lived and worked in the US for past 23 years and Gachmade companies mein leadership roles held kyo no. He has been a pioneering member of NAPS team with various other people. He is the visionary member of Sant Shri Odavram Foundation Technology, SoftTech. So he played a very instrumental role in bringing computer education to Bhanushali community back in 1995. He could a revolutionary initiative and his dedication and foresight in bringing technology to our community has created a wonderful impact. Yeah. So thank you, Kirti Bhai, and over to him.
Thank you. Thank you, Sakshi and Hari Om Manike. Hope everybody's doing well. Thanks for hanging in this late. A few corrections. I would say that I've lived in the US for 23 years. When I came here, there were a handful of people that I knew. There was no Google, right? Google wasn't invented back then. And so you can imagine how life would be. And, so fast forward 23 years, I'm not going to talk about all of that, but three years ago, I think Kailash reached out and said, Kirti Bhai, there's enough Bhanushalis here now in the US. We should do something about it. We should bring them together. And so I'm a tiny part of that. A lot of kudos to Kailash and a lot of other members who worked with us to create North America Bhanushali Samaj. Even the mention of SoftTech, that was again, Dinesh Bhai Chandra. Similarly, 25 years ago in 1995, he walked into my office. I don't know if Dinesh Bhai is on the Zoom today. Hi, Dinesh Bhai, wherever you are. And he said, Hari Om. And he said the same thing, Kirti Bhai, we got to bring computer education to the masses. It was his thought that provoked me to say, this is great. Let's do this. And that's how SoftTech was created. I wasn't the only one who did it. These are the pioneering members. And as they say, Mukeni Sutradhar banayo no tahu karo hai, rath thoda gya agleo mujhe hisab se. Start the slides and I can explain what NABS is. There are some 80 people on Zoom. You guys are going to benefit a lot, more than the other 400 who left. So NABS is a registered 501c3 nonprofit organization of the Bhanushali community living in the North American continent. And that includes all the three countries, Canada, USA, and Mexico, although I don't know if there's any Mexico Bhanushalis yet, hopefully someday. But most of our people are in the US and in Canada. So the whole idea here is, how do we bring our Bhanushali community and people and students closer to that bond that we already share? I totally resonated with a lot of things that Swati said earlier. Swati, if you're still here, hi, good to see you after such a long time. Yes, there is Google today, but Google gives you data. How genuine the data is something that you have to determine yourself. The reason why a lot of you are here is because you rely on the data and information and the sharing that happened here, because you know that is genuine, because you know the people, you have an inherent bond with all the people that are here, right? In a way, the path bahut jodaila hai. And inke vadare saro structured we came up with basically saying, let's have a proper registered organization in the US, and that's how NABS was created about 2 years ago. On to the next slide, please. And so, yes, it is an umbrella organization. All countries in North American continent, USA and Canada primarily. What we've also done is we have structured it so that there are 9 different regions, right? On the West Coast, Northern California, Southern California, Midwest, the Great Plains, on the East Coast, New York, New Jersey area. So various areas have leads who are responsible for making sure that they create, they bring the people in that area together. I mean, US, as you know, is a vast country, right? And so it is a little bit of a challenge to keep everybody together. But these individual, I would say, regional directors do a great job of keeping people connected. We also have events where the entire nation, entire NABs, including Canadians and American members, we all get together. We celebrate Diwali. We get to know each other. There are local events, and so it is basically, tightening the bond that we already have and we already share. There's a WhatsApp group of NABs that has about 250 members as of now. And of course, as many of you, when you come to the US or Canada, do sign up. That's a starting point, and and participate and benefit from it. On to the next slide. A little bit about the charter and what the objectives of NABs is. Now, I'm not going to read through all of this, but I hope you get the message that we share something in common, right? That's why you are all here. We share a bond, and so we cannot forget whichever country we go to, right? Wherever we live, we cannot forget who we are. We are Kutchi Bhanushalis, and we have this inherent thing in us that we want to share. We want to help our own kind. We want to uplift. So you can see, I always keep giving this example of our fathers and our forefathers, not very long ago, 50, 60 years ago, right? We came from Kutch to places like Mumbai, and we grew rapidly. And today, look at this. I'm so pleased to see so many of, brothers, sisters, my sons and daughters, I would say, because many of you are quite young, coming to these countries, and making a living and basically, doing good things for the world. And so we got to stick together. We got to stick together so we can help each other further. You come to a new country, Swati gave some great examples of the do's and don'ts, right? They all exist. The world can be a scary place, but when you are talking to the right people, when you're talking to your loved ones, people who care about you, people who have your interests in mind, then you certainly feel a lot better and you can navigate a lot better. Again, as I said, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but NABs, we unite people. We even in terms of career advancement. When you come to the US, you're going to need, hey, where do I go stay? You need a room, or you have questions about what happens in this university, right? So there's all these things that the information that you need. When you get it from a fellow NABS member, you know that that information is pure, it's honest, right? It's got no other self-interest. And so it's a great place to be, for networking with your other fellow students and other people who have been here a lot longer than you. So besides all the culture, I mean, we also have to make sure that our culture stays alive, right? It's there. It's easy to get lost. When you go to countries like US, UK, it's easy to think that their style of life and living is the cool one, right? But trust me, 23 years later, I'm telling you, what we do here and the way we live and the way we help each other is the coolest, okay? So let's not lose that. Let's not forget that. And I think NABS also does a little bit of that, of bringing people together. NABS has a lot of professionals. I mean, as you know, most of us came just like you were coming, right? As a student or as a working professional. And so you'll find NABS members in companies like Google, Amazon, Oracle, Netflix, Microsoft, name it. You name any top org in the tech field, in medicine, there are many doctors as well, of course, finance, law. There is a Bhanushali who's already here, who has established himself. And so you certainly want to network with them. You have a question about a particular profession, you want a reference. Today you guys are coming for education. 4 years later, you'll graduate. At that time, you'll need a job, you need a reference. You need somebody inside in these companies who can put in a good word for you. All that is possible, right, with NABS. And for that, you cannot come in at the last minute when you need something and say, hey, can you give me a reference? If you're involved from day one, right, you already have that bond, you have the connection, people know who you are. And that makes a huge difference. And so on to the next slide. This is kind of the last slide, I guess. How do you become part of this? Number one, join the NAPS as soon as you come to the US. Number one, you got to be in the US. That's important. That way we can make sure that the group is really tight and, you know, the appropriate people are there. And so once you come to the US, you get added to the WhatsApp group. So that way you're there. And then you register, right? You register on the NABS website. We'll share the links with you later on. The website is going through some maintenance right now, so it's down, but you know, in the NABS WhatsApp group, we keep posting updates on where we stand. We are bringing in kind of new features to it. Once you become a registered member, then you enjoy the member benefits, right? You know, we are expanding the NABS website, so you could network with professionals. You could reach out to people, and you know, you could query and say, you know, I'm looking for somebody in Rutgers. Who is the student there? And then you can find out who they are, connect with them, all that. So a lot of good stuff is coming there. And then finally, as I said, you know, our power lies in giving back. Right? All these people, all these wonderful speakers that you heard today, they are giving back. And trust me, giving back means getting more. That's been my experience. The more you give, the more you get back. And so by becoming either a volunteer or a committee member, you know, doing these things, you know, guiding other students, participating in building the website, all of these things are ways you can give back. So please do come join. And I know that giving back is in our blood, right? We are Bhanushalis, right? That's what we are made up of. And so I welcome all of you, wherever you are, you know, whether it's US, UK, if you're coming to the US, we welcome you with open arms. And next slide, you know, all I can say is that, you know, NABS is your family, right? It's, you know, it is your family, practically, away from, you know, your family, and it's a home away from your home. So while I look forward to meeting many of you as you come out here. And then if you need any help, you're more than welcome to, you know, either reach out to me or any other member of the NABS community. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kirti uncle, for the brief introduction to North America Bhanushali Samaj. I'm so glad to see that there are so many activities carried out by NABS. There are so many students who are going to US this year. We'll definitely share the details with all the students so that even they can be a part of NABS. And you know, your insights into its formation, goals, and the activities it engages have truly been enlightening. And your presentation has definitely given us a deeper understanding of what NABS is, the professionals it has, how it works, etc. I think the way you said, NABS has really been successful in creating strong bonds and, you know, very valuable connections of our community in North America. Yeah, so thank you for sharing your knowledge and helping us appreciate the significance of our community's presence and impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
Okay, so we now move on to our next speaker, Dr. Naveen Thakrar. I'm really excited to introduce him. He has been a medical practitioner in London for a very long time, like 41 years. Even though he's 78 years old, he's still full of energy and wisdom. And Dr. Naveen's life has been shaped not only by his medical expertise, but also by his interactions with people from all walks of life, just from every corner of the globe. So today he will draw from his rich tapestry of experiences to share with us essential messages and advice to the youth, lessons that will transcend beyond the classroom and find their roots in the real world. So over to you, Dr. Naveen.
Thank you, Sakshi. Hari Om. I think I'm no match to all your young people. I think I must be the most senior most in my age, but I feel much younger. May I also say that I was born in Africa. I studied in India, and I am established in UK for the last 51 years. My connection with Bhanushali is through my wife, who is from Kutch, and perhaps some of you know that she's the sister of Commander Gori, who was the first person from your community to be the commander in the Indian Navy. I may not have been born in India, but Dil Se, complete Hindustani home hai. And we always support India anytime, including cricket. When India and UK plays cricket, being a British citizen is ought to support India, but we support India. If it's Pakistan and India, then we support India. So you can see the affiliation changes. But let me just come down to I'll basically say a little bit about my journey in life. A little thing on my medical profession. If anybody wants any help in UK anytime, yes, in general practice or in hospitals or anything at all. But my journey started, I was born in Africa. My parents were there back in 1925, 1930s. My grandparents were in South Africa in 1890s. I actually did my GCSE level in Uganda from Cambridge University and wanted to come to London to study. But alas, I had no luck. Our neighbor, Mr. Modi's son, got married to a German girl. And our next door neighbor, Mr. Mehta, married to an English girl. And my father said, you got no choice except to go to India. So I was in India. I did my study in medicine, but I was initially at Kessie College in Churchgate, then went to St. Xavier's, and then went to Grant Medical College to become a doctor, returning to Africa. And from Africa, because of political situation, had to come to London. And that time, it was a very difficult time because we had lost a lot. There was nothing to look forward to. But in summary, I tried to go back to the hospital work. And then I had my choices to go to USA. I had my green card. I had my Australian visa. I had a Canadian visa. And I had a UK passport. But I chose to live in London because of family reasons as well. And gradually did my, if you call it like a postgraduate in general practice. And my special interest is cardiology and gastroenterology. And my background is also that I would train doctors, I would train nurses, I would train pharmacists, I would train midwives. So it's a thing about the training, having basically done most of my work in teaching hospitals. But I'm an independent general practitioner in London for the last 45 years, having finished 50 years in National Health Service. National Health Service employs 1 million people. And believe me or not, 24% of that 1 million is Indians. In terms of doctors, nurses, radiologists, top consultants, top surgeons, top plastic surgeons, you name them. And I think Indians are very well respected in the United Kingdom for their clinical acumen. And there's no doubt about it. People trust you. And there are very many successful consultants in the United Kingdom now. And I think what I was trying to say that there has been a pact between PM Sunak in UK and PM Modi. I think that will make immigration or visa section easier for Indian doctors. And at this point in time, there's an acute shortage of doctors in general practice, in hospitals, in any post. And this is the right opportunity for Indians to apply. I'll give you one example, just a short example. When I got a doctor to help me out, we used to pay them £60 an hour. Today, I'm not getting a doctor at £120 an hour. So that's the shortage. My interest is basically when the doctors come in here, is to, whenever a doctor comes from overseas, they got to do an examination called PLAB, P-L-A-B, which is a clinical paper as an MCQ and an oral examination test in spoken English. And that's a must. Any doctor who basically goes to PLAB can get a provisional registration with the General Medical Council. And once you get a the problem between when you pass pleb and getting a registration, you need about a month's experience to have worked in an English hospital. That's where I come in here for, where I can assist many doctors to get that 1 month before they get their pre-registration. And I've been doing this for years. And it's a pleasure to help doctors who come from abroad, because I was helped myself by a lot of people when I was in this country for the first time. Again, I train students. Here we call it as GCSE, but in India you call it as SSC. I actually take the students at that level and give them placements in my own practice, and also they get placements in major hospitals, teaching hospitals. And for the last even 20 years, we have produced something about 111 doctors. 60 have become consultants in top post in the NHS and private sector, and 35 have become general practitioners. The rest have gone to USA, Canada, Australia, South Africa, and some have become even pilots because they didn't want to medicine. And some have become osteopaths, pharmacists, etc. In my own family, I got my son, Rajiv, who actually, he got into medicine, halfway changed the course to become economist, and was headhunted by JP Morgan and was in mining for 5 years with JP Morgan. Then he left it and now he's in the medical business. My daughter, Radhika, did her graduation at the Durham, very famous Durham College in business management. She chose to become a chef and a nutritionist, and does it very successfully. And my youngest daughter, Sarita, she got a job with Ernst & Young, did it for 4 years, and somehow called it a day and went to Rishikesh to do a special course in yoga. And she's doing it very successfully in London now. So I also feel that when young people do a job, in the midst, in somewhere in the middle, they feel that, well, I've taken this, but there is no any satiety in your heart about doing that, and you want to always do something else, but you reach that goal at a certain stage of your life. In UK, I think Swati Ben made a good case about accommodation in UK, etc. So I'm not going to go into that at all. But from my point of view, if anybody in India wishes to come to United Kingdom, if they need any advice, not necessarily in medicine, if they need any advice in law, if they advise in finance, if they advise basically dentistry, I think we've got lots of sources to at least assist them in informing. Accommodation is a part of this. If somebody wants any financial help in some ways and they run short of money, we are quite prepared to take that risk. I've been a guarantor to many students from India for the university recently, and it's a pleasure to be of any help at that stage. Coming back to financial institutions, I think UK offers the best colleges. I think I was very impressed by, I forget the name, the young man from Oxford. I'm really impressed with his progress. I've heard a lot of other speakers, and my heart fills with the joy to say that our society is going somewhere. And then listening to our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, we are the 6th country in the world in economic progress, and he wants to make it number 3 in the next 6 years, and I can see it would happen. And I feel that when students go overseas, like UK, USA, etc., one thing they need to take back home for your own country, something which our country also benefits. At the same time, when you settle down in overseas country and don't go back, the main thing which from my point of view is your culture, your religion, your language. If you leave one of them, I think the next generation would not get any benefit out of your experience. And in London and in UK, we got quite religious institutions. We got mandirs. We got so many things in every Swaminarayan, whichever you're believing in, there are lots of facilities. And I feel that you can take good from American culture, you can take good from English culture, but at heart, be an Indian. And I think when that is lost, that will be lost for generations. I'm fortunate, my children have studied Gujarati, like GCSE, and Sanskrit. And they've done Latin, French, Spanish already. But the basic thing that at least I can converse with them in Gujarati. What I found, because I come to India every year and overstay myself. every time I come for 4 weeks, but I'm there for 8 weeks. But what I've found that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that Indians are going more towards West than our children from here are going East. I think I can see the change coming in, but I think we need to retain our identity, our language, our religion, and our culture. And that is the basis of everything. You can have money, but you can't buy culture. You can have money, you can't buy what you lost. And I think that needs to be started from the beginning, whether you're in America, you're in Alaska, you're in Canada, wherever you are. And if there are any questions, I'll certainly, Sakshi, you got my email. You can pass it on to anyone. And Sakshi, you came to London last year, and we had a very good 3 weeks together with your family as well. And at least you got a little gist of UK, etc. And I know that you travel a lot with your father. And I think it was nice to see young people like you, very progressive, very dynamic. And that's what we need. And I think when I listen to, and today, I must say, today is our wedding anniversary. But I said to my wife, I need to attend this program from A to Z. And here am I here for that reason. And I think it's nice to, so I think it's be very expensive to go and take her tomorrow, but I think I'll send the charge to you, Sakshi. But thank you for listening to me. If there's anything I can do to help in any way in United Kingdom, my doors are open anytime. All the very best. Just one thing I must say. Recently, 2 weeks ago, I had a call from a friend of mine. We got friends, Gujarat, the Sindhi French in Pakistan. And the daughter was about 22 and she's actually doing, she's studying as a doctor. And I talked to her on WhatsApp, and she said, Uncle, can you please get me a placement in London? Fortunately, within about 2 days, I got her a placement. I've just met them last week. They were these parents, and they're very cultured, very, all vegetarians, typically. But we had a great time to understand our culture still exists in Pakistan in many ways. And East Africa, where I come from, there's a lot of Indians, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. So even there's a lot of presence of operations in Lisbon. But anyway, I won't take you much of time. I just wanted to give a little gist of my experience in here. And God bless you all. And I wish you well. And Swati Ben, nice to see you on the screen, and keep in touch. You need to come and have a dinner.
I know. That's the plan. Thank you so much. You know, I'm sorry to interrupt, but before you hand over it to Sakshi, I have to say something which is extremely important for us. What he's being very nice and he's being very polite, but actually what he has done for our Bhanushali students, I'm going to give one example of, was it last year or a year before? We arranged a session and there were 2 Bhanushali students who wanted to do dentistry here. And he didn't even know me. Dr. Naveen Thakrar didn't know me at all. I got his name from, I think, one of our boss members. I'm very thankful and I will always remember that, what he did. So what we did is we had a Zoom session set up for 2 potential students who wanted to come. And Dr. Naveen, he went out of his way. He bought one of his students who has her own 3 surgeries. And she joined that session and gave the real life scenarios that helped those 2 students immensely with a direct one-to-one experience. You wouldn't get this from anywhere. You can research anywhere on the websites, you can go to any university, but that real life experience of what to expect as a student, what to expect after finishing your studies and after you get into the professional world. So I'm extremely thankful because you have helped Bhanushali community immensely. And I'm personally, of course, my daughter has also been there, done the work experience with his clinic. So I'm thankful for that. But he's generally he's true to his words, what he said. He is immensely honest and supportive person I've ever met. Thank you.
Kirtibai Bhanushali, I heard you for North American Association, and what you're doing there is an excellent job. I think we got a good community spirit in London as well, and there are lots of things we can do for any students who wish to come in here anytime. And I think I'm a Lohana, so my children is half Lohana and half Kutchi, and but I think I speak a few words of Kutchi. Achija. My wife is helping me out. But anyway, and just say hello, just say hello for a second.
Hario. Thank you very much, Swati ji, for your very kind words to my husband. Yes, he is very supportive of all the good work, and he's contributed a lot to not just to the Bhanushali community, as I heard from you just now, but to everyone here. Whoever phones him, he's always sorted all the problems out, even at home. So he's a good all-rounder, a good husband, a good doctor, and a good human being. And I'm very thankful to Jalaram Bappa for that. Hario.
If it comes from a wife, I feel very proud. Okay. Swati Ben,
Thank
namaste.
you very much. Thank
Namaste. And may I also say last, the Boss Foundation, Kailash Bhai, Tulsi Gujara, and everyone who has taken part, and Sakshi, you are a star. You need to grow. You've done very well. And I think you got the support of lots of talented people with you as well. Bless you.
I agree with that, Sakshi. You've been so good, so dynamic. And I mean, really, I'm so impressed with what you did today and with all the youngsters who are doing so well. I'm very proud of my Bhanushali community. The next time I come, I want to meet most of you. Namaste. Jai Hind.
And Jai Bharat.
Jai Bharat. Okay.
Thank you so much, Naveen Uncle and Veera Aunty. So the insights shared by him will serve as a bridge between generations, connecting the wisdom of past and aspirations of the future. And what Dr. Naveen told us about reviving our cultures, none of the educational consultancies will tell us all of these. So, he has inspired all of us by sharing his personal journey. And of course, we are deeply grateful for the time you devoted to us today from the start to the very end. And we'll carry your words with us as we embark on our own journeys. Thank you so much. And wishing you a very happy wedding anniversary. Both of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we move on to the next thing, which is student testimonials. So again, Boss team is really excited to share with you all a wonderful segment that adds a personal touch to our discussions today. We have the privilege of presenting two inspiring student testimonials of Paras Badra and Piyush Badra. Their stories are bound to provide encouragement, insights, and personal touch to our own journeys. So yeah, let's dive into these student testimonials. You can begin the video.
My name is Paras Himmat Bhadra from Kutch Gram Sirwa, and I have been pursuing my bachelor's course in Germany since 2021, October of 2021. And I'm here today to talk about my student life there, my course, my college, and give some tips and tricks to new potential students who are looking at Germany as one of their foreign abroad options. First of all, why Germany? Why the college that I'm going to? The answer is very simple. In Mumbai, I had already done my bachelor's in German studies from Mumbai University, and then the logical option for foreign education and higher studies was then Germany, of course. And logistics being the field that I wanted to go into, I narrowed down my options a bit. My course is 7 semesters long, and I have just finished my 4th semester, and I'm back at home here in Mumbai for my summer break. Some of you may know who have seen it in the group already, but those who have not, I just won the Best International Student Award in my university across all 3 campuses, and I was awarded 1,000 euros cash by DAAD, my coach. I did not get this award just for the grades and marks that I have secured in the 4 semesters that I've studied here. It is a mixture of everything. They look at your social work, they look at your social engagement in the university activities, your commitment for other maybe political stuff going on in the university, in student parliament, in volunteering, and also in other extracurricular activities like helping your professors, sports, etc. Apart from this, in the summer of 2022, I also tried to help my university and participated in the marketing activities of the university where they were trying to attract potential students. And I was in the official university video that they were trying to shoot. I was talking about the university, my experience as an international student, and I guess this also helped me gain some really good goodwill from my department, from my dean, and everybody else in the upper level university management. Everything combined, this helped me to secure another scholarship from the German government, which is called the Deutschlandstipendium, and that is a very good scholarship which gives you 300 euros each month, half of which is paid by the government, half of which is paid by a separate company, and they pay you 300 euros each month for 1 year. And again, the criteria there was not just marks, but the overall profile of a student and your own goals, your own wishes, and your motivation letter there sells you as a very good candidate, as an ideal candidate for the award. Well, what is my tip for you guys? It's very simple. If you're trying to aim for Germany, learn German. Nothing else will replace that. I talk German, I speak the language and that has helped me to make really good friends, network with people around, get really good student jobs, and network with my professors, network with professionals from my university, and try to create a really good space for myself where I feel confident, where I feel that I can do everything that any other German can do there. And that really is a good feeling. Well, one thing that I've learned from BOSS webinars is that in 2019, in the session, I heard a principal from a Kutchi school, I don't remember her name, where she was actually trying to promote the idea of applying and planning yourself and not give your job, not outsource your job to a consultant, because you can write your motivation best. No consultant can understand your motivation, your goals, and your wishes. So do everything yourself. It's easy, it takes time, but if you do your homework well, you will land in a really good place. My experience in being the only Indian student in my campus has always taught me that being confident about your own self pushes you to do everything that you wish to do. Lastly, if you have any questions for me, any specific questions for me, you can always reach out to me via email. It will be somewhere here, or reach out to me via LinkedIn. I will be glad to help you out. Or also, the BOSS WhatsApp groups are the easiest options. But try to be specific with your questions so that even I enjoy reading them and answering them when I know that the aspirant has really did some homework. All the best to you guys, and hit me up if you really have questions for me. Thank you.
That was really insightful. You can play the other one, Piyush Bhadra. Yeah, Kashyap, please play the video.
So meanwhile this is happening, Sakshi, just one
Yeah.
second. So after we are done with videos, our agenda sequence was that we will take Q&A and then
Yeah.
the conclusion. But what I request is that let us have the conclusion first. Dinesh Bhai has very great insights for all, so we can take that up, and then towards the end we can keep it open for all the Q&A. Is that fine?
Okay. Yeah. That works.
हरिओम जय ओदोराम मुझो नालो पीयूष जयेश भद्रा है ने हांव चिपळूण रत्नागिरी थी अहियां हांव बेचलर्स इन आर्किटेक्चर केवाय ने हाणे हांव मुझो मास्टर्स परस्यू करला करी कैनेडा में હતો ने हांव लास्ट 3 વર્ષથી હેન फील्ड में प्रैक्टिस कियो ते मुके आज मणिया पहला तो चाहनो कि मुके बड़ो खासो लगे तो कि पांजे भानुशाली नाती घणे एग्या वेनाती ने ओदोराम बापा जे कृपा से पांजा छोकरा एग्या अलग अलग फील्ड्स एक्सप्लोर करियन था इंजीनियरिंग ने मेडिकल जे वेल नो नहीं उनी के छड़ी करने भी ए रीते आर्किटेक्चर जे फील्ड है ई कंस्ट्रक्शन से रिलेटेड है आज आर्किटेक्चर पहले एक मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग हुई कि सिविल इंजीनियरिंग इज द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टंट फील्ड इन कंस्ट्रक्शन पण एडो नाय कंस्ट्रक्शन में एक घणे स्कोप है जड़ा की कोर्सेस अच्छे आर्किटेक्चर इंटीरियर डिजाइनिंग सर्वेइंग एंड लेवलिंग एंड घणे मळे एस्टिमेटिंग ने एडो मळे घणे कोर्सेस है जिनमें एक स्कोप सारो है तो मेनली आज हूँ हेन प्लेटफॉर्म ते मणी साथे तेला करी जोड़ाए पांचे भानुशाली कम्युनिटी साथे कि लोग जे पांचे स्टूडेंट्स के गाइड करिए था एग्या मास्टर्स करला करी का तो कोई भी एजुकेशन ला करीने तो आवड़ इच्छा तो कि जे 2015 में मुके जયારે प्रॉपर गाइडेंस न हो तो ए रीते पांचे फेलो जे स्टूडेंट्स हैं हाने जे आची जे अपकमिंग जनरेशन है तो उन्हीं के एकदम टाइमली एग्जैक्ट लोकेशन ते उन्हीं के जे इम्पोर्टंट गाइडेंस खपे ऐसे मिले तेला करीने आवज एनी साथे जोड़ायो अहिया आणि मणी के मदद कला करी आई एम वेरी हैप्पी जय ओदोराम
Thank you. It was very insightful again. So these testimonials remind us that education is not just about acquiring knowledge, but it's also about embracing change and stepping out of comfort zones and pursuing our dreams. So on the behalf of our entire webinar team, I would like to thank to Paras and Piyush for sharing their stories with them. So as Kailash Bhai said, we would now like to introduce Dinesh Bhai Chandra. So he panje samaj ja trustee ahi અને ગચમડે ભાનુશાલી ઇવેન્ટ્સ में हेल्प कियो नो especially education, and he has been a very integral part of BOSS team and he will always be. Dinesh Bhai, over to you.
Thank you, Sakshi, Kailash and આખી ટીમ કે જેટલા બી 7 સ્પીકર્સ વા ઈ મળે સત્ર પાલા કરે 7 अलग रत्न जवा यूडी जोको पाके देनो विरांश मुझो भत्रीजो भी थी है अने यूके ला करे अने लॉ ला करे अने पाके पंजी जर्नी ने जो कुछ है बहुत सरस है थैंक यू पा विरांश के चो यूडी पाके आखो सरस मजा जो ऊपर देने श्रुति पाके गचमड़े नॉलेज दनो एकेडमी जो इंटरेस्ट डॉक्यूमेंटेशन जो वैल्यूज वर्च्यूज एसे राइटिंग टेक्निकलिटी स्कॉलरशिप एक्सेट्रा ते पाछळ स्वाति मंगे आजा पर जाई जोको अने पाके कदाच घणे के ख्याल हुंदो कि स्वाति वॉलंटियर वही कचवरे पाके एजुकेशन में 97 थी पहला 96 थी पहला बहु हेल्प करे भानुशाली वाड़ी में जेटला भी प्रोग्राम थींदा एजुकेशन जे लगदा में स्वाति बहु हेल्पफुल रही छे छेक सुधी अने हजी भी करे रही है वो पाके बहु वडा पॉइंट कदाच सेफ्टी ला करे ने कैंपस जो अने बे सेफ्टी ला करे ने गचमड़े छे अने एकोमोडेशन ला करे तो स्वाति भी थैंक यू स्वाति के भी पांचों पायल रिसर्च जो असिस्टेंटशिप्स टीचिंग असिस्टेंटशिप इंटरव्यूज पार्ट टाइम जॉब ये नीला करे पाके गाइडेंस दनो पाके पायल जो भी थैंक यू चोता कीर्ति भानुशाली जो को कीर्ति शिवजी दब्बा ये पण हाजा पर जाए स्वाति जे गाम जाई और जर्मन ओदोरम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन के अंतर्गत सॉफ्टेक चालू किया 95-96 में ने गचवरे हले पण 1000+ स्टूडेंट्स के तेर गाइडेंस दनु ने ओडा थी पांचो एजुकेशन खास तो कंप्यूटर एजुकेशन ला करे ने एकड़ी क्रांति हुई समाज में भी नेब्स संभारी था यूएस में संभारी था सारो एकड़ो शब्द दनु मुके होम अवे फ्रॉम होम यदि कोई भी स्टूडेंट बने तो पाके पहलो कॉन्टेक्ट कदाच पॉइंट रहतो भला करे यूएस में कीर्ति भाई नेटवर्क जे बाबत में पाके चो रेफरेंसिस जे बाबत में पाके चो कैंपस जो इनसाइड वर्ड्स ला करे ने मळे छो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप जी पाके छो यूएस जो नेपजी वेबसाइट जी बाबत में अने ते पाछळ 7th 7मुं रत्न पांजो नवीन ठकरार नवीन भाई 3-4 वरी थे ने तो पांजे लगभग मनी प्रोग्राम्स में वेता अने लगभग कनेक्ट रहता पां साथे पंहिंजी जर्नी जो को छो मेडिकल फील्ड ला करे ने छो तो 7 ॼणा जो को आज पाके गाइडेंस ॾिनो पामणी जा आभारी आहियूं पां समाज जो को छेल्ला 80 वरी थी करे रहियो आहे पंहिंजा वडील पाके एजुकेशन ला करे ने हॉस्टल्स ॾिनो ने एजुकेशन जो को फील्ड्स ॾिनो लास्ट 80 years थी अने पाके ते एटले सुधी कोठे आया आहियूं प्लस में एवर पां चो कि पां अराउंड 20% कंट्रीज ऐं जेको वर्ल्ड जूं इनमें भानुशाली जो प्रेजेंस है अराउंड 195 197 कंट्रीज हैं इनमें 38 कंट्रीज में भानुशाली से और पाके विचारे जो कि 80% मैंने प्लस एटलो है कि जो भी कंट्रीज है मेरे प्रोग्रेसिव कंट्रीज ऑल 20% में जिते भी भानुशाली मेरे प्रोग्रेसिव कंट्रीज हैं ते पाछड़ हाणे 80% कंट्रीज हैं पा लगभग थोड़े वारे में पा निमणी कंट्रीज में जाती भानुशाली जो प्रेजेंस होंदो पारस जो ने पीयूष जो भी पास हुयो अने आउं थैंक यू चवंदुसि कच्छ भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट ओधरम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन जी जेको टीम्स ऐं बोई जूं ट्रस्ट बोर्ड मैनेजिंग कमेटी पंहिंजा डोनर्स हिंगलाज माता जी ओधरम बापा पंहिंजा वडील एवर सुधी मळे पाण लाइ करे विया प्लस में बॉस टीम साक्षी के हूँ कदाच पहली बार सुनोसीं एटलो सारो प्रोग्राम साक्षी संभारे कैलाश के भी थैंक यू एटले चवंदो कि कैलाश जेको छेल्ला 7-8 वर्ष थी मणी के गाइडेंस ॾे थो ने पाण एजुकेशन में कहिड़ी रीते આગળ વધે જો ગચ્છ મળે પાંજા વિષય પણ પાકે થોડુંક ટાઈમ जी मारामारी એટલે હું ગચ્છ નતો જા રીચ आउट केला करे ने पाके चो पंहिंजी वेबसाइट है banusamaj.org बानुसमाज मैगज़ीन है ईमेल है पंहिंजो banusamaj@gmail.com बॉस जी आखी टीम है OEF जी टीम है तो ई मड़े पाके जो को हेल्पफुल थिए था इन मणी जो आभार है नेक्स्ट टाइम कदाच ॿिया सब्जेक्ट्स हूंदा कदाच फाइनेंस जो स्कॉलरशिप जा बि वॾा सब्जेक्ट ऐं अगरि बि पाण 2-3 वारे पहिलां कया हुआ पण ई पण सब्जेक्ट पाके आउं सम्झां थो कि पाके इन खे बि थी टॉप प्रायोरिटी ते खणी अने फाइनेंस में लोन्स में पोइ बैंक्स में NBFCs वटा थी लोन में को ट्रस्ट वटा थी लोन्स में स्कॉलरशिप जो पाके एवर पीयूष सॉरी पारस जो को चए तो उनजी एग्जाम्स ने मिले हिते जो कोई इंडिया में ॾियूं था कंहिं ते ॾियूं था जीअं पाण उनजो आहे त पाण खे उन लाइ करे ने बि ख़ासि ध्यानु ॾियणो खपंदो ऐं जेतिला बि अॼु जा स्पीकर्स हुआ जेतिला ॼणा जोड़ायल आहियूं पाण सां जेतिला स्टूडेंट्स ऐं पेरेंट्स ऐं टीम में ई मणी जो आउं आभार मञियां थो सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट तरफ़थी अने ई प्रोग्राम्स पाण छेल्ला 6 वर्ष थी करियूं था अने अॻियां हिनती बि सारी रीते हिनती बि सारो प्रोग्राम्स दर वरे करींदासीं वरे में कदाच हिकिड़े थी वधु वक़्त बि थिए कंट्री स्पेसिफिक थिए सब्जेक्ट स्पेसिफिक थिए कोई स्पीकर स्पेसिफिक थिए त आउं टीम के रिक्वेस्ट करींदुसि अहिड़ा प्रोग्राम्स चालू रखें थैंक यू मणी जो आभार मणी जो जय उधरम जय हिंगलाज थैंक यू
थैंक यू दिनेश भाई पूरे प्रोग्राम जी એટલી સારી સમરી દેલા અહીં લોકો મેળે સમાજની પ્રગતિ અને એજ્યુકેશન जा પાયા आया जिनती अज समाज એટલો મજબૂત થઈ ગયો आहे અને અસા જેડે यूथ के अॻियां बिल्कुल જ चिंता न को लगे અહીં आया असन थी साथे थैंक यू सो मच
थैंक यू साक्षी
Okay, so now we would move on to the Q&A session. Yeah, I think the Slido should be put up and all of you have to start putting in your questions and they'll be addressed by the speakers according to their area of expertise or whatever they can.
So, Sakshi, not all the speakers are here, right? Some of the speakers are there. So we can take up the questions, whatever that we can answer right now. And we will definitely, for every question, we will provide a lead that who can answer and what. So first of all, let's open up the Slido so that we can review the question. आमड़े जना अलग अलग जगह थी जैसे भी रजिस्ट्रेशन क्या अथवा तो अलग अलग टाइप जा क्वेश्चंस I think more than 77 questions are there. So this is the list that you are seeing right now. Now, before we go through this list, many of you would have left and all that. So we have taken a note of this and we are going to share the answers of each of these questions for sure. Now, before we go through these questions, or we need to go through or yes or no, what I think the best way is here jitla bhi right now the live audience, whoever it is right now, keep on type to question who so you can unmute and speak up, or you can put it into the chat box, right? Whatever that you prefer, and then accordingly, we can get started. So can we get some of the live questions right now, and then we'll go through the Slido. We just wanted to show Slido. એટલે મને કે ખબર પે કે મરે questions થઈને captured અહીં, so scroll down કરો. Yes, Kashyap. So all of these questions are captured, like alag type there and all that. So yeah, so there is the first question that has come, and I think Sakshi, if you could see who all are available and we can put them on screen. I think Swati Ben, if she is here. Gaurang Bhai has joined. Gaurang Bhai Vador, you can put up Gaurang Bhai like that. So yeah, and we'll try to answer all the questions. Okay, so first, Sakshi, you can start from the Mansi question, or Dhairya rather. Start with Dhairya.
Okay. Yeah. So Dhairya says, I want information about aeronautical engineering, if at all anyone can address.
Okay.
Okay.
So when there is no one answering, I'll reply back with a lead. Okay. So the lead for this one is that we have several people who have done aeronautical engineering. So we'll share their email address. So Dhairya, you will get an email. Just leave your email with this particular question, and we will reply back with the contact details.
Okay, so we move on to the next question. Mansi Bhanushali, I want information about finance and also which country is good to go there.
Padavin, you want to cover this? Finance related.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, so finance is, London and UK is one of the hubs and quite a place where there's a lot of opportunity. However, the market is not as great at the moment. Things will change, but it all depends on how much you want to achieve, or what do you want to get out of at the end of it. Are you looking at long-term goals? Then London, which is the financial capital, is quite a good place where you will get opportunities. However, there is, for every applicant, the ratio of people looking for work. If you're looking for work, sorry, that's a question, or is it a question about studying?
It's a question about which country is good to go there. Okay, it's not specified for work or for studies. It just says finance and which country is good to go there.
Oh yeah, so she does.
Mansi, yeah, okay. Mansi, could you please clarify in the chat box?
She has said study.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
So again, finance, there are plenty of courses, and within financial sector, again, what is your future? Where is what you want to do? If you want to do something to do with FCA, or if you want to learn investments, or if you learn to do with fund management, or there are plenty more within. Finance is a huge term, and investment is also a huge term. So asset management can include lots of other assets, and you can grow within, or you can learn first within that. But most of the time, your long-term goals will dictate where you want to study, because you have to remember, wherever you study, you want to recover that money, whatever studies, the fees that your tuition fees you invest into. So you have to look from long-term goals, that where are you more likely to recover that money back, what you invest into, and plus how much are you willing to wait before you can actually grab an opportunity. I'm not saying you don't get opportunity, but it's a matter of time, and it's your if your course is for a year, then you know that by next year things will change. But if you're already out looking with an intention of directly working, once you come in, then it's challenging here. That's the honest answer.
Thank you, Swati. Wonderfully answered. I hope that suffices. Okay, so next question we have is Archie, okay, no, sorry, Manshi Bhanushali. Due to recession, is there any problem in part-time jobs and accommodation?
Is this in UK again?
It is not specified. Manshi, could you please specify?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in UK. Yeah.
Yes, there is, and this is Manshi, you're not alone. There are tons and tons of students who have
Raj.
had to wait a lot before they could actually grab an opportunity, as well as yes, so it is a challenging market at the moment. If you're looking for a job, it is part-time jobs. It is not only part-time jobs, even your regular long-term jobs. On an average, I would say, and don't get disheartened, this is on an average, and there is no science behind to prove, just the statistics that I've read, that it takes about 6 to 9 months to land a job. So, and again, there is no guarantee because your competition is massive. You are competing with a lot more students like you. Last year, from India, there were about 770,000 students who have migrated from India to come to UK. And this is in government's books. So all these people are nothing but your competitors. Most of them will be in the finance sector, because to get into studying into medical and progressing further is a long curve. So people opt to go for a shorter return or a quicker return, and they choose finance. And finance is a place where there is a lot of competition. So there are people who have been waiting and looking for jobs since months, but there was lucky one of the Bhanushali students, and I hope he's on this webinar. I think he did manage to get a job. So people do get it, but it all depends on where you want to go, where you see yourself long term. Don't think short term. If you're thinking short term, that means you're just recovering. Your goals are they will be more likely to be more harder on you. But if you're thinking long term, then you can pace yourself. Don't burn out. Look for short-term courses to enhance your studies and to enhance your skills, and so that goes back on your CV, where you have more weightage, and people in the competition, when the recruiters or the companies are looking for someone, they will see someone who has got additional skills compared to somebody else.
Thank you, Swati. So our next question is Archie Nanda. Is it a great idea to do the Masters of Physiotherapy in any abroad country, or should I consider starting a clinic or practice in any foreign country and complete my Masters here in India? I think this talks about physiotherapy, so Dr. Naveen will be able to address it.
I think we run the private services in physiotherapy because we are one of the providers with Bupa, and also we run parallelly the NHS services. But if anybody is coming from India, they would find it a huge amount of competition. Plus, you need to be recognized by the Physiotherapy Association as well, to say, because you might be very good, but the regulations is that you need to abide by the local regulations. I would have said, I got a girl, a young lady actually from Tanzania, Hetui. She worked in Canada and then did her master's in Scotland. And now she's running she's working independently, and she's having her own company as well and running very successfully. But I think if they want to do masters, it would be better to do abroad. I really don't know much about in India that can do it, but I think there would be more quality value if they do it abroad, and then they can set up the business any part of the world.
Yes, absolutely. And there is something to add that we have several students in previous boss years, like 1920. They have gone for masters also, and they are also practicing in USA. So USA is also a country that you can opt for the physiotherapy. So there are many students, physiotherapists, Bhanushali, who are there in USA. So we have their contact details, and they are working at a hospital some few, I think I know they have their own rehab centers and, you know, their own, what do you call it, practice. So yeah, so do post your email in the WhatsApp group. So Rajendra Bhai in the chat box have rightly put, do again connect even after this webinar is over. We are right now 53 plus 20, 70 people. After join the group 1 of BOSS, and then there you definitely ask the question so that you get the relevant contacts as well. Or you leave your email in the chat box, we will say and we'll reach out to you after this. Yeah, thank you. And I also welcome Gaurang Bhai Vador. He is BOSS core team member and currently in USA. So he's also APC for USA. Just to, you know, thank you, Gaurang Bhai, to help out for Q&A and yeah.
Hi.
Welcome, Gaurang Bhai.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, so our next question is of Vanchika Bhanushali. Hello, my name is Zokiria. I am looking to start my process for studying abroad. I wanted some guidance in the terms of starting to prepare for competitive exams such as GRE and TOEFL. Needed some guidance on the same.
Which one it is? Sorry, Sakshi.
It is Riya Bhanushali, which is the name is Vanchika Bhanushali.
Okay, got it. Okay. Yeah, so basically, Riya, it's a very basic process. The rostrum slides we will definitely share. So it has that information. It's very like primary thing that what are different things that you would need. She covered US and UK, but generally the pattern is same. GRE is what you need, which has English and mathematics, and TOEFL is English exam that you need to crack and get the highest score. Some of the universities now, they are after COVID, they have stopped like asking compulsorily for GRE, right? So, but I would say like still prepare for GRE and TOEFL. Apart from that, other things that again Shruti in our presentation covered, that you need letter of recommendation, LOR, you need SOP, you need you know, your GPA to be well, and all of those documents. And if you need some guidance, we can surely provide that. There is a thread in the BOSS email group. Plus, so see, it's a choice basically whether, you know, you wish to, what you call it, take part in consultants, like, you know, user service, or do it on your own. It's up to you. Both are equally good. So it's not a one thing that consultants are bad. You know, they charge you something and they will prep you for all this. But if you are a, you know, go get a kind of person, then you can do it on your own as well. So we have of consultants connected with us, and they are really good, of course, like GAN Foundation, or there is Education Street, Rostrum. There are several like that. So we have their contact details, so you can get to know more about that. Yep.
Thank you, Kailash Bhai. So I move on to our next question, which is of Drashti Harbada. I want to pursue masters in biotechnology, which is comparatively a newer field. It's difficult to obtain relevant information, and you can only get so much information from the web about the course. And while choosing the university, what should one look for, and what are the future career opportunities?
Anybody wants to take it up?
I can try and answer a bit, but if Gaurang, you were trying to go. Right.
Please go ahead.
So
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So first of all, the first question is, why did you choose that subject? If you don't know what are the career options of it, what is the reason behind choosing that? Because that is what is going to dictate how much level of information you will obtain. So if you have chosen that subject, that must be a reason. Either it is because you think it has, I don't know, certain universities that you want to attend, and that's an easy course to get in, if that's your motive, or that's a question actually for you to ask yourself why you choose that. And then you can explore, once you decide, if you're passionate about it, then you know where to go. or you can ask the right questions and we can get you right information. We won't have all the answers at the moment, but it's something that you need to come with more in depth or looking inwards within while you're choosing that.
Okay, thank you, Swati. Our next question is of Komal Gori. I want to get a career counseling guidance. Can I get the info as to when it is conducted by Bhanu Samaj? My daughter is in 10th right now. Okay, so Kailash Bhai in the start, I think mentioned about CGS, career guidance seminars. So you can reach out to our websites and try to get more information. And also it is when it's currently updated in the groups whenever the webinar is going to be held. I think Kailash Bhai, you want to add to it?
And there are multiple career guidance seminar CGS groups, and there is a CGS experts also there. Like we have 40+ experts in different fields. So we do have biotechnology experts or finance, doctors, engineers, civil, pilots, every profession that you can think of. So career guidance seminar is what you need to connect with. And there is one shortcut. I forgot about that. So I'll quickly share that, and after there is next question, I think, while that is being answered, I'll share a link in the chat box, whoever it is right now. So there is a group that we have. So we have created a funnel under Bhanu Samaj. So what is the funnel? So we have created one group called Join Bhanu Samaj. So I'm gonna share that group link. When you join that group, this group we have added to a community, which is WhatsApp community. So WhatsApp community has more than one group, like maybe 20, 30, 50 groups. I don't know what is the limit. So when you join this Join Bhanu Samaj group, you will be also added to a community automatically. And when you tap the community option, you will see all other groups which are added. So you will see career guidance, you will see army group. We have 15+ Bhanushalis who are into army, aviation, navy and all that. You will find out career guidance group, you will find out Protsan group, boss groups, everything. So that's the easiest way to get connected. So we'll share the link in the chat box.
Thank you, Kailash Bhai. Our next question is again by Manshi Bhanushali. Which country is better for IT? Who can take it up?
I can take it.
Gaurang. Okay.
Nowadays, a lot of jobs in all the countries. So it depends on what is your future. What do you want to do? Like which field? Nowadays, there's AI, ML, everything. But based on different visa scenarios, based on your preference of research or where do you want to do your masters, I would say all the countries are doing it. US, there is a lot of opportunity. Canada, even Europe, Australia, everywhere. So it's not which country, but where you would be interested in going, which university, what field. Different universities excel in different fields in computer science. So where you are interested, you will have to look, because no one can tell you which country to go to. They have different visa policies, different constraints. Some will. And what is your future plan? Do you just want to study and come back? Do you want to study and work there and settle, whatever? Then your answers will differ. So I think no one can tell you. I don't know if anyone can tell which country to go. It's up to you.
Sorry,
Canada,
Gaurav,
if you don't want to go in snow, then go to Australia. You can get the same education. So it's up to you. Education, cost of education, future plan in terms of residency, work visas, all of that factor into your going forward towards one country, or basically deciding which country to go.
Gaurav, did I not hear that India is one of the best in IT?
Yeah.
So when people are going abroad, are they going abroad for some sort of a special? Sorry, ignore my ignorance about things, but why do they have to travel? Of course, there'll be different opportunities on there as well to set up, IT system of whatever form it is. But I think India, the Silicon Valley, is very well known as opposed to US as well.
Absolutely. So in terms of if they want to if newer fields and if they want to go for masters and PhD, there's still more opportunity abroad for studying. Of course, IT is there in India in terms of job, but if they want to finally settle down abroad, if that is what's on their mind, then that's the motivation, I would say. But of course, jobs are there everywhere. Yeah.
Actually, I'm helping young ladies, mostly from Gujarat, Ahmedabad, and there are students about 22, 24 doing masters. And funny enough, when I go for my dosa, they're helping there and doing some part-time work. And I always got a knack of asking to see, what do you do? Where are you coming from? And through that one, we have got a dozen jobs for those young ladies who are from Gujarat, which is quite heartening as well. But yes, Indians, one thing God has given to Indians is mathematics and Chinese, but I think Indians are much better. And that's why you see all the CEOs in the world coming Indian, including the Prime Minister of UK as well.
Can I just add one more thing to this? I mean, this is general for all the questions, maybe not just the specific question of where you want to go, but I think there was another element where I think there's a lot of information going on, which is a calculation called PPI, if I'm not wrong. That is, earlier people used to just work out your ROI, which was return of investment. I mean, these are the terms which India uses, but not us as much as, obviously, it's not easy for us. So we have to follow different mindset when we are listening to those. But there are a lot of calculations and statistics based on what is your cost of living, and the idea behind where you want to go is dictated by better future. That's one mindset. But how do you define better future? Is it earning more or quality of life? Or sometimes people have to move countries because they lack opportunity. But India doesn't lack opportunity in IT or in any sectors, including medical sector. There is no lack of opportunity. So there is another factor which makes them want to travel, maybe quality of life, how you want to live. Maybe sometimes people want to have a good life balance. And if that is the question, if that is your goal, then you have a clear answer saying, why would you want to go and live in US? Because the cost of living is not that expensive compared to if you were to go and live in Switzerland, say, for example, which is an expensive country to live, or UK, where the cost of living and the interest rates and so many things are so high that at the end of the day, you can earn as much as you like, but you spend more than what you earn. So you are much poorer, which means it will reflect on your quality of life, and which is what you are trying to escape. You might get a better quality of life in India with more opportunities if that's where you are, that's what your goal is. But if you just want to have and Dr. Naveen can actually explain the quality of life of the nurses or the medical staff, what they're going through is so challenging that the rosy picture of in India that when you go there, it's easy, it's nice. It's not. And people who live abroad, they all will say exactly the same thing, that you could be a PhD, you could be a CEO of a company, but at home when you go, you do your dishes. In India, show me somebody who does. I mean, I know a lot of people are changing, but majority of it, we know that the quality of life is nicer. You would go out and watch a movie if that's what you want to live life, because life is short. If you want to enjoy that, you won't think twice about spending that money on movie and eating out. Here, if you come to UK and if you want to watch a movie and spend and have a dinner out, you will have to think that I have to work extra now to recover that money. So if you want to live with that mindset, so it's a balance, all about what you want and what you're willing to sacrifice for it.
Pratibhen, the neighbor's garden always looks greener.
Yes.
And you're very right.
It's different, just to add, true, it was different many years ago when a lot of the early generation went. However, it is not that different. End of the day, good education you can still get. Yes, if you want to broaden your horizon, new culture, explore everything, and that is what you want to do, great, go ahead. But end of the day, IT and stuff, you could end up saving more, have more in your pocket after spending everything, your insurance, your housing, your travel, everything, probably have more money in your pocket in India also. So think twice. when you're making that decision. That's it. That's also a big factor. End of the day, paisa kamaila, right? So agar paisa bachega hi nahi to kya fayda? So that is what you'll have to think, okay, when deciding a country.
Except when two young people, very professional, then there is a bit of a chance for them to save some money. But again, depending on which sector you're working in. And if you work in financial sector, because I remember my son, he used to go at about 7 o'clock in the morning for JP Morgan, came about midnight, and I actually never saw in the same house for a week till about a Sunday, and then I can say, where are you? So life is tough. But then you got to have your own choice to see what you want to do. If when I go to India, I wish I was in India all the time because I overstay myself. But again, my roots are too deep in here. I can't change overnight things because of the family being here. But like Swati Ben said, you need to, what is your priority? Is it money? Is it job? Is it good life? Is it different people have got different circumstances? And Indians are successful in most of the countries. That's my experience, because we work harder. If you look in London, there are some shops which open 24 hours a day, all managed by Asians.
Great. So can we take up some of the next questions really quickly?
Yeah, sure. So our next question is by Lomita Nanda. If you could provide information or list about universities in UK and Scandinavian countries for business program, we Swati or Navin, any of you could take.
I will take this. Sorry, who's the person who's asking this question?
Lomita Nanda.
Lomita Nanda. If I may ask, what is your age group, in the sense, are you looking for undergrads, or what are you looking for? You can come off the mute.
She can unmute and speak. Guys, so what we need to do, I wanted to make sure if people are enjoying, there is knowledge coming in, definitely we can continue. We will stay here for next 1 hour for sure. But fast what we do is right? So Lomita, if she is here, then just unmute and line. So we'll make it really quickly. Yeah. I think I'm not able to click on that person. That means she has left.
Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Sorry, let's move on to the other question if she's not around. But otherwise, this is a very generic question and it's really not for this forum. This is my honest answer. There are hundreds of universities you can Google up. You don't need to use this opportunity for asking some genuine questions. There is loads of experience sitting here available to you on the platter. Use it.
Thank you so much. Our next question is by Hina Bhanushali. I need complete guidance for MBBS abroad, whom I can connect, get the detailed one-to-one guidance. Yeah, detailed one-to-one guidance about MBBS abroad.
It's about getting into a medical school, is it?
Yeah. MBBS.
For a foreigner to get into a medical school, it's not difficult, but it's very expensive. Most expensive. If people can afford it, yes, they should, because the course is about 6 years, 7 years, depending on what you want to do. So it's not a sort of it's a long haul. It's possible. I know some students are in UK who got admission in private medical school. There are also short courses nowadays, which instead of 5 years, 6 years, going to about 4 years because of the shortage of doctors. So there are opportunities, but if they qualify first and then come back in here, do their MRCP or do any other qualifications and get registered. Now the pleb, I mentioned that if you are a doctor and wants to come to UK, you need to pass the pleb examination, even if you're a consultant. That's examination, clinical part, and also the English language part of it. Only that would give you registration with the General Medical Council to start working in UK, either in the hospitals or in any other different specialty. There are also people coming for research as well. There are lots of people, doctors who join pharma companies, which is quite easy to get an entry to UK as well.
Great. And just to add, Sakshi, so there is a, so I would say now it has become a pattern, Kuru pattern area. For every question, there is an answer that there is a group for it. There is an app for it, so there is a group for it. So Bhanu Samaj में जितने भी, why do I switch to Hindi? जितला भी भानुशाली students नहीं जो को abroad में ही अने MBBS नहीं, उन्हीं जो भी एक ग्रुप है, तो पांच में ही, US में ही, UK में ही, मॉरिशस एकांदो जना व्यावा, किर्गिस्तान, yes. Krishna, I think. So, Bhanushali MBBS outside India, there is a group for it. So when you do join Bhanu Samaj link, link I'll share there you will be able to find it and just ask, add me to that group. So there are already, I would say 10, 12 people. Ekada Kushal Gajra karine paaje bahut se webinar mein aske vara ho. He has just recently done MBBS in Russia, right? So, so everybody is just like a message away. So just so you know, there is MBBS group as well.
Yeah, thank you, Kailash bhai.
Thank you, Dr. Naveen, and thank you, Kailash bhai.
Take Dr. Naveen ke bhi chhona hai. Yeah.
Actually, can I interrupt? I need to leave. So if there's anything, you got my email address, you can pass it to anyone who wants any, or even my phone number. I got no particular problem about that. If anybody needs any help. I need to leave because we booked at a restaurant for 7:15 for some celebrations. But thank you very much. Swatiben, nice to see you. Sakshi, very well done. Kailash bhai, just one suggestion.
Yes, sir.
You might laugh at it, but it's practical. તમે આ બધું તમે 4-5 વર્ષ પહેલા પ્રોગ્રામ કર્યો for congratulations. તો આમાં તમે મેચ મેકિંગ નો બી કરો ને.
You know what? There is already
અને તમને કમિશન નહીં આપી અમે.
So there is a UI.
I'm speaking from what I'm seeing on the screen. Lots of young people, and you see people travel abroad. And I just thought I'll actually mention it to you by text or something. But now that I thought I'll do a parting shot and have a think. We can certainly do some work from UK if you want. But I think it's just a good, I hope you can consider it. And because we're young people, and I think people need to settle down. And I don't know, Shwadiben, am I right? Sakshi Tana nahi puchu.
So just to, Swatiben will definitely answer. So we already have a good news for you. So there is a portal called bhanulagna.com.
Right.
And there are 1,500 Bhanushali profiles already registered. And that initiative is working flawlessly, basically. So people are taking advantage of it.
Thank you so much.
And congratulations for, the best wishes for the wedding anniversary.
Thank you very much. Namaste. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Jai Bharat.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next question is by Pooja Bhanushali. I have secured my place at the University of Dundee for an MSc in International Marketing, Scotland. I haven't booked my accommodation. It would be grateful if anybody can help me connect with some agents or any leads will be appreciated. I think you can reach out to Boss team, like on the websites. We have many people in Scotland pursuing their masters. Even Kailash bhai can help me.
Yeah, we have several people in Scotland, and you'll be able to directly get contact.
Okay. Yeah, and I think I've answered her separately as well on the chat, but I've mentioned that the links that I've shared on the slides, they will be made available, right? Because those are applicable to Scotland as well. So you can Google up, those are right uni accommodation links, which are tried and tested by the students of Bhanushali students. Actually, these are the links given by Bhanushali students to me. So I've just put it together in one place, but basically share that if you can, and then Pooja will find all the information.
Thank you, Swati, for the answer. But actually, I connected with few of the students who are currently pursuing their masters in University of Dundee. So they told me that there are higher chance you might get scammed if I book my accommodation from here. So it's my concern. So I don't want I'm paying so much and I'm getting scammed.
Yeah, that's very, so this is the right thing you did. You got in touch with students, which is fine. But how will you find an accommodation? Somebody needs to live there, right? So those friends who are in, or whom who are in Scotland, are they happy to look for an accommodation for you?
Yeah, actually, I have told one or two friends of mine, they are searching, but again, like I can't be behind them ki bhai dhoond ke do mujhe. So
It is hard. It is
yeah,
very challenging. The reason I'm saying is because either they're of your age, which means they're students, so they
right.
have limited reach, or somebody who is more experienced or who's living there, who probably is working, and they will also have limited time. So for that's why you need to hold your own reign. You do the research, get the list of 20 properties from all those websites, then you ask specific question to those property owners or that link and get the contact, or you even somebody who is your friend there who can say, these are the properties I've shortlisted. Can you make sure that this is a scam or is this real? You go with something to them. Don't give them more work. Help them do your job. So you will still have to do the effort yourself, unfortunately. Even if I wish to help you, I would be doing exactly what, I won't be able to, for example, if I was in Scotland, I'm not in Scotland, I'm in London, which is far away, 6 hours drive or 2 hours in flight. But even if I had to do this, I won't be able to do it for more than 10 minutes because there are. So what you do is, this are just a step-by-step guide. Look for those websites, look for the properties, look what you like. Do not commit to any money. Do not sign any contract. Get in touch with somebody who's local to that area. And if you have that opportunity, which is fantastic, which we have Bhanushali students as well, speak with them and see if somebody can guide you and give you insight of exactly, is this really a nice property or is it just a wish wash?
Okay, cool. I'll do that. Thank you.
Very precisely answered. Okay.
Yeah.
We have our next question coming in from Deepa Bhanushali. Hariom, can you please guide regarding architecture, lighting, designer specific topic for pursuit of career? So I think in the student testimonial video, we had Piyush Bhadra, who can reach out. It's a question related to architecture. Yes, Kailash bhai, do you want to add anything to it?
Yeah, looks like my internet is unstable, but yes, we have several people who have done the architecture. Plus, there is a group for this. Bhanushali architect people, there is a group and there are 40, I think 40 plus people in that group. In USA also there are many architects. In fact, our very own commander Haridas Gori, his both sons have done architecture and they have their own company and all that. So senior experience is also there, student experience is also there. So we'll not be able to. What was the question that specific to pursue career, right? So yeah, I think they will be able to answer. I don't even know how much salary that they will get. I'll tell you what the computer science grad will get. But then, yeah, so better you connect Deepa directly with us on group, and we'll share the contact details of all the people who are doing market as a career. And by the way, it's a really good. So the next thing that you have said, lighting designer, there are really good new technologies have come in. Just to give you some this thing. What's the name of the company? Yeah, InnerScene. So you go to this website, innerscene.com. They have registered company in UK, but he's a good friend of mine, and so they are building 3D displays and they take part exhibitions. They take part into various lightning exhibitions and technology that is happening. You'll get a virtual sun inside your office, even if your office is underground, like that. So there are cool technological advancements are happening that I very much know, and you will definitely, get good, career options, as well as, good money for sure, especially in the lightning, whatever part of that. So innerscene.com, you go there, check out their work, and you'll find similar companies.
you, Kalashbhai. I think we have our next question from Deep Badra. My query is whether work experience plans a very important role for pursuing masters in business analytics just after our graduation.
Gaurang bhai?
Sorry?
I think Gaurang bhai can.
Yeah.
So this experience does help. A lot of courses, sometimes it's mandatory. Like I think Krishna is going for some international relations, some other people, MBA primarily, and it does help. Not every course requires experience. So I would say not required every time. You can still go after your graduation, go do masters like a lot of us have done, Kailash, me, many years ago. But if it's MBA, I think it's absolutely required. You'll not even get admission if you do not have a few years of experience, basically. So to answer specifically, business analytics, even IT, any computer science course, probably not required. MBA, yes.
Thank you, Gaurav. We have a next question from Kaushik Nanda. Does Rostrum helps in study in Europe? Yeah, it definitely helps. The contact details will be shared with the slides. We'll take their permission. And if the slides are not shared, contact details you will definitely get from either Google or several social media platforms. So yes, you can reach out to them. Okay, so next question is again from. Okay, wait, just a stick. Yeah, Tejas Vador. My question is to Swati. Your comments on green job trends in the UK and their willingness to acceptance of foreign candidates. I mean, work visa sponsorships.
Sorry, can you repeat this starting with what is the green?
Yeah. Your comments on green job trends in the UK and their willingness to acceptance of foreign candidates, work visa sponsorships.
Right. Okay. So there are two questions to it. Actually, there are two parts to it. So green initiative is considered here as sustainability. So any job that you look for or any information you're searching for, if you search for sustainability related jobs, or they're called ESGs as well. So when you look up to that, you will get more information. So there are lots of opportunities because there is a huge push from the government as well as from a lot of organizations, because you have to think about future, what is going to happen after 2040. And for those companies to sustain or to be still relevant in future, they have to act now. So there are lots of jobs, they are opening up, but at the same time, it's not as if these are new roles. What they're doing is they're just transferring or converting the normal roles into becoming more sustainable sort of supported roles. So it's not as if suddenly there's more requirements. So I doubt there will be a huge difference in the terms of job openings, which will lead to the sponsorship. So ideally, legally, and I've been told by somebody in UK who has studied law, that ideally, according to the government's law, they are supposed to sponsor anybody who wishes to come and work. But how many companies actually honor it? It's zero. And you can take up a war with them and ask them, why are you not giving me sponsorship? They will not waste time because they have so many other valid candidates. They will come back with a very standard answer saying, oh, we already have an in-house or a within the country employee ready for this information. So with this particular skills. So why would we want to invest more money into sponsorship and hire a person from another country, whereas our own unemployment is rising? So it's a very valid argument which nobody can challenge, unfortunately. So I am not too sure how much of the sponsorship will be available, but it's worth looking up on, as I said, looking up sustainability related jobs and whether they are willing to, again, it will depend on company to company and what business area you're looking into. Are you looking into sustainability in investments? Are you looking into oils? Are you looking into energy firms? Again, it's all depending on the underlying business. Again, coming back, because your question is more work related, and that's where I come in. I have little experience on students. I'm learning with my daughter, but from work experience, I can tell you a lot. The way this whole the whole country runs on the economic belief is they plan 6 years in advance. So you can't think short term. You also have to think long term and then apply now for those roles. So if you search up on sustainability and you see that my business area is, I'm into transport, for example, I'm into, not into finance, not into investments, but you can have sustainability jobs in that business area as well. So what is your background? What is your passion? Which is where you actually enjoy working? That is the business you need to focus sustainability in. I don't know if I made sense, but I think there are two elements, which is your underlying business on what exactly you want to apply this sustainability. It's like IT. IT is used in medical, IT is used in finance, IT is used in beauty parlors, IT is used everywhere. So when you say, where do I study IT? But what do you want to do? Or where do you want to apply your IT knowledge? What business? So similarly, sustainability is exactly the same.
Thank you so much. So our next question is from Vanshi Bhanushali. From where will I get more information about Canada? So of course, if you could be more specific about what you need information regarding Canada, and we have many groups for BOSS team, right, Kailash bhai? And there are many students who are pursuing their studies in Canada. So if you could just be more specific, you would be able to answer your question. Okay, so moving on to our next question.
Sakshi, there is a question.
Okay.
And Shivang Bhai has joined. So and there is a question about the scholarships and all that. So Shivang Bhai, thank you for joining in. Just for everybody, Shivang Bhai is part of BOSS core team. Yes. I think I don't know anybody apart from Shivang Bhai who knows better about scholarship. When scholarship word comes in, I only think about Shivang Bhai. That's the only person, and he has amazing research work and wonderful knowledge about scholarship. And don't miss his session, which was done last year in detail. So Shivang Bhai, just like in few minutes, there are some questions that had come, and the area has also asked that, scholarship क्या होता है भाई, ये कैसे मिलता है सबको? So yeah.
Hello, am I audible, Kailash bhai?
Yeah, you are.
First of all, apologies that I could not join this year's session. I was traveling, and that's why. But yeah, in general, हम बात करें तो like scholarship is and fellowship are meant for students who want to basically get a waiver of their tuition fees in the particular college they are enrolled in. And many a times, if the candidate is exceptional, then they also waive your visa fees, for example. And also if there is a strict requirement of language, for example, if you're giving an IELTS or TOEFL, or in certain cases like GRE, then and if you make a special request and you have good scores, and they can also waive the fees that you have paid towards these courses as well. So it happens, and mostly it happens. And basically, scholarships are meant for people who want to pursue the field. I mean, वो उनको ही मिलेगा, like based upon their application and letter of recommendation and everything, keeping everything in mind. Those who are very serious about pursuing a career, for example, just like Viransh was very serious about pursuing a career in law, so he had applied in that way. So they will grade your overall performance, not just grades, not just skill, but keeping everything in mind. It also depends upon from which country you are applying. And sometimes some universities open portals of scholarships for some countries, and the changes in policy. For example, अभी हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी फ्रांस गए थे, तो उन्होंने फॉर एग्जांपल वहाँ के जो इंडियन स्टूडेंट्स मास्टर्स परस्यू कर रहे हैं, उनके लिए बहुत सारे चेंजेस किए, जॉब पोर्टल्स ओपन किए हैं, जो टाइमलाइंस हैं उनको भी थोड़ा एक्सटेंड करके दिया है. So speaking in general, as I said, I will reiterate it again here that and it will very, very, very much dependent upon your how you approach your scholarships. So of course, it is very difficult and time-consuming task, and there will be rejections. But I think if you have a clarity of your mind, and the subject or the career you want to pursue in, I think you should definitely give it a try whenever there is an option of availing one fellowship in some colleges.
And before Shivang, it will be really good if you can tell about your current, where are you right now? And you have got scholarship, you are doing amazing research work. So tell us about your work. What do you do? Where are you? What do you do?
Yeah, so my background is in microbiology, and I got after my masters, I did some work in Pune and in Gandhinagar and Anand in Gujarat, and I got to know that now all the fields are getting data oriented. So why not biology? So I was very much afraid at beginning to switching career to transitioning and looking biology not from a microscopic lens but from a data science perspective. So now keeping that in mind, I worked for some research institutes using data, and now I'm pursuing my PhD at the University of Turku in Finland, and I am pursuing my research in big data biology. So basically, we are transitioning from molecular approaches to now biological approach, and how can biology, be benefited with data science, just like other fields are getting benefited. So I'm pursuing my PhD here, and it has been 5 months now, and I'm really enjoying my time here.
And is it full scholarship or?
Yeah, it is a full waiver that I've received, and the department and my university have been very generous. They, looking at my enthusiasm and other things, they also waived my this visa fees and everything. So I was very happy.
I'm not able to speak. That's what is happening right now. So શરૂઆત में પણ એકડો પોલ બતાયા हुआ कि કેટલા percent में assistantship અને scholarship કેટલે ગયો. There is only 1 or 2 votes basically. So I want every Bhanushali to think in this way that it is possible. मेहनत करना पड़ेगा, and the results are amazing. And we have a guiding star, I would say, for scholarship like Shivang Bhai. So anytime you can reach out to him on the same group, one boss basically. So yeah, thank you, Shivang Bhai. We can move on to the next question. Yeah.
So our next question is from Pratik Bhanushali. Is there any group for students studying in European countries? And may I please get the link to that group?
We replied in the comment already.
Okay.
I think we are done.
I think we are done. I can't see any more questions.
Okay, so I would like so Sakshi Paikro Karyu, and sorry I missed this earlier. Jitla bhi panja boss ja volunteers nahi, I would like you all to turn on your cameras. We do it usually very early on, but somehow we missed it. So everybody, so I'm gonna, let's see, Paras Bhai, yes, Paras Bhai can turn on. Hiren Bhai, Kashyap, Mansi, Priyanka, और कौन है? Let's see. Please turn on your camera, and I'm gonna just do a grid view. So remove. Kashyap, how do we remove everybody from spotlight? Remove all spotlight.
Also wait for.
Got it. Yeah. So now everybody sees the grid. Is it like that, or I don't know?
Yeah, we can see the grid.
Okay, great. So I did tell about thanking in the first few minutes of the seminar, but here are the real I would say change makers, young change makers for entire the boss presentation. Since last couple of months they have been working. There are 50 people in the volunteers group, and of course around 10 people who decided that they are going to give whatever it takes to make this webinar successful. So I'd like to personally thank each and every one of you. All of these are young guys. I'm the only old guy looks like, so next year I'm not gonna be there. But amazing work. So starting with Hiren Bhai, for marketing, for coordination with all the speakers and everything. Like he's been a really great mental support. Kashyap and Kunal for the technical items. Paras Bhai, of course, we watched him live on the video for sure, that one, and plus he has been helpful. Mansi, so Mansi ko spotlight pe rakhte hain. Just I cannot avoid, or am I not able to do it? जब भी चाहिए तो तभी नहीं मिलता है. How can I spotlight for him? Okay, so Mansi and team. I don't know Mansi, other people are there, but Mansi and team, they are wonderful in successfully completing all the items. Oh, by the way, Sailesh Bhai, did I miss Sailesh Bhai? Is it here? Sailesh Bhai, if you are here, please join on the grid, turning on your camera. So I'm gonna name the Mansi's team members and also share what they do. So boss के presentation में कृष्णा कटारिया जो को slide share किए हुए, right? 2018 में. I just saw it today. That नीचे जी line में ऐसे मैंने बैठा हुआ पुठिया मानसी उभी हुई, Komal Gauri, and I think Mansi is there in that photo. So what this shows that Mansi, and like just credit खाली Mansi को नहीं दे रहे ना, Mansi की पूरी team को. So Mansi की पूरी team कौन है? नयन, मानसी, खुशी मंगे, हर्षिता, योगिता, हस्ती, दक्षा वडोर, कृषा मंगे, भाविन, धवल गजरा. आके मड़े के फोन आया उनका जितना भी पार्टिसिपेंट हैं, मड़े कारोबारी कमिटी मेंबर्स के, गांव मंडल के, एरिया प्रमुख के, they have handled such operation tasks beautifully well. અને મુકે ભી call આયો, and I was surprised કે કેર call કરે તો, right, and then इसे કે આકે event લાગે રે अच्छे जो है. So it was so wonderful and touching, and they deliver. So this is one thing that થોડો ઇમોશનલ હંમેશા એમને કે એટલા થઈ ગયો કે જ્યારે વોલન્ટિયરિંગ ની ગાલ છે ને, so expect no return and you do something. If you work it that way, you will get a lot of things indirectly somewhere else. So that's the thing that everyone needs to learn from Mansi and team. हमेशा like पूरा webinar पति no one knows कि Mansi कौन है, right? This is what the quality of all of their team members. Komal Gauri, of course, but at the same time. So thank you so much, Mansi. की चाणो है, please say something. Just hello kar and just tell how do you guys do it? What's your motivation?
Okay, so पहला तो मेरी के हरिओम, and like ही एक एडो प्लेटफॉर्म है जो असा के like बो मोटिवेट करे तो ही वर्क करेला. एंड खाली एटलो चेला मांगती से कि जेटला पण यंग वॉलंटियर्स आई प्लीज हेडी त्याजे कम्युनिटी में जॉइन थियो, आके पण नवो की पण सेखेला मिल्या तो असी लर्न पण करें ता ही प्रोसेस में जा ही वेबिनार अटेंड कई मुके पेंट के पण कितलो मडे लर्न करला मिल्यो है. थैंक यू टू ऑल, कैलाश अंकल, सतीश अंकल, शैलेश अंकल, एवरीवन जो असा के अपॉर्चुनिटीज दिए ताई याई अच्छू असी मडे पेंट जो को पण असी करियो ता, एंड एक्चुअली मेरे स्टूडेंट जइयो असी तो आंखले एटलो चला मांगदी थैंक यू या सके अपॉर्चुनिटी दे ताई करेला. Thank you so much.
And how wonderful human being, all the volunteers become this way. So we are really proud of you, Mansi and entire team. And of course, I've named Kashyap, Piyush Bhai, Hiren Bhai. If I've missed anybody, please just turn on the camera because last में गलती होता ही है थोड़ा. So just please don't. Yeah. So Sailesh Bhai, over to you.
Great event. I think the energy is still there. Whoever is still there on this stuff, I think there are about 8 or 10 volunteers and the remaining are participants. Great to see the event, 6 years. And yeah, kudos to the volunteer team. Proud of Mansi and the team. And I think the new volunteers like Hiren Bhai has worked with me and Kashyap. Great work. Like people have been doing their work so diligently. Like CGS was on auto mode. I think bosses will also be on auto mode next year. Yeah, so it will automatically go. This is what is required. Kudos to the new generation and kudos to the boss team.
Great. And Rajendra Bhai, we missed you. Rajendra Bhai is always, his support is always there with respect to marketing, with respect to calling, with respect to anything, reach out, like, you know. So thank you, Rajendra Bhai. Do you want to say something? And then Bhai, and I think LK Uncle also after that.
आज का excellent था. The young team really they worked well. We never expected that it will be so wonderful. Particularly Sakshi hosting, very good. First time she did it, wonderful, good command language, plus always timing also she did well. Only small suggestion that instead it was a lengthier this time, the 1 or 2 speakers should be less compared to we are taking more time. So FNQs are been, the people have more answers. So many are leaving earlier because it is almost 4.5. Now it's 5 hours and 5.5 hours. Okay. So we should make it little bit 1 or 2 speakers less. There were so many speakers, good all. Everybody wants knowledge, but still it should not be long, lengthier, so that many students have left earlier. Maybe many reasons. Just to make it short next time, so that more an FNQ can be given. That's overall. Thanks to everybody.
Just so you know, basically, and for everybody, after this call, we will disconnect. We are live on YouTube. On disconnect Karimon, there is another meeting after this for all the volunteers, and Zoom link is also shared in the group, which is actually review meeting. Hati Made Jana Karimon, it's actually a tradition from day one. I remember, like, you know, Dinesh Bhai is our like professor, class master. He is going to say Taro. So we are also going to jump on to another call after this. So this call is just for the live YouTube thing. So I think Hiren Bhai, a few words, and then LK Uncle.
Thank you, everyone. I'm just a wonderful team here. And I think the best part of the team, whomever I interacted, is that if the task is not getting done, it is not left undone. There are ways they go out and it is done. I have came across instances with senior members whom I don't know. I have never met. I just spoke informing that I am so and so from Bhanu Samaj OEF team and I'm looking forward for a particular thing from you. They sent me their photographs. They sent me that we will make a call. They did not ask, they understood the priority of the task. And similar, it happened to me. So when it came to me, I also ensured that it's my time to give back. I am hosting or probably a co-host for the first time, but probably I would continue again. I think I worked with Mansi in last event at VCOC. If she is a fantastic host, partner, or go-to person. Shailesh sir, undoubtedly, he's just a blind guy who just bolo ke bhai tum karo, mere ko malum hai tum sahi karoge, galat nahi hoga. And I think Kailash bhai, you one of the finest things that we learned probably, or we shared the best stage is like you have given the authority and you trust the person and the process blindly when the work is to be done. So I think people strongly contributed as a team everywhere. Though we missed the overall target by I think 64 people of registrations, but I think still 446 was a good number. So thank you everyone, every single person. In fact, lots of people, I would apologize for sorry because it got delayed. We tried to keep it very short, crisp, but there was a lot of things for everyone to speak. But I think thank you once again for allowing us to be part of this session. Sakshi, all the best. You were great.
Absolutely.
That's all from my side.
Live YouTube setla kare to, because this is going to be staying as a memory forever. So Govinji bhai, you have logged in, so please unmute. And Govinji bhai Badra, पाजे श्री कच्ची बानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट जा पूर्व ट्रस्टी रह चुके हैं, Odaram Education Foundation in leadership, and there are multiple roles that he would have played that I don't know, but he has been always like a great mentor. So Govinji bhai,
हरिओम मणिके आऊं यूएस में यहाँ सवार वटा पांचो प्रोग्राम नेर्यो बहुत मजा अच्छी वही अने जोको करचो आ जाए जोको पाके मड़े इन्फॉर्मेशन देनी जी होई અને જો કોઈ ઇન્ફોર્મેશન ના કૈલાશભાઈ મળે અહીં તો ખરેખર બહુ મજા છે. હું તો સવારવટ આયા ને અને જમ્યો જ નહીં, માની પણ ના ખાધી આજ. ચલો બહુ મસ્ત મજા છે, મજા છે. એલકે સાહેબ ખરેખર મજા છે.
Great. Yes. Nice seeing you, Govinda, after a long time.
Can I join? Sorry, I just wanted to say 2 words.
Yeah, please.
Yes, please.
Hariom Maninke. I just wanted to say that I was wishing to join every one of you. It was a great work. We really enjoyed the session, and I was not able to contribute much this time because I am busy with my visa process right now for my masters. But I definitely would like to be more involved in the next seminar and just keep it up. I just wanted to let everyone know that I was not helpful this time because of some issues regarding my visa. So thank you everyone for this useful, this webinar was just awesome. I would like to attend some more and just get involved and help you all from my side also. Jetlo help karla mangando. Thank you everyone for creating such a platform like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Piyush bhai. Uncle, any last word?
First of all, congratulations to Sakshi. You did a great work, really. Anchor plays a very vital role always when how to make any events successful. So great work by Sakshi, number one. And then today, the shower of knowledge. See, so much, what you call it, everybody is enriched by the knowledge given to these youngsters. And I appreciate it. Let it be a lengthy. Don't mind about that. But now this is a recorded. So now even I was, my granddaughter was with me when she's a participant, both of my granddaughters. And they say that now we will, on YouTube it is available. We will again study it, means go through it. And then whatever the questions I want to ask, again I will approach the team. Congratulations to entire young team which worked hard for so many days, probably so many months, 2-3 months, and that is what resulted into such a great event. So congratulations to all. Well done, boss team. So it is a really for Odaram Education Foundation, it is always a matter of pride to have such a energetic team, a result-oriented team is with us. So thanks and congratulations to everybody.
Thank you. So any last thoughts? Otherwise, Sakshi, over to you. You can say goodbye to all. We can then disconnect the YouTube and then end this Zoom session. And we join another Zoom meeting that the link is already shared in the volunteers group. Will not take more time. We'll finish up in 15 minutes.
Yes, so lastly, thank you everyone for being there. And it has been really wonderful to work with you all. This platform was really amazing, and personally, my experience, I loved it. Yeah, so thank you, LK Uncle, the chairman, for such initiatives, and everyone else present. Thank you.
So good night.
Good. Thank you.
Odaram Maharaj ki jai.
So Jai. Odaram Maharaj ki
Jai. इंग्लैंड मार्च की क्या बात है दोनों लाल में.
3 cheers for entire team. Hip hip. Hooray. Hip hip.
Hooray.
Say good night.
So YouTube.
Gurucha.
Kadesh bhai. Kadesh bhai hai? Let's see. Should I just say click stop button?
शैलेश भाई नहीं है.
I'll end the any which ways it will end the but let me do this. Stop. We call him. I don't want to take risk.